We're awesome. Good.
We're back, Coach.
Morning, Shiny House.
We are so goddamn back.
It's a scramble.
Total shit show to start the day, but we're fine.
And we're twinsies.
And we're twinning. Completely on accident. Oh, I haven't even moved. Oh my god.
We're all over the board.
Oh my god.
This is amazing. We didn't even print rundowns, everybody.
Nope.
Congratulations.
And we have 10 seconds.
Oh, Michigan Wolverines getting in
Michigan
at
gets the
7:15.
belt.
Amen.
All right, gang, here we go. Oh yeah. Good morning. Hello. Hello to you and to you and to you and James. Good morning.
Top of the morning to you, Kyle.
Top of the morning to you. Yeah, England was great, and I'm back. Happy to be back doing sports talk radio again.
That's right. How were the fish and chips?
Fish and chips were phenomenal. The curry was phenomenal. The beer was up and down, but I found a few I liked. The sights were great. The sounds were amazing. Super walkable city. Had a great time with my wife and my in-laws. And man, what a trip! Super happy to be home. My least favorite thing,
Okay,
was that sports happen at like 3 a.m.
Yeah, that's brutal.
Waking up to, and it was just, I'd sit there at breakfast every day and just, all right, going through highlights from the night before and trying to read, and being a sports fan backwards is not a great time.
Yeah, it's almost like you have to reset your entire life.
Yeah.
And so you're awake in the morning at like 3 and not in the evening.
The way the schedule was set up is the Kings and Warriors both, I'm guessing a lot of teams based on how the schedule went, but on England time played 3 straight days.
Oh.
And then the A's had a point where they played twice in the same day.
What?
Yeah, because of the way the time difference is an 8-hour time difference.
Of course.
So if they play at 7 p.m. one night, or 7:05 or whatever the first pitch is, that's 3:05 a.m. England time.
Okay.
And then if they play it, I guess that's Friday night, technically Saturday morning, but then play again Saturday afternoon Pacific time, it's like 9 p.m.
Oh, wow.
England time. So I'm looking at the NBA schedule and I'm looking at all these teams playing 3 days in a row. I'm like, what is this? Why is this? And it's because of that. It's because of the 12:30 and 9:30 tips yesterday.
Yeah.
That teams were technically playing Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
That's wild.
Really weird. Really, really weird. Didn't like it one bit. Happy to be back where, and naturally I come back for a 12:30 p.m. Kings tip-off, which is great, by the way.
Yeah.
For me, you stay longer than I do. But for me, getting out of that building at like 3:30.
I got home by 5:30.
Yeah. Which is usually about the time Mike Brown's finishing up his pregame presser.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
That's Mike Brown finishes up right at 5:30.
Shout out to the 12:30 tip-off.
Yeah.
I don't want to, obviously we have a ton of Kings to get into, but it's also a huge giveaway day for us. We're giving away 2 $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificates, 2 opportunities to enter to win a Kings jersey, which we will be giving away later in this week.
Mm-hmm.
And we're also going to be giving away a little money. We have money to give you.
Monies.
Multiple monies.
Monies. Like
500 monies.
500 monies.
Of all the monies, there's going to be 500 of them. That
we have all the
monies,
and we're giving it away to you.
Our boss has all the money, and we said we're taking a bunch of that,
okay,
and we're going to distribute it to listeners. So we're going to give you a keyword today, at some point, not now.
Not now.
Because the point of the keyword, right, is to get people to hang out, and get people to wait around and listen for it. It'd be really funny at the top of the show, 4 minutes in.
You just like
hey, the keyword is
Womp, womp, womp. Well,
So we got keywords out the wazoo for you today, and we will make sure when we give a keyword to very clearly explain what it is.
yeah, it's gonna be a fun day of giving, and people should know that we're going to give a keyword for the $500 giveaway.
$500.
$500 giveaway.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna give away a keyword here on our show, and then D'Lo and Casey are also gonna give away a keyword.
Yes.
And so that gives you 2 opportunities to enter for one $500 giveaway today, and we're doing this all week long, and then next week, all week long.
Yes.
So we're giving away $5,000 total, 10 $500 giveaways.
I hadn't even done that math yet. That's nutty.
10 $500 giveaways.
$5,000. But no, $500. So it's 2 opportunities to win.
Yep.
It's not 2 different giveaways. It's 2 opportunities to win. We'll be giving you a keyword. D'Lo and KC will be giving you a keyword, and you will get a chance to win $500.
We should just confuse them completely.
Yeah.
But we are giving away 2 $100 gift certificates.
Perfect.
Which are 2 separate drawings. Which you can put in for both of those separate keywords. So you're gonna have 3 keywords, 2 different websites, all kinds of prizes. It's chaos, Kyle.
It's great.
So, everything is up for grabs.
So stay locked in, whether you're listening on the radio or checking us out on ESPN 1320 TV, on Twitch and YouTube, or if you're listening on the free Odyssey app. Appreciate you, and we'll be doing this giveaway in a way that you don't have to be necessarily listening like spot on live, because that happens sometimes. If you're doing like a phone giveaway, people listening on an app or online are going to be a little bit behind. Not the case. Keyword, we'll be giving it to you a bunch. Once we decide to give it to you, we'll start giving it to you a bunch.
That's right. Look at Brian Cavett. Brian, you already won a PS5, man. So you're out here asking for us to give away 502 because you have specific bills.
That's ridiculous.
Come on, bro.
$500, fine. $502, that's nuts.
That's pushing the envelope.
That's
Kyle.
insane.
That's pushing the
totally
envelope.
Insane.
Wild.
Relax, Brian. No, okay, so I try really hard not to, because I genuinely, let's talk Kings. I genuinely try to not complain about my job.
Okay.
Because I think there's nothing more off-putting than person who does this for a living being like, oh, my job. Like, it's not work, it's work. We work hard at this.
Yes.
But it's hardly a job in the way that a lawyer or a doctor or a school teacher or a chef or a mail person or a construction worker, whatever you do, like that is like, dude, this is this. Like, it's just, so I try very hard, because there's nothing worse than when a person sits there and you hear somebody like, oh God, like if somebody travels with the team, they're like, oh, the travel schedule. Like, okay, man. Like, I know it's probably tough, but you're not, come on.
But you know who I've never heard once ever complain about it? Gary Gerald.
G-man.
And he
doing it for the love of the game.
He just keeps going. Like,
dude, he's got his favorite restaurants.
Every
post them on
city.
Facebook.
People know him in every city.
He's the best.
Yeah.
The very best. But so I was going to, I was sitting there yesterday about halfway through the first quarter of the Blazers game. And I'm going, why am I here? I got back from the other side of the world at 10:30 p.m. last night, and then went to sleep and got up early to get out to Sacramento to be at this basketball game where the Blazers had 2 players I recognized. 2 players.
And you are cultured, Kyle, now. Like, I mean, you've been to England, man. You're cultured, Kyle.
Yeah,
you can't just show up at a basketball game, game 82. Like, is Kyle too good for this?
I'm not. No. But so it wasn't because, again, I don't want to, the privilege of being able to just go to basketball games whenever I want is amazing.
Yeah.
I will never complain about it. But as we're sitting there and I'm going, not the Kings went out to win that game, obviously. And it very clearly, and you watched as that game progressed, they were just a better team and they were trying to win. Whereas the Blazers had Taze Moore, and
who they'd signed 4 minutes before, like
right before the game.
Yeah.
Baji?
Who's the Baji guy?
Let me hang on. I need to, in closing my tabs, I need to stop doing that. I closed out here we go. Okay. Chris Murray, heard of him. Ryan Rupert played 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Never heard of that player in my life.
He was a first round, I think a first round pick.
Sure.
Okay.
Justin Minaya, I've got nothing for you. No relation to Sean. Moses Brown, I've heard of him.
Well,
we'll get to the fifth starter in a minute.
Moses Brown, you've heard of him because he's like a world-renowned like foul machine.
He's JaVale McGee in Andre Drummond's body. He has all the like, what are you doing? What is it? Huh? Of peak JaVale McGee?
Yeah.
Without half the athleticism that has made JaVale McGee a successful NBA player for 15 years or however long he's been in the league.
He definitely falls under the category. Jerry Reynolds always used to say this. Are you a tall guy who plays basketball or a basketball player who happens to be tall? He's definitely a tall guy who plays basketball.
He is a tall guy who plays basketball for sure.
It's like, he's got to play basketball. Yeah, he does. Because I don't either that or he's like, just wanders the earth putting stars on top of Christmas trees and changing light bulbs.
Ibu Baji.
Yep.
Was the guy you were talking about. Never heard of him. Dwight Breath, Kings killer. Maybe an MVP candidate someday. He played 24 minutes. I've heard of it. And then this guy, Taze Moore, who played 30 minutes yesterday. It was his fourth NBA game ever. And he had played, I think, 10 minutes in those previous 3 games. He played 30 minutes yesterday. So again, you're sitting there going, what is this? What is this game?
Yes. Who are they?
Why are we here?
Yes.
This is silly. I shouldn't be here. I've made a mistake. And then that fifth starter for the Blazers, our guy,
yes,
came up big time. We're going to talk about the Kings, but we have to talk about the disaster with the Trailblazers yesterday. Delano Banton, our guy, sets an NBA record for 3-point attempts in a game without a make. And it was electric watching this with you and with Sean Cunningham and just wanting this guy to chuck every time he went down the court because we're going, hey, we're on the verge of history here, boys. And sure enough, our guy kept on chucking. 0 for 15 from beyond the arc. He went 6 of 26 from the field. And then, drum roll, thank you.
Yes.
And then, with a couple minutes left, gets ejected!
Gets ejected.
And that's why Delano Banton is our Jiffy Lube Fast Break player of the game for yesterday's Kings just romp. 121-82. The Kings finished the season 46-36. But Delano Banton is our Jiffy Lube Fast Break player of the game. Go to ESPN1320.com. The Jiffy Lube Fast Break giveaway page is right there at the front. You click on that. You're going to enter the keyword Banton. 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 Banton is our Jiffy Lube Fast Break keyword for today. Enter to win a $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate and a Sacramento Kings jersey, which we will be giving away a little bit later on in this week. Shout out to Delano Banton. That was a ton of fun. That wound up being a lot of fun yesterday.
I mean, that's when you're watching a game like that, you're hoping for something silly to happen.
Yes.
And there's even a moment where they get a 24-second shot clock violation, but just after the shot clock goes off, he releases and hits a 3.
Cashed it.
That was the only one. And we're like, oh, come on now.
What was so funny, and Banton is a interesting 6'9", 204. He's in his second season, and actually has played, what was it, 29 minutes a game for the Blazers series, played in 30 games. Kind of like an interesting, but yesterday he is 2 for 25 from 3 in his last 2 games.
Yeah, he's a big point guard. And
big boy.
Ryan Rupert was a 43rd pick in the 2003 NBA draft. So he's a second-round pick. He was part of their draft haul this year.
So just a weird game yesterday. So what we're going to do is we're going to skip 6 quick thoughts from yesterday's game because I didn't learn anything about the Kings yesterday. I don't feel any differently about them now than I did at 12:29 yesterday because the Blazers just didn't field a competitive basketball team. The good news is the Kings kicked the holy heck out of them and left no doubt.
No, that's true.
That was a good sign.
It's a good sign.
What I saw what their roster looked like is like, boy, if we're sitting here 8-point game in the fourth quarter, we got problems.
Yeah, it would not be good. Not good at all.
The Kings get win number 46. They hold on to the number 9 seed. Let's take a look at where they kind of sit now. Now that the regular season is over, was it a good season? Was it a bad season? We'll begin our look ahead to their play-in matchup against the Golden State Warriors. We'll take a look at the entire playoff slate and how things kind of shake out. Best case scenarios for the Kings, worst case scenarios for the Kings. That's what we're diving into all day today. So keep it locked in. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
Did you see the Boban thing?
The chicken thing?
Yeah.
Yes. I also just realized that I have forgotten to set up our log. So I'm going to try and do that very quickly right now.
On the fly. I'll be here with the people.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Rupert. Yeah, I think, and Rupert actually fell in the draft. I think he was probably slated to go in the 20s. Banton is actually, for Portland, in 30 games this season, he's averaging 16.7 points, 4.8 rebounds, 3.6 assists, because why not? Because they've got no one else.
Not a great. What was funny is, like, early on in that game, I was kind of intrigued because it's like, man, seems like he has a really good feel, and he's running whatever version of this offense is. They got some good looks early on, and they were just missing. But that did not go great for Portland. I also really appreciated that De'Aaron Fox from the rip was like, no. He set a tone.
Well, that, and he got fouled, and they didn't call it, and he went to the ref and was like, "Hey, man," like he got his shoulder hit. He's like, "Are you gonna call that?" And the guy's like, "Nope, I'm not going to." And Fox is like, "Oh, okay. Well, then I'm just going to attack their players and steal the ball from them every single time."
It's so funny.
It was comical to watch.
I felt bad for who was it that on consecutive possessions he's ripped him and had a dunk on the other end? Was that Mania that he did that to?
I think it was Mania.
Yeah, it was Mania.
Rupert was pretty good, I thought. He at least has a good feel for the game. You can see it.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, I don't have that much to say about the game yesterday. All right, 90 seconds.
90 seconds. Let's see. Chris seems like shy Keegan. No. Chris is an extrovert, and Keegan's an introvert. Chris was messing with Keegan the whole time, talking trash to him.
It's so funny. Talking about offensive rebounds.
Yeah.
Yeah, what did he finish with? 17 boards?
18.
18 boards!
Yeah, his career high was 11.
7 offensive rebounds.
Yeah. Well, it's easy to get offensive rebounds when Banton is hitting the back of the rim and they're flying halfway to half court.
That happens so many times. Long rebound, collected, open three, long rebound, collected. It's like, oh my God.
Yeah, there's a huge difference in personality between Keegan and Chris.
I also really respected, and we'll talk about it here in a second.
Did you see Cereal Connection? Asked you, Kyle, how was the cereal in England?
Didn't have any.
Oh. No? You had...
I was eating English. No, you know what? I'm not going to tell you what I was eating the entire time because the chatty house can't be adults. There we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, we're back in there. No, I'm not going to say what I had for breakfast in England. I'm not. I will tell you that there were... So look. Did I eat beans for breakfast a couple times? Yeah, sure, I did. Did I have Heinz beans for? Oh, yes, fine, fine. Did I have hash browns? Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Bacon in England, very odd. It's more ham than bacon. I think it's technically Canadian bacon, but it's in England, so they just call it bacon.
Oh,
I loved it though.
They
Very
don't-
good. I'm a big ham guy.
they don't want to give the Canadians credit for their bacon.
Well, I'm guessing that it's just based on, colonization and imperialism. My guess is that it's just English bacon. They just do it in Canada.
Oh,
That's my guess anyway. I don't know. But yeah, man, I didn't eat any cereal while I was in England. That was a question I got asked at the break. But we were talking about yesterday's Kings Blazers game, and the Kings, of course, punched their ticket for the 9 seed. They will host the Golden State Warriors at Golden One Center mañana. We will dive into that a little bit later today, but we will really dig into that matchup tomorrow. Today, we're just kind of overview regular season and talk a little bit about yesterday's game. I appreciated so much. We're also giving away a ton of stuff today. I appreciated so much Sabonis shamelessly hunting a triple-double as his minutes were ticking down. Like, he understood that he was probably not going to play the fourth quarter of that game.
oh yeah.
He had a limited amount of time left in the third quarter and just shamelessly hunted his triple-double. I love it. I respect it. I wish more players openly did that in games like that.
Yeah.
It can't be a close game where you're hunting, but why not? You're an assist away. You're standing there wide open from 18. You start, no, I'm going to look. No, it's not there. All right, fine. I'll take my shot.
You know what I loved about his game is that for whatever reason, he decided to start shooting from all over the place. Like, he hit a 3, and then all of a sudden he hit a 18-footer. Then he hit one from the baseline. And I'm like, what is going on?
Yeah.
Like, if this is a player you're going to be, like, where has this been all season, Kyle?
Bro, look, here's what I need to see. And this is one of the big takeaways from yesterday. So it's 7 of 10 Domas. He didn't hit a 3. He hit a couple of long twos though.
He hit a 3 in the previous game. He didn't hit a 3 yesterday?
No. 0 for 2.
Okay.
But it was the lack of hesitation on those. There was one, it was not quite a fadeaway, but it was on the move a little bit.
Yeah.
And it was great to see because like you said, where has this been all year?
Yeah.
He might have just kept shooting because he kept making them. I think that's a little bit what happens is he misses one. And it's like, oh, well, nope, not going to shoot it anymore.
Yes.
But watch him in pregame. You sit there and watch him in pregame. And he's 16, 17, 18 feet, baseline, free throw line extended, wherever. It's just cash. Like, dude, just and so I think there's something to the fact that he hit a couple. I think it's easier to shoot when you're up 30. But at the same time, if that builds his confidence going into a game where the team's defensive game plan last year in the playoffs is like, yeah, you're not going to shoot it. Shoot that jumper 10 times. And dude, if he's going to knock down a few of them in a row and force Golden State to change what they're doing defensively, force any team they face moving forward into changing what they're going to have to do defensively, that's a big deal.
Well, specifically Golden State. Golden State is a team that they really need him to take that shot.
1,000%.
Right? Because they're trying to do they're sagging off of him. They're trying to clog the lane. They're trying to make life difficult on De'Aaron Fox. And if he's shooting that shot, if he's actually giving it an honest go and starts hitting him, first of all, it's going to take 5 before they defend you at all.
Yeah.
And let's say you hit 3 of the 5. That's 60%. That's great, right?
Yep.
If you hit more, that's fine. But you have to space the floor. And Domas has to be the one that goes, okay, look, it's on me to space the floor tonight. It's not on just the shooters, because that's how Golden State plays them. And so it's going to be interesting.
Especially with no Malik Monk, especially with no Kevin Huerter.
Yeah.
Like, that just dramatically changes the way that you need to go about defending Sacramento, because the Warriors are going to give it to Keon Ellis.
Oh no, they're
in terms of I'm sorry,
and Davion Mitchell. Yeah,
they're going to let Keon Ellis and Davion Mitchell shoot it. They're going to say, hey, if you guys combine to make 15 threes, then so be it.
So be it.
And that's going to make but you're absolutely right. That's going to be a major factor, I think, in tomorrow's game. And the fact that the last game of the year, we see Domas knock down 4 jumpers, I think he hit from 15 plus.
Something like that. Yeah.
That's a really, really good sign. He finishes the season league leader in rebounds, second consecutive year.
13.7 per game.
Pretty good number. 26 triple doubles, league lead. 77 double doubles, league lead. Also sounds like my in and out order. And what else?
I think he's 7th in assists, not 6th, but he's at 8.2 assists per game. He finishes, I believe it's 7th in the league in assists per game.
Man,
like remarkable season. He's the only one to put up 1,000 rebounds a season, and he goes over 1,100.
Jeez.
Yeah, like his dominance this year, and like we're gonna see how this plays out, whether he's All NBA or not. I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna guess he's third team All NBA, and I'm actually gonna guess that De'Aaron Fox is as well.
Do you think it helps or hurts that they're not doing positions?
I think it helps him, and it also. Well, I mean, I'd also say like, look, Anthony Davis missed a ton of games, but he'll still fit into the...
Anthony Davis, I'm telling you right now, Anthony Davis is going to finish above Domantas Sabonis in whatever All-NBA thing happens.
He didn't last year, but he probably will.
I think he's going to. I think he's going to this year.
Yeah, I would agree with you, but the fact that Embiid is not on there...
That's a good point.
The fact that Donovan Mitchell is not on it helps De'Aaron Fox.
Did Cat get to 65?
I do not believe he did at all.
Yeah, he missed a ton of games at the end.
Anthony Davis...
62 for Cat.
Oh, so he does not register. Yeah. And then, of course, Anthony Davis plays 76. And what happens in the final game? He gets hurt.
Back and neck spasms, too.
Hip and back spasms.
Oh, hip and back.
Hip and back.
Oh, I thought I read neck and back.
No, I'm almost positive. Hip and back. And we'll see if he can go on Tuesday.
Hey, unrelated to any of this, speaking of just the Lakers, did you see LeBron's stat line yesterday?
I did not.
28, 11, and 17 with 5 steals.
17 assists.
17 assists. I mean, oh my God. That's the scary thing with the Lakers.
Well, I mean,
the fact that LeBron still has that kind of game in his bag. And a game where New Orleans was like trying. New Orleans needed to win.
They needed to win bad. I mean, they're not. And now they got to play him again. That's who their matchup is on Tuesday. And
that's the other thing that was really disheartening about yesterday was because that game early on, the Lakers were up big with the Pelicans kind of battling back and keeping it at arm's reach. And then at some point, the Lakers just poured it on and they went up 20. And so the intrigue of that was even out the window. Yesterday stunk from a
drama standpoint. Yeah.
I loved the idea. All the East teams tip off at 9:30 Pacific.
Yep.
All the West teams tip off at 12:30 Pacific. But there was just nothing. The most drama with yesterday was the Bucks getting hammered by the Magic. I'm out on the Bucks. I know.
You've been out on the Bucks for you might have been ahead of the curve on the Bucks.
I'm way out on the Bucks.
Well, especially now.
Giannis has missed the last couple of games. He may not even be ready to go for the start of the playoffs.
Giannis is going to be out a while.
Against a Pacers team that they had trouble with all year.
Who scored 157 yesterday?
The Hawks scored 115 points and lost by 40.
Oh.
That is nuts.
That's crazy.
That's so hard to do. The Pacers this year, their 3 highest scoring outputs were all over 150 points, and all of them came against the Hawks, who are in the play-in tournament.
Wow. Here's a crazy stat. This is, again, LeBron James is 39 years old. 39 years old, 109 days, I think, is the exact total. In his, 21st season, he shot a career-best 41% from 3 on 5 attempts per game. Like, what are you supposed to do if he's going to shoot like that?
He doesn't have the legs to get downhill constantly anymore? Oh, okay, fine. He's going to cash 41% of his threes. How many a game did he take?
5.1. Like, I mean, that's just stunning. I mean, he's a career 34.8% shooter from 3.
Ridiculous.
And here he is, like, setting a new standard for who he is at age 39.
Totally outrageous. Totally outrageous.
And, I mean, we're talking about a guy who averaged 25.7 points, 8.3 assists, 7.3 rebounds, 1.3 steals per game at 39.
39 years old.
Wild.
I just don't. The other thing that happened yesterday was the Knicks, by beating the Bulls, and with Milwaukee losing, the Knicks jumped up to the number 2 seed. Milwaukee falls back to the 3. So that was but that wasn't. I don't think that was the drama the league was hoping for. The Thunder beat the Mavs by 50. The Nuggets rolled in their game, and Minnesota laid down and got walloped by the Suns. It just wasn't a ton of drama. Wasn't much fun.
Kyle, this is
we
why.
gotta go. We gotta go. We'll continue talking NBA playoffs next. Right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Whoops!
That's funny. I'm not used to looking back over my shoulder at the clock again either. Looks like my dad will get discharged today.
Oh, excellent. Oh, yeah. Great news.
Let's see. What else is going on over here in the chatty house? I need more coffee.
My bit was going to be ignoring the Warriors-Kings matchup all day. Just pretending like it's not happening. I do think it's kind of funny, the difference between last year and this year. In terms of last year is like the Warriors are like, yeah, we're defending champs, we can make another run, and the Kings were 3 seed and they are here, they make the playoffs. And this year both fan bases are like, like, oh god.
Not again. That's funny.
What's up, Pete? This is crazy. This is wild to me. I couldn't believe the A's won yesterday. 6 runs in the sixth inning, I think.
What, David? What are you talking about there? No. The Kings will lose their pick if they don't make the playoffs. The play-in doesn't count. We'll get to this a little later.
Yeah.
But it's complicated. It has nothing to do with what Atlanta does. It has everything to do whether the Kings make the playoffs or not. It's top 14 protected.
I've got my old boss in my ear right now about missing breaks. We're 0 for 2. 0 for 2 on hitting breaks.
We had Jake Gayden rolled through a break. He rolled through a break, and I was like, and just kept going. I went like this. 3 minutes later, he was still going. I'm like,
dude, step on him next time. That's it. Just be like, hey, Jake, put a pin in that.
Put a pin in that.
Put a pin in that. We got a break.
Jake, I'm shutting off your mic. Click. Yeah, we got to, I think, 11:15. Yeah, it was like 2 minutes through.
It wasn't that eventful or interesting. I was gonna do a whole thing about things I liked about things I liked more about England than home, but I couldn't do it without turning it into a wild political discussion, so I'm just not gonna do it.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. Russell Hunt, the Kings cannot get the 7th seed. They can only be the 8th.
Hey, yo. Here's something I learned in England.
Oh?
So I never knew what a gridiron was.
Okay.
Do you know what a gridiron is?
I don't think so.
So the football is called the gridiron.
Yeah.
A gridiron, it turns out, is like a barbecue tool that you stick the food in between. It comes apart like this, and you stick your food in between, and then it closes, and you grill it.
Okay.
Rotates.
Yeah.
I learned this because of Saint Faith, who is a Christian martyr. There's a painting of her at Westminster Abbey. She was a Christian martyr in the 5th century. She died because she wouldn't renounce her faith. and they put her in a human-sized gridiron and cooked her.
What? That seems a little
wild, dude.
A little
wild.
Wow. Yeah.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I learned a lot in England. I learned why a football field is called a gridiron.
Because
it looks like a gridiron.
Panini pressed her.
I'm not going to repeat why I learned what a gridiron is.
That's wild.
If you would like to learn about that, Google the Christian martyr Saint Faith in the 5th century. Dude, I was walking through buildings. I'm a history dork, right? And walking into buildings that were built in the 11th century is bananas.
Yeah.
It's super weird. And then walking past...
I told you, you go to a bakery. Everything is older than anything you've ever seen in your entire life.
Yeah, man. Crazy.
You go in some bathroom and you're like, this bathroom is 1,000 years old.
The first pub we went to, the first pub we went to was rebuilt in 1677.
Oh, wow.
That's what I'm not a tall person. I had to duck under doorways in this pub.
Oh, wow.
Me, a not tall person, would have been a giant back then. It was incredible. But anyways,
Kyle is now regretting.
Because there's a
17th century Kyle.
Dude, 17th century Kyle would have hit his head on a lot of doorways. But yeah, dude, when you're in a place when you're in a place where you walk past a church and it's like, this church was constructed in 1714, you're like, that's some new stuff. Yeah. That's new.
Rookie.
Get me to the 13th century. There's just at Westminster Abbey, there are people who have been buried there since the 13th century, since the 1200s.
Wow.
Like my wife got really into the Tudor family period with King Henry VIII and his 6 wives, Okay. And she got super into that. That's like the mid 16th century. And some of the show on Showtime takes place in Westminster Abbey. And it's like Westminster Abbey was old then in the 1500s. Mind-blowing.
It's amazing how they maintain some of this stuff.
Yeah.
Even like
Notre
Dame in France. And you know, the roof caught fire.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's been under reconstruction for the last 5 years or something. Incredible. Before that, I don't know what they're going to do to sort of put it all back together, but you know, they have like structural stability issues all over because of the heat.
Oh yeah.
So I don't know how they're going to do it, but incredible beforehand, before the fire.
Yeah. It's just everything's so old there.
Wild. It is so old.
You know what else is kind of old is these Warriors Kings matchups.
True that.
The good news is, and I want to continue your thought on the play-in tournament and the playoffs and stuff, but I will say the good news is, as we dive further into Kings Warriors tomorrow, at least the teams are different now.
Yeah.
And it's not what did they played by the time they last played at the start of this season, or at some point early in the season, they had played of their last 20 games, like 12 of them had been against each other.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So they finished last season with a game, like the second to the last game of the season.
Right.
Then they had a 7-game series, so that was 8. Then they had 2 preseason games, so that was 9 and 10.
Yeah.
Then they had 3 games in the first 10 games. So it's like 12 times. It
was so boring. And
they're not the same teams that they were then.
It is so dramatically different. So I am excited to dive into the differences, but we got some other stuff to get to today.
Okay.
Was this... I think I know the answer, but Mike Brown talked about this a little bit yesterday, and I thought his perspective was interesting. The question for me is was this a good or bad regular season? Because you had Domantas Sabonis improving even from where he was last year.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of your stars. You would like to see that player continue to get better and hone their game and improve, and you kind of saw that this year. De'Aaron Fox. Kind of a weird couple of lulls this season, but still no doubt that he is this 1A player that we kind of thought he was. And then, some ups, some downs, couple games worse than last year. And to me, it was like, well, this regular season was definitely bad. It was not a successful regular season. But then Mike Brown talks about how, hey, anytime you have an opportunity to play in the playoffs, like that's a great opportunity, and da-da-da-da. He's the coach.
Yeah.
And what he thinks and what the players think, that's ultimately what matters. I just couldn't disagree more with him. That you can sit here and go, hey, 9 seed, chance to play for a playoff spot. Yeah. I don't know. I did not agree that just because they make the play in that this was a good
okay.
year.
So here's how I would, like, if I'm Mike Brown, like, perspective here. You had a season where no one got hurt last year. And the guys that did get hurt were able to play through injury. Like, whether that's because they were incredibly tough or because the injuries were something that allowed them to play through it. But you basically had an entire season where, most of your top 8 guys played 70-something games, and a couple of them played it even more than that. You get to this season and you have Harrison Barnes and Domantas Sabonis play all 82. De'Aaron Fox plays 74. Keegan Murray plays 77. Malik Monk plays 72. But and Kevin Huerter 64. But the problem that you have this season is the Trey Lyles injury early in the season cost you 13 straight games. Trey Lyles has another injury, another portion of the season, which cost him more games. You have the Kevin Huerter injury that really, again, ends his season way early. And then you have the Malik Monk injury, which cuts the wind out of your sails completely.
That was tough.
So I know we all, like, on the outside, we've been, like, on top of this team all season long because they're not progressing. They're not doing something bigger, better than we thought that they would do. Well, they finished 2 games less than they did last year, and their games missed due to injury is like 5-fold. Like, it's so many more games lost due to injury this year than last year. And I'd even say, like, look, if you would have somehow made it through the last part of the season with even Malik Monk, I don't think you lose like 5 out of your last 6 or whatever it is.
Yeah, he was worth at least 2 wins down the stretch.
Yeah, you probably win. Like, so let's just say they pick up 2 more wins and they end up with the same exact win total, but that's just one player's injury totals taken out and not everybody else's. So you're still looking at a season that they were a lot more injured. They never found the continuity that they found the year before. I don't think it's an incredibly successful season, but I also look at this like I got to be honest, like it's not a. Mike Brown does have a point. Like, anytime you're able to play after 82 games, whether it's a play-in or not, you still, like, you are still playing. You are still in it. And if somehow they got healthy, like, they're not going to get healthy with Kevin Huerter, but if somehow they got Malik Monk back, I think they're a dangerous team in the first round.
Sure.
Like, I think against OKC,
sure.
Okay, bring it on. You're 2-2 against a team. And the last time you played him was last week without Malik Monk. And you got killed on a horrific call late in the game that cost you a chance to win. And so, like, look, I think they can hang with OKC, but you got to get there. And that's going to be the tough thing.
My pushback to that is I think this season was more normal. I feel like last season, the lack of injury stuff was what's the word I'm looking for?
An anomaly. Yeah.
Thank you. An anomaly.
Yeah.
And that's where this season would worry me a little bit. Because, yeah, this is kind of what happens. And if you're reliant on, hey, basically injury-free.
Yep.
For an entire season to get to 48 wins, which would have gotten you the 8 seed this year. So you'd be on the road in the 7-8 game if they had won 48. That would be concerning to me. The fact that in a year where, yeah, you know what, they had some injury stuff, but it was De'Aaron Fox early in the year, but then he came back. And I know he dealt with a shoulder thing too, where he kind of played through it. And you had Domas for 82, and you had Keegan Murray for 77.
Yeah, Harrison Barnes all 82.
Yeah, that would be the concern for me. And again, it maybe we're looking at this a lot differently if they have Malik Monk down the stretch, because I don't think they lose the Dallas game where he got hurt.
Yep.
I don't think they lose that game against Phoenix. and maybe we're sitting here at 48 and we're just like, oh yeah, hey, lateral move, but now they can get. But that to me would be the bigger issue.
Yeah,
with that.
and I know people want to point at this loss or that loss, and we talked about it the whole season long. The problem that you have is if they don't lose this game or they don't lose that game, look at how close they are to being a 6 seed.
Mm-hmm.
What is the 6 seed? 48 games? 49.
49 and 33 for
yeah,
Phoenix.
and that's why those things matter. It's why you can't take your foot off the gas the entire season.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, look, I'll just keep saying this. The team that starts your playoff run, right? However many years this is going to be, we can count this not as a playoff run, but as a postseason run at this point, right? They've made the postseason. They're getting a game after the season, hence the word postseason.
It's the post-dash season.
Yes.
It's not the postseason, capital P.
Yeah.
It's the post-hyphen season.
Okay, we can call it whatever we want. I don't consider
semantics.
the play-in a playoff game. You didn't make the playoffs.
Yeah, not in the traditional sense.
No. But it is a postseason game.
No doubt.
So the way that I look at this, though, is that the team they have today and the team they had last year, whatever team it is that takes the next step is not going to look like this. We've already seen that you can rework this roster and have it look different, and you can change things. And we can even talk about the way that they started the season, where again they had some clunkiness to their offense, but their defense wasn't good still. And then the way that it ends up, where their defense takes this gigantic leap towards the end of the season, and they're actually playing much better defensively when a lot of teams are playing worse. And they moved all the way up to number 14 in the NBA. And
that is the number one. I think if you ask Mike Brown, even if they lose on Tuesday, and you talk to Mike Brown, where he's going to tell you the whole truth, hey, how does it? I'm certain he would circle that and go, this is what matters.
This is what matters. Because if you're going to take a logical step and become a better team, it has to be on the defensive end.
That's it.
And if you don't do it, you're just going to keep being this fun game, this fun team that gets bounced in the first or second round.
That's it.
And in all honesty, look, they're going to make changes. I've brought this up before, the 1998-99 Kings to the year 2001. I mean, you have to remember, there is no Jason Williams on that team. Corliss Williamson was traded for Doug Christie. That, teams evolve, they morph as they start to understand what pieces will get them to the next level. And that's where this team, they tried the run it back thing, and that was logical. It was. I don't love that they 100% ran it back, but if you're this good offensively and you have a defensive-minded coach and you think he can make some defensive changes, which he did. He did implement and did help you change. But the fact is, your offense wasn't as good as it was the previous year. Other teams made adjustments to you. This team, they should have made some sort of move at the trade deadline to not just to make a move, to make the team better. And they didn't. And so, you can't say we're going to run it back, realize for 40 games that running back is the wrong decision, that it's not working out like you'd hoped, and keep thinking, well, maybe, just maybe after the deadline, they're going to look better. Because that's not the way it works.
No, not at all.
And so they didn't make the move, and it becomes stagnant.
Yeah.
And then you have some injuries hit.
Yeah.
And that's why you are where you are. I mean, this team easily could be 4 games better than they are. And I don't think it's even difficult. We can talk about, if Colby Jones to tip in at the end of the Celtics game, there's one game. And whether you should have won that game or not, that doesn't matter. You were right there, and he gets fouled, right? And then we keep going through all of these games where it's either a 2-minute report or a game that you just flat out shouldn't have lost. This team easily could have been a 50-win team. I don't even think it's questionable. They win 46. So, I mean, it's right there. So it's just going to be these little moves that you have to do here and there, or maybe a big move. I don't know what it's going to be, but this won't be the same team that we see come back next season.
No, if there's something that Mike Brown always talks about, the opportunity from losing. And he, is very clear. I want to win every game. If I had my choice, we would go 82-0 and 16-0 in the playoffs, and that's how it would go. But the reality of sports is you're going to lose, and you're going to be defined long term about how you react to losing, not how you react to winning, and how you grow from losing and what you learn from losing. And that goes down to individual players. That goes down to team wide stuff like buying into the defense and buying in on the defensive end and what they want to do there. But I think that this goes for the front office and the coaching staff as well, in terms of, like you said, running it back was. Is it boring? Does it give you not a lot to talk about in the offseason? Like, yeah, sure. Everybody wants to win the offseason.
Yep.
But man, they won 48. It was year one. You had to give that group an opportunity with a couple of tweaks. You tried Chris Duarte, you tried a JaVale McGee, and it just didn't work out like you hoped. Okay, that's fine. But this is the point now where, regardless of, and the reason we're talking about this is because it to me, it's regardless of what happens on Tuesday, and then hopefully of what happens on Friday, and then hopefully of what happens in the first round of the playoffs. But no matter what transpires there, you now know, hey, this is what works here. This is what doesn't. This is the type of player that helps this Domantas Sabonis, De'Aaron Fox core. This is the type of player who helps it. This is the type who doesn't. Like, there's a very clear to me, and I think to you, and I think to most Kings fans listening to this, there's a just very clear adjustment that needs to be made to the roster and the body type and the player type and the athletic profile, or whatever this team needs. That to me is very, very clear now. Their path forward is very, very not unobstructed, but it is clear.
It's simple. Like,
yes.
you can see what it is. And I want to pull out something that someone says in the chat. Michael, I don't know who Michael is. Mike Brown is a very media-friendly coach, so naturally guys like James are going to lean towards defending his position, but he's a very flawed coach, and McNair did nothing these past 2 off seasons. Okay, so here's what my response would be to this. Sacramento Kings have been in Sacramento for 39 seasons. Of those 39 seasons, they have 10 with a winning record. 8 of those came under one head coach, which was Rick Adelman. 2 have come under Mike Brown. Mike Brown, whatever people want to, like, he's a tremendously flawed coach. No. He's a guy who just took a loser franchise. Franchise that had lost 16 consecutive years without making the playoffs. One of the worst jobs in the NBA. I joke around about it. It's a 2-for-1 franchise. You know what that means, Kyle?
What's that?
You get paid for 4 seasons, but you only have to coach 2. It's like,
Sure.
when you go out to buy a bag of chips during the week of the Super Bowl and you buy 2 bags of chips and you get 2 more. That's what the Sacramento Kings job is. Historically.
I'm doing that every time, by the way.
You're buying all the chips?
Yeah, it doesn't have to be just for Super Bowl. I love me some tortilla chips. They're buy 2, get 2 free. I'm in there. Sorry, keep going.
Yeah, so my point is, like, look, people who say, oh, Mike Brown, like, this was just a bad coaching. Are you kidding me? He has a whole bunch of offensive players. If you look at how a guy like Keon Ellis has changed the entire complexity of their team in the final half of the season, forced into action, who was an undrafted player 2 seasons ago and got converted from a 2-way contract 2 months ago. Look how much one player can change the complexity of the team. That's what you've been waiting for. It's just players like this that can actually hold their own defensively for 30 minutes. And they haven't had them.
It's been very clear from the jump, too, that that's what Mike Brown has wanted to do. And that's why I think that you have to have some grace with, like you said, the roster is not full of these defensive dogs. Like, it's just not. Keegan Murray has taken leaps there. De'Aaron is a very good defender. You just mentioned Keon Ellis. They drafted Davion Mitchell to try and help out in that respect. But he hasn't been there until recently. He hadn't been there enough offensively to reliably play him 20, 25 minutes a night. But to me, I have a hard time right now looking at the coaching staff, Mike Brown or otherwise, and going, this is the reason they're 46-36 instead of at 50 wins. you can bemoan rotations early in the season, and maybe Chris Duarte should have played more or less, or maybe Kessler Edwards should have played more or less, or maybe Keon should have been in earlier in the season. Whatever it is, I mean, was it a perfect season from everybody top to bottom? Like, no, not at all. But I don't come away from this looking at the Kings roster and going, boy, this is the coach's fault.
No.
And that's why I mean, if it gets there, if they vastly improve the roster and next season it's just a lot of the same problems, and yeah, you kind of start to go, okay, what's the common denominator here? But I don't. I think coach blaming a lot of the time is overblown in any sport.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like with Kyle Shanahan. I'm not. They've been to 2 Super Bowls and 4 NFC title games in the last 5 years. Like that's pretty good. You can have some gripes with game management and this and that, but overall, big picture, like you're in a pretty good spot. And that's kind of right now that today, that's where I sit with Mike Brown.
Yeah. And I mean, look, the guy has a 600 win percentage as a head coach. And you can say it's because he coached LeBron James. And I would respond, okay. And he also coached the Sacramento Kings.
Mm-hmm.
There's one coach who's won in Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
Like the best win percentage outside of that is Luke Walton is the second highest win percentage in the history of the Kings since they moved to Sacramento. And people say, oh, well, you traded for an all NBA center. Okay. I'm old enough to remember when DeMarcus Cousins was on the Sacramento Kings and he's flanked by Rudy Gay and Isaiah Thomas, and you still don't make the playoffs. He's flanked by Isaiah Thomas and Rudy Gay and a bunch of veterans. They still don't make the playoffs. Like it's not like I'm just pulling things out of my hat here. This is a coach who took a team that had just been defunct for 16 years. And whether he's a great coach or not, I don't know. But what I can tell you is he's a much better coach than anyone else who's been here outside of Rick Adelman. And the proof is in the pudding. He actually won. Whether it's a down Western Conference year or not, I don't care. Look at this year's Western Conference. This year's Western Conference is a bloodbath. And he has his team in, like, could they have finished 6? Yeah, they could have finished 6. It's a matter of inches here. So
yeah, no, I'm with you for the most part on that. I don't look at this roster and go, wow, they are just not getting enough out of it. That to me is it just kind of is what it is. And the fact that they jumped up to 14th in defensive rating for the year. And they fell down in offensive rating a little bit, but offense is way easier to come by than defense. And if you are improving on the defensive end year over year, while still having an opportunity to make the playoffs, I think you're still in a pretty good spot moving forward. But again, next year, if they win 40 games, okay, let's have a conversation. Next year, if we're looking at in the offseason, we're looking at the roster and they make all these improvements and a trade here and a trade there and a signing here and a signing there, we're going, hey, this is the team.
And then they regress. Okay.
Right. Then but that to me, I get the frustration, and I get, because like I said, I did radio in San Francisco when the Niners are going to the Super Bowl and people wanted to fire the head coach after a Super Bowl. It's just not, I'm sorry, I can't get there.
Yeah.
Not logically anyway. You could be hot take guy. You go, you know what? Somebody needs to be held accountable. They won fewer games this year than they did last year. Mike Brown's got to go. Jay Triano's got Monty McNair on the hot seat starting now. Like, yeah, you can do that. That's insane. I'm sorry.
It's fan reactionary stuff. And to me, it's very clear. Like, look, this guy's a better head coach than any of us, all of us.
No, but that's fine.
It is what
that's
it
fine.
is.
It's not even fan reactionary stuff though, because that's me, dude. Like I'm there. I will knee jerk reaction and overreact and do this and that. But I can't. I will do that, but I can't get there with this.
No.
My
opinion, very, very quickly, is when a coach loses the locker room, it's time to go.
They got nothing but buy-in.
He has not lost the locker room.
No, definitely not.
Yeah.
All right. We'll continue this Kings discussion on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. yeah.
How much time do we have? I need more coffee.
Oh yeah, you got time for coffee. Hang on one second. All right, we back. Not ours. Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
You have at least 2 minutes, maybe more. Okay. Hang on, chatty house. I'll be right back. Actually, you know what? I'll bring my mic over here and talk to you guys while I'm doing this. Wait, what did John Bull say? Oh, that's a good question. I will dig this up because James not a jersey guy. Just couldn't care less about uniforms. So I will do that for you because I care very much about uniforms. Also underrated storyline from this season is how freaking sick the King City Edition uniforms are. I don't think that got enough play, personally. Like we got so wrapped up in like, are they better? Are they not? Are they gonna make the playoffs or not? The King City Edition uniforms are a massive, massive W. John Bull pulling up in the chat today is great. Yeah. Yeah, I was sick. Um, $90 seconds. Oh, you've got to be joking. Worst part about being out of work for a week is that everything logs out. Like my stuff that's normally logged in on this computer every day has all been logged out. It's a real pain, guys. A real pain.
Feeling there's going to be some fighting words here in the office this week. 30 seconds. Have the Kings... I liked the food fine. Sue me. I definitely get what Sasha is saying though about American food has too much flavor. Once you go.
Yeah, a lot of like noticed how much extra like salt and sugar gets put into things here for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here we go. And we're back in here. Hour number 2. He's James. I'm Kyle. D'Lo and KC coming up at noon. Good fade. As we continue talking about the Kings regular season, just kind of an overview of the regular season. Of course, success is ultimately determined by how things go in the postseason. So we'll continue kind of talking about that and we'll begin a little bit of a look ahead to Kings Warriors. Somebody brought this up in the chat. Who was it? Where were they? Who said this? Somebody was saying there. Oh, here we go. Alfonso said, "I'm happy the game is tomorrow and not dragged on for a long time." I totally agree.
Oh yeah.
Just get this over with.
Yeah.
Whatever it is. Can you imagine if we had to do a week of like Kings Warriors build up?
No.
Oh.
No.
I just
I don't want to do that. Like if this season's gonna end and like quickly here, that's fine. Whatever happens. Like
sure.
You know, it's whether I cover a game or not. Like, but like I wouldn't mind a win and then a win and then a playoff series. But at the same time, I think the general feel around everyone is like if this thing ended quickly, it wouldn't be all that bad. Like you know that you have a lot of work to do. You know that you've got to attack this offseason in a very specific way. But I think you also have these other problems where like we'll get into like the whole structure of how this draft pick could impact everything. But it's a big deal. It's a big deal whether you make the playoffs and your pick gets sent to Atlanta, or if you don't make the playoffs and your pick doesn't get sent to Atlanta. It's like how much ammo do you have this offseason to make changes? And, you know, maybe the Kings won't trade their picks. Maybe, you know, like maybe they won't. But at the same time, it's very possible that they will. And you want as much, you know, again, as much in the war chest as possible. And so, yeah, it's wild. Like I've covered this team for so long and you cover so many losing seasons. And you're like, okay, you finally get a little bit of success. And at the same time, this season was like, it was grueling. Not just for me personally, for them. Like you could see that like the fact that they never found great success, that they never went on a run, that they never like felt like they were elevating and that they didn't have guys make the all-star team. They didn't have all of these things that they had had the season before. I think it wore on this team and it wore on everybody that covered the team. Like it was just,
and I think too, there was a little bit of a realization at some point during the year that, oh, this is not going to be all rise here. This is not going to be this straightforward ascension to, well, because I think we got so caught up in last year. Oh, well, this is the Warriors run before they went on their championship run where they lost in the playoffs and then went. But they went second round in 2013, first round exit 2014, and then, you know, shot up from there. It's not that easy all the time. No. It's not this direct. That's a way success can go, but it's not the way. It's not, oh, well, the Kings automatically now, because they made the playoffs last year, they automatically make the playoffs this year, and then they'll be a title contender for 5, 6, 7 years, however long.
Yeah.
That's just not how it went. And I think there was whether the and again, every individual is different, but whether there were players on the team or the team in general, whether they thought like, oh yeah, hey, punch our ticket, we're in the playoffs this year no matter what, at the start of the year or not, I don't know. But I think at some point during this season, they ran into this like realization of, oh, this is not going to be that easy. And then looking down the bench and going, we talked about it a lot up to the trade deadline. Like, hey, how does this affect a player knowing that like, yeah, hey, you know what? He's probably on the way out. And how does that affect his teammates and going like, yeah, hey, we can't win with this guy. We can't get where we want to go with this particular group of players. And I do wonder, you know, I don't think any of them would, not that they dislike each other, and I don't think anybody would ever say that publicly. But I do wonder if at some point, like you said, all the stuff that went right last year, not going right this year, if that just realization kind of settled in at some point, like, man, there's a long road to go still to getting to that ultimate goal.
Yeah, I think you're onto something there. I don't know when it really hit with everybody. I think that one or two players probably figured it out in January. And I think a couple more figured it out after the trade deadline. And then there's a couple that it took all the way up until the moment that Kevin Huerter and Malik Monk were lost within a couple of days of each other, where you're like, oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
Like, where is this thing going? And like, how do we get out of this? And Is there a way to improve this now? And the answer is no.
Mm-hmm.
Like when you have players who are sort of capping at their potential and doing these things, and they're also players that need other players to support them in order to get to a next level, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like there's nothing wrong with saying like De'Aaron Fox needs shooters around him in order for him to take even another step, and
Mm-hmm.
that his improvement as a 3-point shooter this year is spectacular, and it's changing
Huge
the dynamic, and what it's going to look like next season. The fact that De'Aaron Fox made 212 something like that, 212 3-pointers this year,
huge. It's
absolutely remarkable. I mean, his career best the year before was what, 119, something like that. These are steps that are good, and they're the momentum that you need to carry forward. But again, he's a player. Domantas Sabonis they're both this type of player that need these other shooters all around them. They need the floor spacers. And when you start to feel like you're capping, that you're not going to be able to go above or hitting a plateau, and your team is not going to be able to move past that.
Yeah.
And let's be honest here. It's not like the Kings didn't see this as well. It's not like Monty McNair didn't see it as well. It's why he went into negotiations with the Toronto Raptors for Pascal Siakam.
Mm-hmm.
He sees the cap. He sees the plateau. He knows where his team is and how he's got to get it to the next step.
Yeah.
Whatever reason, whether the right deal wasn't there, or whether the right player wasn't available, or he might be available this summer, he didn't make a move. And I'm sure that there's a bunch of reasons.
Sure.
But those reasons also are part of the reason why we talk about maintain and improve. I think this team came really close to maintaining, but they did not hit the improvement part. And that's the problem. Like,
yeah,
you need, and in order for this team to improve, you have to improve the roster.
Yeah, I would, and that's where, just getting back to what Michael was talking about, because Michael was talking at the break, and I had stuff going on, so I couldn't get to him. But he's saying he's not talking about Mike Brown, and if you missed it last segment, Michael was talking about Mike Brown, but he said that he doesn't necessarily deserve to be fired, but do Mike Brown and Monty McNair deserve criticism for the season? Yes. How can they not? It's outrageous that I'm this crazy over emotional fan for pointing out that the Kings failed to improve. Whatever. And yeah, no, they did.
Yeah.
But I also don't, for me personally, I'm not, I don't believe that the coaching staff, I'm gonna say the coaching staff as a whole here, I don't think there were things that the coaching staff did or didn't do that facilitated that lack of improvement. I think some of it comes down to injury stuff that you can't help that. I think more of it comes down to what we've talked about all year. Every single thing that every single problem the Kings have comes back to, hey man, they don't have enough size and they don't have enough length. Pause. Like, that's it. Like, that's what this all comes down to.
Period.
When what do they?
Yeah.
They have trouble with the Pelicans. They have trouble with the Rockets. It's like, man, those are two teams, but they struggled at times with Oklahoma City. They struggled at times with Phoenix. It's the height, it's the rangy defenders, it's the guys who can knock down threes and play perimeter defense. That's where the league is trending, like wing play.
It trended that way 5 years ago.
Yes.
Maybe 8 years ago.
Yes. And they don't have answers for that. Keon Ellis, great. De'Aaron Fox being a really good perimeter defender, great. Keegan Murray, his defensive improvement, love to see it. But you need like 2 or 3 more guys like that.
Yes.
Like Keegan.
Yep. Who
can be switchable on the perimeter. And we talk about Monty McNair and the Rockets, and they shot all the threes, right? They were people talk about the Warriors and Steph and Clay, but the Rockets were the ones that were the high volume, 3 is worth more than 2 analytics team.
Yeah, it's Mike D'Antoni 7-second offense.
Yeah, and that's what over. But part of what made that Rockets team successful, and they ran into the Kevin Durant Warriors a couple times and came up short in those series. But a big part of the reason they were successful is because they had a lot of switchable players on defense with good size who could knock down threes when James Harden sprayed it to them when they got in the paint.
Yep,
that was the extent of it, and the Kings just don't have that. So right now, for me, that's kind of what I'm waiting on. is how does the front office bolster their biggest need this offseason? And from there, it's like, yeah, hey, now it's on the coaching staff.
Yep.
So, yeah, they definitely failed to improve for sure. If that's what you're looking for us to say, then I don't think there's much discussion there.
I mean, I'm literally the guy who asked Monty McNair about, like, you can clearly see the maintain, but where's the improve?
Yeah.
At the trade deadline. I asked him the question in the post-trade deadline conversation.
Yeah. It's not there. We'll continue discussing this, of course. The Kings have a game tomorrow, though, to try and extend their season. We'll take a look. I'll start looking at that one a little bit, and we will also dive into some of these other playoff and play-in matchups as well. That's all coming up on ESPN 1320. Second.
Okay, so Michael, this is why I'm going to pull this back up again, right? This is your first statement. Your claim is that Mike Brown is very media friendly, so me, a person who covers a team, is going to defend his position. It has nothing to do with that. I like Mike Brown. I like Dave Yeager. I like Luke Walton. I absolutely adore Alvin Gentry. Me and Michael Malone were very close. Me and Paul Westphal used to go out to lunch all the time. That has nothing to do with whether they're good coaches or not. Mike Brown has proven he's a good coach. And by you saying that the only reason I'm deflecting whatever, defending his position, it has nothing to do with his personality. Either you're a good NBA coach or you're not. And, again, like I would still tell you, everyone out there can say that Luke Walton is the worst coach ever. He's just the most horrible coach of all time. Look at his roster and be honest. And if you can't look at the roster that was assembled for him in his second season, this team would have been totally different. And I'm not saying better or worse. It would have been totally different if Vlade Divac didn't get fired after the bubble. If the bubble never happens, that team the next year that missed the playoffs by 2 games and had their 2 free agent signings were Hassan Whiteside and Glenn Robinson, the third. If that's your 2 signings and you lose Bogdan Bogdanovic and you lose Kent Bazemore and you lose Alex Len, you lose these pieces that were valuable the year before, like, how is a coach supposed to win? How is a coach supposed to win walking into a season with 7 or 8 players? And that's still, I get that this team knows that there's a way for them to take a leap and that they're waiting for this big home run. But in the meantime, while you're waiting for the home run, man, you better hit some singles. Like, you better have some guys on base so when the home run hits, you at least score some runs. Because right now, like, you keep waiting, it's going to be a solo shot. And what good does that do you? And, it's tough. So again, my point isn't to defend Mike Brown. My point is to, give some context to the discussion, but also, man, you look at his win-loss percentage for his career, he's a good NBA coach. He just took a team who hadn't made the playoffs in 16 years and made the playoffs.
No.
No, what?
John Poles asked if we're fighting tomorrow. Me and him.
Oh, no, he's tall.
Yeah, first of all, like, most people in the world could whoop my ass. So I'm not fighting anybody, much less somebody who's 7'12".
But you can guarantee this: if Kyle does get in a fight, I'll be right there next to him.
Just videotaping the whole thing.
No, it doesn't matter how beat up I am. I'm a gamer, Kyle. I'll have John Poles in a sleeper hold.
No, I don't.
You can bite his kneecaps. It's fine.
I don't care that much about Golden State winning tomorrow. It's much better for me personally if the Kings win. So that's where I'm landing. I'm not fighting anybody over this shit. I said this nachos because I'm cheesy.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Hey, we got stuff to give away.
Oh, yeah, we got to give a whole bunch of stuff away.
Yeah. So James is going to dip out a little bit early. So if you're super locked into this show and know the clocks, you will notice that the clocks are going to look a little different today.
Mm-hmm.
So James is going to cut out of here a little bit early. We will do the handoff, of course, at 11:45 with one of D-Lo or Casey. They'll jump in here, and we will take them into their show. Before James leaves, though, we have two things to give away. We'll do the first one right now. It is the Jiffy Lube Fast Break Player of the Game for Friday's game. Again, we're giving away $500 as well. We will give you a keyword for that coming up in a bit. Not right now, but that's coming up later.
Mm-hmm.
We're giving away $500. We took $5,000 from our boss, and we're giving it away over these next 2 weeks. We're giving away $500 today. Before we do that, though, we are also giving away a $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate and a chance to win a Sacramento Kings jersey, which we'll be giving away later in this week.
That's right.
Oh,
we are the gift that keeps on giving, Kyle.
ESPN1320.com is the website. The Jiffy Lube Fast Break Player of the Game contest page is front and center. You're going to click on that. Code word for Friday's game, De'Aaron. DE''AARON. De'Aaron Fox from the Kings game on Friday. He's our Jiffy Lube Fast Break Player of the Game. We are not going to discuss that game at all whatsoever because we have more important business to attend to, but we are still, of course, giving away, courtesy of our friends at Jiffy Lube, that $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate and a chance to win a Sacramento Kings jersey. It should be given away later on this week. De'Aaron, Jiffy Lube Fast Break Player of the Game for Friday.
That's right.
Whew. And we still got $500 to give away.
And we still have 500 smackaroos.
500
monies.
You know what they call it in England?
Uh-oh.
They're pounds, right? Like
yeah.
Instead of dollars, it's pounds. They call it quid.
Oh.
Like $50? Yeah, it's like 50 quid.
Oh.
Which is a great thing.
Okay.
The most English thing in England is Piccadilly.
Okay.
Piccadilly Circus is like the most English sounding thing.
Yeah. Well, what is it?
That's like a area.
It's an area. Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's like Doco.
Okay. Yeah.
Piccadilly Square. It's a whole.
Okay. Like Ghirardelli Square.
Yeah.
In San Francisco.
There's also a town called Biggleswade.
Biggleswade?
Yeah.
Wow.
Just peak England.
It feels like it should
so we're
be
giving away
Mr.
500 quid.
Biggleswade.
It's not quid because it's not British pounds, but $500. We'll be giving that away in a little bit. We'll be giving you a keyword, so stay tuned for that. We'll be giving you a keyword. We will give you 2 chances to enter. James and I will give you a chance to enter that win that $500, and D-Lo and Casey will also give you a chance to enter. So stay locked into ESPN 1320. Maybe you're listening in your car. You're like, I got to get out of the car. I'm not going to be able to listen. Good news. You have the free Odyssey app. Just follow ESPN 1320 and listen to us anytime, anywhere.
Oh.
Or you can check us out on YouTube at youtube.com/ESPN 1320. While you're there, hop in the chatty house, say hello, jump in. The water's fine. Stay away from the serial connection. He bites. And then twitch.tv/ESPN 1320.
Okay. They're saying De'Aaron is not working.
Maybe Fox? Oh, it might be Fox.
Oh.
Try Fox. I'm sorry. I might have messed that up. Fox. Fox.
Try that.
You know what? That's definitely what it was because we first said De'Aaron and then I was like, let's do Fox so I don't have to spell De'Aaron.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Fox.
Fox is working.
All right, hang on.
John Paul says
3,
it's working.
2, and 1. All right, ESPN1320.com is the website. Jiffy Lube Fast Break. Contest page is right there. Click on that. Enter the code word Fox. Because De'Aaron Fox is your Jiffy Lube Fast Break Player of the Game for Friday's game. We won't be discussing that game at all because we have other business to attend to, but Fox is your Jiffy Lube Fast Break Player of the Game for Friday's game. Shout out to Jiffy Lube, man.
Yeah, they've been amazing all season long.
Been incredible. They've been doing a ton of stuff, giving away $100 gift certificates, giving away jerseys. We'll be giving away that jersey a little bit later on this week. Of course, that's courtesy of our friends at Jiffy Lube. And needed an oil change and tire rotation and stuff with my car, and I got in and out of there real fast. Just on my way home, no appointment. Pulled up, they're like, "We got you."
You know, Kyle, I mentioned this last week. You know, the most difficult thing about you not being here last week, besides the fact that like we worked together on the rundowns and all that stuff, it's when the music comes on. I'm not used to talking first.
Oh,
so I'm usually just sitting there like, And it's like,
you gotta go.
wait.
You gotta talk.
I have to talk. Like, wait,
It's your turn.
it's my turn. I have to say something.
You know what we might work on for the next time I'm out?
Uh-oh.
We might work on giving you some buttons.
I don't know.
Dude, it's super easy. I'll show you where it is.
I guess.
I'll
Knocked
show you-
1025
No,
off
you
the
didn't.
air.
No, it's not your fault. It's not your
Jeez.
fault. But I can give you
It's a complete crap.
I can just give you so many buttons.
I'm a winner.
Yeah,
Like, wouldn't you don't
I guess. I still have to make sure I know where the red button is for the dump button.
Scotty Barnes.
Got it, Barnes. I can just do all of I can just like say them like one after another.
I guess.
I guess. Will
Nah.
not be slept on no more.
No, I will
You will not be slept on no more, brother.
I will show you how to log into this on Wider. It's super easy. And that way you'll have buttons. next
Kyle
time
is
I'm out.
tempting.
I'm not
fate.
gonna be
He
out
wants-
for a while though, fingers crossed.
He wants James to touch buttons. That's not good. Go ahead,
Oh,
Kyle.
maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll make a little K-pop playlist to pass out as well.
There it is.
You can do that this summer. The Kings host the Warriors, of course, tomorrow in the 9-10 play-in game. Lakers Pelicans, which to me is like it's been a weird thing where because the Lakers throttled the Pelicans so badly yesterday,
Mm-hmm.
there's just been this assumption that the Pelicans are going to lose again and that the winner of Kings Warriors will play the Pelicans.
Ah, boy.
I don't know that I'm buying it, man.
No?
Nah.
I certainly,
think
if
I'm
you're the
buying that.
Kings, you don't want to play the Pelicans.
No, that's worst case scenario.
And I'd say this. If I'm the Pelicans and I'm looking at the standings.
Stop.
I'm just
Stop.
I'm just
Don't
gonna
do
say,
this.
if
Don't
I'm
do
the
this.
Pelicans and I'm like, you know what? If I win the 7, I've got to play the Nuggets.
That's
if-
what
If I lose, there's a possibility I could play the Kings. Although, don't they play before? I think they play earlier in the day.
yes, the 9-10 game is after.
Okay. So I guess that should. But if I'm the Pelicans, I'm like, man, I think I can beat the Kings.
Dude, but
5-0.
but so if the goal is, again, this is not about the Kings, this is about the Nuggets. Okay. If the goal is to avoid playing the Nuggets,
Mhm.
both the Lakers and the Pelicans are going to want to do that. So we're just going to have this weird ass 7-8 game where neither team is trying to win.
Like epic game and not it.
Yeah, there's just LeBron sitting, Anthony Davis sitting,
Yeah.
Brandon Ingram, Zion sitting.
Well, that's not going to happen. And because it doesn't, just because the Kings are playing the Warriors, it could be the Warriors to represent the 9-10. And
Yeah.
that could be the team that you're facing. And I don't know what each of their, again, I guess they're 2-1 against the Warriors this year. The Pelicans are, which is so weird. They're 2-1 against, like, talk about the fairness of the scheduling. They're 2-1 against Golden State. They're 5-0 against the Kings. Why did they? I mean, I get the play-in tournament, but they're both Pacific Division. Why are the Kings playing
Weird thing.
so many more games against the Pelicans than anyone else has?
Weird thing.
Yeah.
Weird thing for sure. No, I saw Emmanuel Acho from Fox Sports do a video of this today. Like, if you're the Lakers, you've lost 8 consecutive games to the Nuggets. Why wouldn't you? It's like, because now you're playing for your playoff life if you lose the first one on purpose.
And you've lost 7 out of 8 to the Sacramento Kings.
Right.
You've lost to those
and
guys too.
I think they lost the season series to Golden State as well.
Yes, 3-1.
So why would you put, because look, Golden State beat the Lakers last week because they made 26 threes. They only won by like 12. But they just got scorching hot from 3 and beat the like that can just happen in a game.
Mhm.
You might be ice cold, they might be red hot, and now not only are you missing the Nuggets, you're missing the playoffs.
Do you remember that?
That's just so silly. The idea of like, yeah, hey, what if you lose this one on purpose?
Yeah.
To put your back totally up against the wall to make the playoffs at all, so you don't have to play the Nuggets in the play. I don't buy that. Give me 4 shots at the Nuggets over 1 shot at making the playoffs to try and play the Thunder, who are good, by the way.
Yeah.
it's not a layup that you're going to go house the Oklahoma City Thunder, regardless of what team you are.
Yeah. I'm with you, man. This is an interesting playoff. It really is,
It's
because
fascinating.
you're basically seeing teams that took like crazy leaps forward in both OKC and Minnesota, just like the Kings did last season, where they're all the way up at the top, and you're like, what in the world? How did they get all the way up here? And we have no idea what those teams are going to look like. Like, what are they going to look like in a 7-game series? At least the Timberwolves have some playoff experience there.
Yeah.
OKC, not so much. I don't even know. This is it's gonna be entertaining, and again, hat tip to whoever's idea the play-in tournament was. I do think it was it worked out to be absolutely brilliant. And that's with the Kings up until 2 days ago were actually an 8 seed, and you can kind of count on them. But yeah, Kyle, I also this weekend, maybe it's Friday, I asked Mike in pregame, hey, you realize that it very well could be as of Friday night, the 4 play-in teams were the Suns, the Warriors, the Lakers, and the Kings.
Jeez.
The Suns, the Warriors, and the Lakers all have a player who is a top 10 player of all time. A top 10 player of all time.
You have Kevin Durant as a top 10 player.
Kevin Durant is right there.
Allen. If
he's not a top 10 player of all time, he's number 11.
Interesting. Okay.
But Steph, sure, but what, number 6, number 7? LeBron, you make the argument for number 1. I'd make the argument for number 2 or number 3, but still, it doesn't matter.
That's amazing. We should.
That's
this summer, I would like to go through your top 10 because
I'll have my top 10 all later.
I like Steph as much as anybody. I don't know if he's in my top 10 all time.
Really?
I
will make this claim right here. He has changed the game as much as any player in the history.
Yeah. I'll buy that.
Okay.
I'll buy that for sure. But we can, like I said, we can put a pin in that for another day. Regardless, you have Hall of Famers out the wazoo.
8 with Hall of Famers between those other teams.
Yeah.
8. I mean, at a minimum.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the Pacific Division, what do we did the count one time. I think it's 12.
It's a lot.
12 Hall of Famers.
The Clippers probably have 2.
No.
3.
4.
4?
You don't think Paul George makes a Hall of Fame?
I have Paul George, Kawhi, Russell Westbrook. Oh, and James Harden. Yeah.
James Harden.
4. Yeah.
4. Warriors, 4.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
2 for the Suns. Now we're at 10.
We're putting Book in for sure.
At this point, yeah. I mean, look at how many times. Yeah.
Okay.
I have a tough time.
Okay.
I mean,
it's a lot. It's a lot of really, really good players in the Pacific.
Yeah.
Or really, maybe
wild.
maybe not at their peaks of what they were, but tough to beat in a play-in one game
series. Yeah. Like, what are you gonna do?
Yeah. The East is a joke.
Just straight up.
It is.
The East is a joke.
The Bulls and Hawks are the 9-10 play-in game in the East. I can't think of a game I want to watch less than that.
There's a lot of matchups that, well,
no, at least Cavs Magic is okay. That's 2 youngish teams kind of trying to get there, figuring out their way, and that'll be a fun 4 or 5. I think knockdown, drag out type of series. It might not be beautiful basketball, but I think it'll be fun to watch. Pacers Bucks, hell yeah, brother. Give me that rivalry all day.
Yeah, brother.
I am in there. Whether Giannis is playing or not, I think that's going to be fun. And then you'll have the Knicks against the winner of Sixers Heat.
Okay.
Which I think could be a really, really fun series. And then you have the Celtics against, I think it's going to be the Heat. I think we're going to get Celtics Heat in round 1.
Okay.
And I'm there for it. I'm here for it. That should be fun.
We were going to talk about this before, but there's this weird thing that happens with the standings too.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So Philadelphia 47-35, they are the 7 seed, right? And then you have the Heat at 46-36. You also have the Lakers at 47-35. You have the Kings at 46-36 and Golden State at 46-36. So if all of these 46 and 36 teams, so the Kings, the Warriors, and the Heat, if all three of those don't make the playoffs, which is totally possible,
Yeah.
then they all tie for the 12, 13, 14, and it becomes coin flips, right?
Literal coin flips?
No, it's coin flips, like literal
Like-
coin flips. Like
Like an NBA official standing there with a coin.
there's a room that they go to, and there's a coin flip, and teams win and lose. It's the Kings notoriously.
Do they televise this?
They move up. No, but the Kings in like throughout history have moved up.
Why would you not televise this?
I don't know, because
Lean
there's
into
coin
the-
flips
dude-
all over, right?
Televise them all. Let us bet on them. What are we doing? Oh my God.
Well, here's a crazy thing too. Like of the bottom teams, I see Charlotte at 21-61 and Portland at 21-61. There's a coin flip. So when the lottery happens, you have the equal amount. So if you're both tied for 4, they take the 4 and the 5.
Mhm.
They combine the amount of opportunities you have to move up in the draft, and then they split that down the middle, right?
Okay.
So you both have like 4.5, not 4, right? Percent chance of
Mhm.
whatever the percent chances are. That's what you have. And then the coin flip decides that if neither one of you move up, but you'll both move back, whoever it is that wins
my
the coin flip, they
God.
move up. But there's really not a bunch of coin flips in the top 5 or the top 10. There's only that one that I can see. But there's a possibility that, there's a coin flip for the 12, 13, 14. On
Mhm.
top of that, if instead of the Kings, let's say the Kings lose to Golden State, and then Golden State beats the Lakers, right?
Okay.
The Lakers drop into the lottery,
Okay.
and the 47 wins, pushes the Kings down like up the draft board.
Right. Up the draft board. Right.
And then the same with Philadelphia. If Philadelphia loses, you could conceivably have the Kings drafting number 12 in this year's draft if both Philadelphia and the Lakers are above you, if they neither make the playoffs.
But that doesn't, from everything, I have not done an NBA draft deep dive.
Yeah.
But every smart person I have seen talk about this year's draft, it's a potentially the worst NBA draft of all time, or whatever hyperbolic thing is being thrown around about it. There's no consensus number 1. It's not like, oh, hey, there's 4 players that are really good. It's just apparently just a wasteland.
Okay.
So why would moving up to
Because
I just don't think it matters that
the
much.
top 4 picks in the draft, there isn't a consensus number 1.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
We have no idea. Like Sar could go 1, he could go 2, he could go 3. Like there's no consensus, and nobody considers any of them like superstar potential. Like, could they make all-star? Could they be that type of player? Could they be like a certain tier? Sure. But outside of the top 4 or 5, the draft plays out like any other draft. You have basically solid talent all the way through. And so there is a difference between being number 14 and number 12, because you're 2 picks higher in the draft, and there could be A, someone that you love a lot more at number 12, but B, someone else could love somebody right there and want to move into that spot.
Sure.
So there's potential. This isn't a great draft, but that doesn't mean that, again, we can go back to like one of the historically bad drafts, like the Ben McLemore draft, right? The 2013 NBA draft, which is, and you can kind of circle it and say, oh, this is a horrible, horrible NBA draft. But it's really not. It's only horrible in the top 10. After the top 10, it's actually a really, really good draft. And so that's where I would caution people, don't get too tied up in how bad this draft is. If the Kings draft, they could find a player at number 12 that helps him. So just this draft, the 2013, Anthony Bennett, number 1, Oladipo, number 2, Otto Porter, number 3, Cody Zeller, number 4, Alex Len, number 5, Nerlens Noel, number 6, Ben McLemore, number 7. Number 8 is Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. Number 9.
Good career.
Yeah, but a top 10 pick? No. Number 9 is Trey Burke. You're like, oh, that's horrible. Then you hit number 10. Number 10 is CJ McCollum. Number 11 is Michael Carter-Williams, who wins the Rookie of the Year. Number 12 is Steven Adams. Number 13 is Kelly Olynyk. Number 14 is a throwaway in Shabazz Muhammad. Number 15,
Bazzi.
Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Mm.
So like, look, there are good players. Even the 2017 NBA draft where De'Aaron Fox goes number 5,
Mhm.
the Kings took number 10, traded for 15 and 20.
Mhm.
Number 10 is Zach Collins. Number 13, Donovan Mitchell. Number 14, Bam Adebayo.
Okay, I have a question for you.
Yep.
Let's say this. Okay. Again, all of this plays out, and the Kings are picking 12th in this year's draft.
Yep.
There's a player they really like at number 12. I don't even want to make a player comp. So let's just say there's a player they really like at 12.
Mhm.
And they're like, hey, here's a 6'8" wing who can shoot, and he was all defense in his conference 3 times. And he shot 38% from 3 for his career. Are they taking that player, or Atlanta calls and says, hey, why don't we make this thing official?
Why don't you just take him?
You have this pick, or we'll take this pick. Our pick will convey, but we get this player. A, is that something that can happen? And B, would the Kings rather have their pick convey or get a player they like in this year's draft and have their future picks tied up?
Yeah. Okay.
I hope I explained that correctly.
No, I totally get what you're saying.
Okay.
So yes, Atlanta can call and say, hey, can we work something out? And the Kings could make a decision, yes or no.
Like
Kings,
on draft night.
Yeah, the Kings could also go to Atlanta and say, hey, what do you think? And they would say yes or no. Like if it's the Kings calling Atlanta, the Kings are going to have to give up something. If it's Atlanta calling the Kings, it's probably going to be like maybe giving up something, but nothing like huge. I would say the Kings are listening no matter what, right? And the Kings might even call and make that call and offer. And the reason why is because if you give up to 2024, then you have access to all your picks moving forward and you have a war chest, right? But there's also the possibility that Atlanta's like, hey, this draft isn't good enough. And we don't want an extra pick in this year's draft.
So let's say the Kings try and do that. Let's get away from draft night. The Kings call on next Monday.
Yep.
And say, hey, can we work this out? Would that technically be trading the pick where they now can't trade 25?
No, because once July 1st happens, it all resets. So the Stepien rule doesn't carry over.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Got me? So like even last year, like technically the Kings couldn't trade their pick. They traded their pick. They did. They took the 24th pick in the draft, which was Olivier Maxim Prosper, and they traded him with Rashawn Holmes to the Dallas Mavericks for like a like deep like European prospect that was drafted years ago. That's never coming over.
Yeah.
Like so you can trade but you have to wait until number one, you can select someone for someone, but then you make the trade after July 1st.
Oh, okay.
And so you're just trading a player, not a pick, right?
Okay.
And the same thing, but the problem is you can't go out. You can't extend out. So, like, again, the Kings right now, they can trade every other year a pick. So they could trade, if they give up their pick, they could trade 25, they could trade 27, they could trade 29, they could trade 31. If they don't have their pick, then that's
all tied up.
Yeah, then it ties it up. Yeah.
Okay. Let's give something away before you get out of here.
Oh, yeah, let's do it.
We have the Nothing But Net $500 giveaway beginning right now. I'll play some music. I'll need some more dramatic music than this, but we'll just do this for now. We'll match good. Shout out.
I love it.
The Nothing But Net $500 giveaway. Let's take that out. Sorry, Chatty House. Begins now. We'll be giving you a keyword now. D'Lo and KC will give you one later. That's 2 opportunities to win $500 today. We're going to win $500 a day for the next 2 weeks. Your first keyword for the Nothing But Net giveaway is buzzer. Buzzer. As in buzzer.
Oh.
I'm not going to spell it for you. Go figure out how to spell it. Google it if you have to.
Buzzer.
Not a hard word.
Okay.
So you're going to go to ESPN1320.com and you're going to enter your info and the 2 keywords that we just gave you and that D'Lo and Casey will give you later. And you will be entered to win $500. We're going to have a winner today. You and I won't. D'Lo and Casey won't.
I will
But
not
you'll
be able to
learn.
say I am a winner.
No, but you will learn that you've won today.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's
So
exciting.
go to ESPN1320.com. You're going to enter your 2 code words. So write down buzzer, the one we just gave you. D'Lo and Casey will be giving you one a little bit later on in their show. And you will be entered to win $500 thanks to the Nothing But Net giveaway.
Mm-hmm.
So check it out. ESPN1320.com. You're going to need 2 keywords. First one, buzzer. The second one, coming up later. All right. That's it for James today. He's got to go run and catch media availability. Casey going to be joining us next for the handoff as we lead into D'Lo and Casey right here on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center.
These people out there.
Oh, there he is.
There he is. What's going on?
Oh, yeah, I was just trying to stumble my way through a giveaway. No big deal.
Got the big $500 giveaway today. No, you're here.
I know I am.
Yep. Thanks, everybody. Oh, we need to tell them hit the thumbs up. Got a lot of people in there.
Everybody in here, hit the thumbs up. Yeah, you need 2 code words to enter. Oh, try it. See what happens. I don't know. I'm reading what's in front of me here.
You gotta hit him with. I don't know, man. What?
I got nothing for you.
Wow.
It says enter your info in the 2 keywords.
Well, you have 2 opportunities to win.
Okay. I'm just reading what's in front of me. I'm just here so I don't get fined.
There it is. Nobody wants to get fined. All right. I'm out.
My man.
Is Dame here already?
Yeah, he's here. Appreciate you, bro.
Hi, Doug. See you mañana. Yes, sir.
Yep.
What up, everybody?
Kenny Caraway, everybody. Can we get some applause for? Can we get some applause for Kenny Caraway?
Crickets.
Let's get some applause.
Thank you. That's a good applause.
Thanks, man.
England?
Yeah.
Had you been there before?
No.
Oh, man, I specifically want to get to London.
I had never been out of the country before.
Really? I mean, I've only been out once.
It was cool, man. We had a really, really good time. The underground is like $1.
What's the underground?
Their subway system.
Um,
It costs more depending on where you go.
yeah.
But if you stay within the same like zone,
Yeah.
and so there's this like loop, this one that just goes in a circle, and there's like 15 stops along this route. You could take it anywhere, and it's like $1. And you don't have to have a certain card. You just beep your like tap on your credit card.
Oh, they got that figured out.
Bro,
Yeah, they
it
got
is
that figured
just
out. They got that figured out.
yeah, man. Had a great
I
time.
want to get over there, man. I like London. London's got a New York City type of feel, and I love New York City. So, or at
Yeah,
least
it just-
look
it-
from
Yeah, there's parts of it that definitely, it was funny. You can see while you're walking around, like, oh, this is where Chicago got that.
Mm,
Oh, this is where San Francisco got that. Oh, this is where New York got that. Because it's been there for
Yeah.
so long. Every building is just old. I mean, there's parts with like new. Their skyline has all this new, but so much of when you're walking around, it's just everything's old.
mm. So
But it's cool, man. It's so dope.
I like that. Man, I know it's gonna be crazy for the Olympics in that whole little area, that whole Paris to
Yeah.
Damn.
That's what we were gonna do. We were gonna do London, Paris, Italy, but then we had some stuff come up, so we couldn't be gone that long. But all right, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen. Brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James Ham is black?
Can you imagine somebody tuning into this for the first time? Like, that is not what I thought James was going to look like. Kenny Caraway here for the handoff. James Ham, the Kings have some media availability today. So James is going to cover the Kings, which is obviously what he does. So Kenny Caraway hopping in for the handoff here. Where are we at? Here we go. He's Kenny Caraway.
Acknowledge me.
I do it right?
Yes, sir.
Oh, come
yes, sir. Well, actually, I say yes, sir first.
Yeah.
But
Oh, that's my bad.
No, don't worry.
You don't. That's a dry run. You and
That's it,
you guys
man.
coming up at noon.
Yeah, man. Oh, man. It's happening again. Kings Warriors again with the season on the line again.
I guess today is the 1 year anniversary of Game 1.
Yeah, I saw that.
I mean,
That was a hell of a moment. Did you go to game? You were at game?
no, I was in Tahoe with some friends. I was unemployed at that point.
That's right.
Yeah. So I was in Tahoe with three people,
that's
bro.
right,
Here's
that's
where
right.
again. So I've been, I'm in Tahoe with my wife,
Mhm.
her maid of honor from our wedding, or matron of honor, I guess is what they're called when they're married, and then her husband. Her husband is a sports guy, but not like tapping in to watch. They're from Kansas. He's not tapping into Warriors Kings necessarily.
Right.
If it's on, he'll watch and stuff, but he's not like, let's get dialed.
Yeah.
So it was a weekend of we're just gonna go and just consume substances the whole weekend, kind of vibe.
Yeah,
And
I
bro,
feel you. Yeah.
they're over there having a great time, laughing, joking, and I'm on the couch just watching on my computer and just living and dying with everything. Everything I've drank and ingested has worn off, but and
Yeah.
I am just dialed in. But dude, the thing that I will never forget about Game 1 is just how unbelievably loud
Mm.
it sounded on TV.
Oh man, and it was
Like even on
tenfold.
and like being at a game versus watching on TV, like you can like, okay, every crowd on TV, unless it's super dead, is like sounds, mostly the same.
right.
But man, it was just a
That was the
like buzz the entire. It was
You know what the crazy thing
That was a
about
moment.
that too?
that was a moment.
I would wonder if this actually happened. I don't know. I would wonder if this actually happened. But I think the hangar doors were open. And I don't know if you've seen video from that day, but they showed it on the big board on L Street on the
Mhm.
parking garage. And they had people that went from the sidewalk all the way up to probably where Tom's is right now,
Mhm.
watching the game.
Nuts.
So that
Nutty.
whole
Nutty.
like walkway and everything else like that. And
Nutty.
I say that to say, I think that the hangar doors were open. I don't know if that sound didn't reverberate into the arena and what you
Mm.
heard. I mean, because that and then
Maybe.
you see pictures afterwards of that game in the Doco area. There was
A movie.
17,000, definitely a movie.
Cinema.
17,000 in the arena. There was probably 25,000 in Doco. I would say
It was
Like,
so many people.
insane.
So
One of the
many people.
greatest days, if not the greatest day this city's ever seen.
Wow.
Yeah, pound for pound.
Dang.
Yeah,
I need you to rank the great days in Sacramento history.
I'm probably the wrong person to do
And it was a fun game too. Like it was a good,
Oh, yeah.
it was a good ass
Yeah.
basketball game.
absolutely.
It's so funny because we had a whole series of that, right? We had 7 games.
Mhm.
We had the back and forth on the internet and with 95.7 and again, I don't work at either place at this point. I'm just watching. I was
You
like,
just
oh my
watching,
God,
getting your
like,
popcorn
no.
ready,
But no, so
You're like J. Cole just watching this whole
dude,
beef
I'm just
go down
hanging out.
here.
I'm just hanging out. So all that was going on, and I had no fun
Mm.
that entire time. because I obviously rock with you guys and like you guys a
Yeah.
lot, but I got friends over at 95. So, and I'm from the Bay Area, and I got friends who are Warriors fans, and that's where I'm at.
Right.
But at the same time, like I like you guys so much, and I'm like, man, this should be such a cool thing.
Yeah.
Like getting to watch. Okay, like, and I said this to you guys like really early on last season. I did a hit with you guys, and people in the chatty house were like, yeah, hey, come over. We can, come be, root for the Kings. And it's like, no, this is your guys' thing.
Yeah.
Like I love it for you, for you guys.
Yeah.
That's what I want. But I didn't get to enjoy it that way in the playoffs because it was just so like angsty. And this year it's so funny because both fan bases are like,
oh no, they're like, that was a stressful 3 weeks.
I hated it.
It was a
Hated every
stressful 3
second of
weeks.
it.
So like I think a lot of people don't want to go down that level of stress again. I
Mm.
will say this though, I felt that way early on. There's still a big part of me that does feel that way, but it's one game, and it's happening like tomorrow. Like it's not a big buildup. It's a quick turnaround, one game. I'm looking forward to it, man. I really am.
Yeah, it'll be, and that's the thing is, I think for the most part, again, it different individual by individual, but I think for the most part, that's where everybody's kind of at. Is, hey, if the season ends here, it ends here, and if it doesn't, then okay, maybe we got some action.
Yeah, that's what it is. And for Kings fans, I'll tell you right now, we got a built-in excuse.
Oh yeah?
Oh yeah, Malik Monk ain't there.
Oh,
We got a built-in excuse. So if it goes bad,
Okay,
oh man,
let's show.
Hey, oh, whoa. The hell was that? Especially this week.
this is
Oh man, it's somebody getting real disrespectful around here. Real disrespectful. We got
all right,
built-in
man.
excuse.
Is that what is that what you guys are all Kings dubs today?
All Kings dubs today. I mean, and NBA.
Sure.
Just looking at the playoffs a little bit. So yeah, but it's Kings.
I'm out on the Bucks. Bucks are losing to the Pacers.
I got to know what's going on with Giannis.
I don't know if it matters. Bucks losing to
No,
the
it
Pacers.
matters. If Giannis is there, the Pacers don't stand a chance in hell.
Mm.
They don't stand a chance. Although that is the matchup that basically got Adrian Griffin fired. Like
Yep.
they lost to them like 4 times. But playoff time, if Giannis can go, yeah, so long, Indiana.
All right. That's KC.
Yeah.
D'Lo and KC coming up next on ESPN 1320. Thanks everybody for listening to The Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. All right, y'all. Appreciate you guys. Everybody go ahead and hit that thumbs up for me below the video on YouTube. Let's get D'Lo and KC way up there in likes.
Please.
We'll talk to you guys tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Well, I'm here.
Yeah. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Kenny's going to talk to you guys for the next 4 hours. Or if he just left, just went home.
I'm out of here.
Good work day.
Oh, boy. It's funny. Everything that we got going on right now. And yeah, man, we got a 4-hour show, then we got
What's up, Chatty House? Question mark. Appreciate you, brother. Yes, sir. We're at Sky River Friday.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, very good. Very good. Yep. That's tremendous. Tremendous. Make sure we give my man C Webb some love right there.
Absolutely. I'm going to put that in there. I was thinking the same thing.
Go. Appreciate y'all being with us. As always.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one
Let's
spot.
go, baby. Let's let them ride one more time. Come on now. Let them air horns ride. Hey, a win is a win. A win is a win. Who knows? This might be the last time we hear it this year. Young Zell, come on.
Wait a minute. They do not know what Sacktown brings. When on the low, that's a Sacktown thing. Talking about us, it's a bounce out thing. Must they forgot we some Sacramento Kings. Whole squad going crazy, yeah, we back with it. Northern Cali going crazy, one sack winning. If you doubted us, then ain't no back spinning. This is real right here, ain't no catfishing. So tell me what you see now.
See now.
Coming down the lane off the rebound. It's 9-16 now.
Look to the sky like the beam now. Tell them like the beam. Hey.
You know what?
Hey.
Got to.
Hey, got to, man.
Got to.
Man. Come on now.
Got to.
Young Zell, Harlow's, May 25th. You already know what it is, man. Problem in the building.
First 2, baby. Actively black. Come on.
Hey.
Sack crowd, make sure everyone knows. Let me tell you how this thing really goes. Yeah, we travel deep. Whether we home or on the road, we lit. You don't want that smoke with a team of the year. We shaking things over here, don't doubt. We believe over here, we don't bleed over here. And let me just speak real clear. Only
Speak
you
with
real
real
kings
kings
over
over
here.
here.
So tell me what you see now.
See
Coming down the
now.
lane off the rebound.
Rebound. It's 9-16 now. Look to the sky like the beam now. Hey.
Tell them like the beam, like the
Let them air horns ride. Hey. One more again for our brother Young Zell. Come on, man.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
Sit down. Get comfortable. We're here with you on this station for the next 4 hours. We're on your radio for the next 7 hours.
Yes.
And we're so happy that you're here with us. I'm Damian Borling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
Talk to him, wise man. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Shout out to the wise man, Deuce Mason. Got to spend some time with him for the first time
Shout
on
out,
Sunday.
wise man.
Walked right up to me and put the one in the sky. I said, "Yes, wise man. Yes, wise man. Thank you for being here."
Come on, man. Let's get it on, man. You know, we did some TV yesterday. My mood is kind of shifted.
82 effing games later. And we are right back to where we started. An entire season later.
Yeah.
We are right back to where we started. Damn near a calendar year later. And we are right back to where we started, talking about a single game and a single team, the Sacramento Kings and the Golden State Warriors, in a win or go home game tomorrow night at the Golden One Center.
In the words of DMX, let's get it on. Come on. Let's go. Yesterday. Oh, what did I get from my DMX, by the way? Let's get it on. That was a little better.
That was a little better, but no.
But yeah, man. Yesterday we doing some TV, CBS 13 Sports Sunday. Sarah and Jake, what up, though? And it was still pretty new. It was like, man, I gotta see these guys again.
Yeah.
Not really feeling it. And it's not really like being afraid of the Warriors. The Warriors aren't like some type of championship team. It's just I don't want to deal with that again. That was my initial thought. But got a chance to sleep on it, woke up.
I want to also just be clear to what you're talking about. You talk about championship team, and there you're talking about like the Nuggets and the Celtics, and but the Warriors are playing incredible basketball right now. They're playing the best basketball that they have all year. I'd argue it might be the best basketball they played in 2 years.
They're playing good ball. They're playing good ball. But like I said, I don't like the Warriors at all whatsoever. I have no worries that if the Kings don't get them, their season will be done soon. Like they're not one of them type of teams. They're just not. So it's not really that. It's a situation of I was just burnt out with dealing with all this. It's a lot dealing with in this last year, this calendar year of Kings Warriors. I was like, man, I don't want to deal with this at least for another 2 years or whatever the case may be. But yet here we are in a one-game situation when to go home. I wasn't really feeling it. Slept on it, woke up. I'm ready. Let's go.
So why the change in mood?
Part of it has to do with the fact that it's one game. Dealing with another series, probably, I don't want to deal with a series. Plus, with the way the Kings are currently put together with no Malik and no Herter, I don't know if they can win a series against anybody. So that wouldn't be as intriguing for me.
Yeah. But
a one-game situation at home with the Golden One Center going crazy. I know I was there on Friday, didn't get a chance to go on Sunday. And one of the thoughts on Friday was, even though everybody was really down, they're like, man, I don't know if we can win 2 games to get into the playoffs or anything like that. A lot of the people, the Reggies and the Dales, a lot of the security guys I talked to, people around the arena, they're like, man, let's get one more here, man. Like let's not let Sunday be the end. Let's get back here at least one more time. If we would get to a series, at least 2 more times. You can get swept, but I want to see more basketball here at the Golden One Center. And we got that. One, possibly more than one.
That's short-sighted. I would have preferred that the someone lose and the Kings wound up playing on the road.
No. That's I'm fine with that. And we're all fine with that. But the whole thought was, even if you'd have 2 shots at it. So if you lost the road one, we'd still get one more back at the crib or whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
And
wasn't in the cards.
No, wasn't in the cards. Thanks to the Pelicans for nothing.
Yeah, wasn't in the cards.
But yeah, man, they get an opportunity to come back, play another game at the crib in front of that crowd. It's going to be bananas on Tuesday night at the Golden One Center. And I'm hyped up for it. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. I'm not there. I'm not there. And I was, it's really just, I was trying to talk myself out of this line of thinking a second ago, but the game is hard to not shy away from the game. Like I ain't shying away from the game, but okay, hypothetically, the Kings beat the Warriors. All right, Kings beat the Warriors. Then what? You didn't actually. I think where I'm struggling is I've maintained for a little over a week now. I think they got one in them. They got one. If they win tomorrow night, I would not be shocked. They got one in them. They have 2 though, and that was a conversation we were having late last week. And the thing that I keep getting hung up on is okay, hypothetically, the Kings beat the Warriors. They didn't actually win anything. They didn't get eliminated. They won the right to play another play-in game. And that's where I just keep getting stuck because I know, and I get it. There's no, and what I was trying to like talk myself out of that line of thinking. And I was using the NCAA tournament as an example, right? You don't win when you advance, but there is a certain level of prestige for coaches and teams when you go to like the Sweet 16. That's why they have these cute little names, the Sweet 16, the Elite Eight, the Final Four. You don't win anything with any of those, but you know how many times coaches have been there because it kind of goes on the resume.
Yeah.
30 Sweet 16 appearances, 29 Elite Eight appearances. Like those go on the resume. This gives you the right to play another play-in game. And that's where I'm getting hung up on. Obviously, I want the Kings to win, but I'm just so hung up on the fact of I use the way that the Warriors are playing. I think the Lakers are playing pretty well. The Kings are not. And there's just no way around that. Like the Kings are not playing good basketball right now.
They're not winning. They're not finding a way to win.
That's part of this time of year, though.
I'm not
going
to dispute that, but they're not.
They're not getting blown out by 40.
And they're not. I don't think they're playing bad basketball. They're just not able to get over the hump right now.
Well, okay, fine. We could play semantics if you want to. You've got to get over the hump. These are win or go home games.
Mm-hmm.
You got to get over the hump. You've got to close. Like you could play. Like what's it good? Hey, the Kings played really well against the Warriors last night. It's going to be the Warriors and Lakers on Friday, but the Kings played really well. Like that's not going to do anything for anybody. Like they've got to find a way to win these games. If they're in a situation like they were on Friday night, you've got to find a way to win that game. That loss on Friday was
tough.
Man,
That was tough.
it's not the blown 20-point lead. It's not Dame.
Mm-hmm.
But damn, like the turnover, which was, I mean, Domas is phenomenal. That is just inexcusable.
That can't happen.
Inexcusable. And then the rest of their points came at the foul line.
Mm-hmm.
Now we could argue De'Aaron being fouled. Like we could do that till we're blue in the face. But like that is just a brutal way to lose that game in that moment of the season.
Absolutely.
Got to find a way to close those games.
Absolutely, 100%.
And salute, yesterday's game was exactly what it was supposed to be.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to be critical of that. Like that game was exactly what it was supposed to be.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, the bottom line is winning at this time of year. But what I'm getting at is I think they are playing good basketball, and they have to find one more thing to close these things out. And there's a difference between just losing, right? Like you're not in these games. You're down. You don't have to be getting blown out, but you're down 12 most of the game. Maybe you fight back. Like you're just not capable. Them losing leads tells me they're playing good basketball. They have to find a way to close, and that can happen. That can happen Tuesday. You can play the same type of basketball, find a way to close, and like, oh, we done figured it out. We're good, or we got over that hump, or whatever the case may be. And another thing that happens with winning, because I don't think they can win like a series as presently constituted, but there is power in a locker room and with the team with your season not ending, with not wanting your season to end. So you say what comes of it if they win this game on Tuesday? They could be energized and they could have a certain level of belief going into that game on Friday because they kept their season alive.
So I want you to talk more about that. We're just getting started. We're with you for the next 4 hours. It's D'Lo and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino. We're just getting started. I'm sorry, brought to you by Sky River Casino, where we will be live this Friday. Live show, 32 Brew Street. Come through. We're going to talk about that all week here on ESPN 1320.
Oh, Kamara. Kamara not going to miss a chance to tell you how the Kings stink.
Yeah, Kamara wasn't in the text thread one time when they were playing well this year.
Kamara ain't going to find it. He ain't going to miss an opportunity to tell you they stink.
We'll probably talk about it later, but I wanted to hate the Drake diss so bad.
That shit was fire.
And then I opened it. It's like, oh no, this is great.
That shit was fire.
Yeah, he did a good job.
That shit was fire.
It wasn't fire.
Nah, that shit was fire.
I got hip to a group text that I'm not involved in last night.
Which one?
Our friend Sean Cunningham. Sean
didn't want to give it no type of love or respect. He said none.
Sean got angrier and angrier talking about Drake the longer we talked. Yeah, it was good stuff.
That shit was fire. He did that. He absolutely did that. The thing with Drake is so they did a shout out to DJ Academics for what he did on
Saturday.
Mm-hmm. I mean, and that's an example of like all the people that say radio is dead. It'll never die because there's just not always a DJ Academics for when radio ain't there.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And people, wanting to talk about it, wanting to hear what's going on. What if the Lucky Act was there? If Act wasn't there, people would just be lost with their tweets. That's not entertaining. And that's just music. Think about sport. Think about if there was no radio in sports. Like that wouldn't work. So not saying that podcasts and all that other stuff don't have a place because they're popping, but sports radio at least, they never going nowhere. But I don't know if Drake really has something and he's like, yo, I got stuff in the chambers. I'm ready to cook. I'm ready for war, all this other stuff. Or he's doing one of those things like the situation that time on Jersey Shore where he's trying to act crazy to scare off the guy that he knows he can't beat up. Because he telling Ack, he's like, yo, tell him to put the diss out. Tell him to put it out. Put it out now. I'm telling you, put it out now. And I'm like, does he have more in the chamber, or is he the situation in this one? That's what happened. Situation was about to fight Ronnie. The situation was like, I'm scared. This dude's gonna beat me down. I'm gonna act crazy to make him think that maybe he shouldn't fight me. And he slammed his head into the wall. And he thought it was like a regular plywood wall, like in America, but it was like a concrete wall. It slammed his head, jammed his neck, and everything. So I don't know which one Drake is.
It was a shoot wall, not a work wall.
I don't know which one Drake is right now. But
by the way, is this a work or is this a shoot? You think they all have beef with each other? Or are we all just making money and getting our publicity up?
I'm not sure. Right now, I don't know if it's beef. I think it's more competition than beef. I don't think they hate each other or they see each other in the streets like they'll want to fight.
So that's what I think. These are competition too. I
think it's just, who wants to be number one, who wants to be looked at as the best in this era, and that's what they're going for right now.
I don't say this very often, but shout out to Kimberly. I'm 100%. She just sensed something may be wrong. Brought me something.
Well, look, she can butter you up if she wants to. We're not cool for 48 to 72 hours.
That's fine.
I already let her know what time it was.
That's all right. She can butter me up all she wants to because she got me.
Just let it be known.
Well, no, there's no need for that. No, we're good. Okay.
Next 2 days, you know what time it is.
This is not coming from me. Thank you. He's crazy. I just thank you. He's Drake dropping the diss track. Shout out to Kimberly. This is amazing.
Yeah, that's fine. No, there ain't no shout out to Kimberly right now, though.
I know.
She the ops.
She's one of them.
She the ops.
I know. I saw Stacey Kaufman walking around here talking on her stupid little phone. She was probably talking to Steve Kerr, talking about, hey coach, you got to play it neutral, but good luck.
Her boy is Clay.
I think her boy is Draymond.
Oh gosh.
I need to ask her. I think as a shoot is Draymond.
I always thought she loved Clay the most, but you might be right.
She always repping for Draymond on her stupid social media account when she's at those games. I didn't want to talk to none of these people.
It's on. We ain't.
I actually got here and forgot Kim was one of them.
I didn't.
Not completely.
There ain't no handshake, ain't no high five, nothing going on.
Is our boss with us? The boss? Sometimes she's San Francisco,
no,
sometimes
she
she's
ain't
SAC.
with us. No, she ain't with us. No, she ain't with us. I know I saw her walking around. I don't know if she's in her office, but I don't think she's with us.
Nah, I don't think so either.
She said she's gonna play it neutral. She ain't gonna play it neutral. I ain't never seen her post a picture of Malik
Stacey
Monk.
Cole.
Yeah. Wait, what's that mean?
It should just bow out. I'm not picking a side. Yeah, right.
That felt like a shot at
I
Cole.
don't want these problems.
That's what he
Yeah,
do.
felt
Ain't
like
a
a
shot.
shot
That's
at
what
Cole.
he is. He's trying to play it neutral.
By the way, don't fall for that AI crap like I did.
AI is really.
It's getting all of us, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's ruining everything. This is absolutely ruining everything.
See, we can't even have a good battle in this day and age with stupid ass technology.
And my first thought was Kendrick dropped something the next day. All right. Okay.
That's what they call him for.
Well, all right.
They say he got something ready. They say he got something ready. They say he got something ready.
Who said that? The streets?
The streets. Yes, the streets. Streets ain't been wrong yet, right?
No,
They told you Drake was going to drop. They even laid out to how it was going to happen. He was going to wait till after.
Well, I don't think
Future
it was
Metro Boomin.
the streets that said that. I think it was podcasts that said that.
They in the streets.
Oh.
Well, they're hearing it from the streets too.
All right.
Drake was also letting us know on Instagram as well and stuff like that. What's going on?
A pen and a notepad. Boy, Rick Ross is having himself a day. We'll talk about all this stuff later. I'm a little frustrated with Rose, but he's enjoying this. Your girl just walked by. We're gonna get her. We're gonna find out who she with. Yeah, yeah, get her. We're gonna find out who she's with. Katie walks out there and says, "I need to talk to Stacy." Oh, okay. No, hey, who you with? Oh, look at this. Look at this. Who's your favorite player on that team? Because we were debating that on what team on the Warriors.
I said it was Clay.
I said it was Draymond.
Okay, so I love all three of them. How can you not choose Steph?
Okay.
Well, that's acceptable.
But if Steph wasn't on the team, it's Clay all day.
You was trying to sneak out.
Clay all day.
Boy, you rep Draymond something tough though.
I appreciate Draymond's passion, which I would.
If I behaved like Draymond,
Passion.
would you like that?
You know that I would have put up.
Okay.
Look, I was gonna say so. They're afraid of you acting like Draymond.
Well, I get called into meetings, so don't act like Draymond. Don't act like Draymond. Okay, you could continue to sneak out. We were debating. We were just having a nice little conversation.
You gonna wear your king shoes tomorrow?
I will be neutral.
No.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
I could wear one Warrior shoe.
No.
Okay, you could do that. You could do that.
It
No, that's
will
fine.
look ridiculous.
It will look ridiculous. That's why I'm approving it. Like you could do that. You could pull that off. All right. Thank you. All right.
Yes, you trying to sneak out of here.
Yeah. Okay. First of all, y'all need to calm down. Stop it.
Oh, see.
Yeah, the chat. Y'all need to
Chatty
calm down.
house,
Y'all
man.
don't know
Come
how to
on,
act when a
man.
woman walk in. Knock it
Chatty
off.
house, man. Y'all gonna get just like blocked on everything. Nah, we never do that to y'all, but yeah,
Never. We know. Yeah, I love the response. She wouldn't put up with me acting like Draymond Green, but she love her some Draymond Green. Yeah, it's all funny. It's all fun and games till you got a Draymond Green in the studio. You get a Draymond Green in the studio, it's not quite as funny anymore. He's not quite as charming anymore. Get called into a meeting at 6 o'clock. Hey, we need to make you aware of something because we don't want you to act like Draymond Green. All right. I
love it here, man.
I swear I do too. Played me some podcast content.
Hey,
That's it for real.
No, wait, can I say something real quick? I thought about it. So I was like, what's this all about? So I just like went there. The numbers are so low. So low. And then
that's what
they be having the nerve to talk about, see, they don't understand. Like, I understand how things are moving in the future. Sir, no, you don't.
Bro, you didn't
The
even know.
numbers are anemic.
See, I don't even need to tell y'all who we're talking about because this dude is so like irrelevant in this market. Like they thought that this person mattered. And hey, everybody misses once in a while. They missed. Like, you're playing me something no one heard.
No, you're not lying.
And all I said was, is this it? Does he say anything about people I'm close to? Anyone? Is it just me? No, this is it. Okay. All right.
The numbers are nasty low. And then, like, because I just was like skimming through. I didn't listen to more than 10 seconds of anything. Skimming through, and he's like, yeah. Sacramento is, it's a real small-minded place. It's not big city, it's small-minded. So they don't understand. Like, I know how to, make social. It was so much cap.
Oh, you're from Backhouse, Georgia. Shut the hell up.
It was so much cap. So much cap. And then you go, look, the numbers, just like Dr. Dish, the numbers don't lie. They're right there.
Well, them Dr.
And
Dish numbers, boy.
Those numbers were nasty.
Them Dr. Dish numbers, though.
I stay in the green.
No, how's Reese doing since it was purchased for him?
He's got to get on it a little bit more. He didn't really get the opportunity.
Well, yeah, he can't because dad is out there, and and also be clear what I just want you to know. Jazz is in the chat, so be aware.
It's therapy sometimes.
Understandable.
I see that the Kings got to play the Warriors. I'm all like, oh man, it's going to be a crazy 48 hours. I just need a calming, 30 minutes or so.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it's for.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, it's going to be a tense next 29 hours or so. Well, it's going to be more than that. 30 plus hours leading into the Sacramento Kings and the Golden State Warriors at the Golden One Center. Win or go home. These two teams haven't played since January 25th. January 25th, 3 of the last 4 games were decided by 1 point. That is insane. Absolutely insane.
If I was not affiliated with either fan base, like if I wasn't a Kings fan or Warriors fan, I just love the NBA like I do typically.
Yeah.
This will be great TV. This will be perfect.
Yeah.
The settings are always on point, especially at the Golden One Center. It's not the dentist office. So the setting is on point.
So I do have a little
crazy.
I do have a
that's
little
crazy.
I do have a little fear about that.
About what?
The crowd tomorrow.
Oh, they're gonna be lit.
I hope so.
They're gonna be turned all the way up.
Okay.
All the way up. Circumstances were a little different. There was still something that you were chasing or whatever, to a certain degree. But Friday night, they were lit.
Okay.
They were lit. They was ready to go.
I was worried a little more about them being tight. Nervous.
If things go a certain way, yeah, absolutely.
But
at the start,
you don't go down double digits,
right?
3 minutes into the game. Like if it's a back and forth, I think that they'll be fine. My concern was they would just be nervous.
There's gonna be some of that there for sure. But I think to start early on in the game, it's gonna go up in the Golden One Center, and it's gonna stay up. I think they're gonna be ready to go. The Kings fans and everybody involved, they understand the assignment, for a lack of a better term. They know what's at stake. They know what time it is. Even if, you're not 100% sure or in belief that this will lead to something, long-term this year, you want to get this one. It almost reminds me a little bit of, and I think you were there for these games, but remember how Arco was the series against the Mavericks when they lost Chris Webber. They were, everybody knew like that was it, right? We're not going to be able to get this one done. But that didn't stop that Arco crowd from going insane for games 3, 4, and 6. And I think that's what we've got going on here. Everybody knows it's a tall task without Malik and without Kevin Huerter, and who knows what it's going to lead to if you even get this one. But that's not going to stop Golden One Center from going up tomorrow night. That's what I think.
Yeah, there's some crazy resale ticket prices out there too. So hopefully everyone in the building is going to be very, very loud into that game. And I wonder how different this game will be than the last time we saw. I think the one in January was the 135, 134 game. I don't know why I'm acting like I can't take 2 seconds to look.
The one in January,
it was 134 to 133.
That's the one
excuse me.
at Golden State, right?
Yeah, that was the one at Chase Center. 39 from HB in that game. 29. You heard that right. Those that forgot, there's 39 from Harrison Barnes.
He went crazy that game.
Them Warriors people were so angry that night. They couldn't believe Harrison Barnes had the game that he did. 29 from De'Aaron. How different is this game tomorrow going to be than that game? 134, 133 doesn't even feel attainable for these two basketball teams anymore. The way that the league is officiated, and of course the fact that the Kings are lacking, a certain level of firepower with Malik Monk and Kevin Huerter out of the lineup. I wonder how different that game looks. Even the Warriors are playing, a bit of a different brand of basketball than they were back in January. The Sacramento Kings, as frustrating as some of the things that might have been going on with them offensively recently, they're playing much better defensively than they were back in January. I think there's a lot of really interesting variables that make tomorrow's game at 7:00 at G1C almost impossible to predict.
Some different components for both teams in this situation. You got the box score in front of you. If I'm not mistaken, Malik didn't play well that game, right?
He did not.
He had like 5 points or something like that? Or
he had 4. He was 2 of 5 shooting. It wasn't the strongest night from the bench, though.
Davion cooked. I think
Davion played really well.
Or something like that.
Davion was 3 of 5 from 3 in that game. Those were the only shot attempts that he took. And he had 10. Malik had 4. Trey had 8. And that was the end of the production you got from the bench.
Huerter played in that game too. I think Huerter had some big rebounds, I think, in that game.
Huerter had 10 rebounds in that game. He only finished with 12 points, but as you noted, he had 10 rebounds in that game. In fact, 77 was the number of double-doubles I think Domantas Sabonis had. He got a double-double in this one with points and assists. He didn't get it with rebounds. He had 8 rebounds in this game, and Kevin Huerter led the way with 10.
Yeah, and you talk about
I'm glad you said that because he's not there.
No.
We've been focusing on Malik. Kevin Huerter ain't there either.
No, that's for sure, man. And we talk about, Sabonis and these teams and, who they are at this point. Trace Jackson Davis. I think they were still trying to have Looney out there going up against Sabonis, and Looney, that's over. Like he can't. He's not going to be a factor, I don't think. For this team moving forward, the Warriors. You talk about Pods, he's going to be involved. You mentioned it. They look different. It's a different team. They play a different way. I think CP3. I think he was still around, or was he out?
Chris was.
I think he was there because
out in the January game.
Yeah,
he was.
Okay, he wasn't there.
Out.
Okay.
Yeah. And Trace Jackson Davis wasn't playing.
Yeah. So
Pods played 26 in that one. This was Draymond's first game back because he came off the bench. He played 31 minutes. I think it was his first, maybe his second game back, but I feel like it was his first game back after the suspension.
I think that was the one in Sacramento.
Okay.
The playing game.
Okay.
So he played for a little bit because this one was not long after the playing game, right?
The in-season tournament game.
In-season
tournament.
Got you. I'm sorry.
This was
like at the end of
this
the
was
month
January
or something.
25th. I can't remember when the in-season tournament was.
That was it was actually a little ways after that because in-season tournament was in December. So it was a little while after that. But yeah, these two teams have added a lot and maybe lost a little bit as well since then. And we talked about what the Warriors were able to add, but the Kings, they've lost Malik and Kevin Huerter, but they've gained a little bit of an identity defensively. with Keon and Davion. And Keon is playing some really, really good basketball. Really good basketball. And he's continuing to bolster that case for me that he's a starting 2 guard in this league. If he continues to catch and shoot the way he does, I mean, how can he not? He's also able to create a little bit, slash a little bit more. It's not like Kyrie create, like give him the ball and let him dribble 10 times between the legs and then move. It's, oh, they overplayed or they closed out a little too hard. I can attack the basket, finish with a little floater, finish with a finger roll at the bucket. He's showing some versatility to his ability to score. And, you know, that's a different dynamic. Davion is playing a lot better than the Warriors had seen him play up until that point. So there are some variables, I'd say maybe in favor of the Kings, just as there are some major variables that are not in favor of the Kings in this game.
Unrelated. But can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Would you put a collage of yourself in your office?
Yeah, sure. It's your office.
Okay. I was just curious. I'm looking at Austin Rivers, and his backdrop is it's
him.
It's him. It's a collage of him.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, why not?
All right.
Would you?
I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. I don't like pictures of me. Period. The ones I have up in the house are very much not for me.
Yeah.
But no,
I feel like
I don't think I would.
Collage of yourself as a regular person like doesn't work. That's like what a jerk that guy is. But like if you got like you're playing basketball or whatever, like there's action going, like that's cooler. But like if it's just like say I had like 4 pictures of myself on a painting, like what an a-hole.
Like if the dope ones made one of his collages of my basketball life.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, I'm putting that up.
Okay. I'd be upset if the dope ones made a collage of me. First, sir, where did you get these pictures from? Second of all, well, he did a good job. Like the cartoon he makes me look a lot nicer in the cartoon graphics. So if he could spice up the pictures a little bit, they'd be pretty fire. Okay, just Austin Rivers caught my attention. He's got all of his trophies behind him, and or not. They're not stacked well. He needs to work on that a little bit. But he's got the.
I mean, look, that's
the
that's the home office. That's where all that stuff should be. Like if I brought a collage here to the Odyssey Studios and put it behind me with trophies, that would be
people
a little
gotta
odd.
know. People gotta know.
That'd still be a little odd. The home office, that's where all that stuff goes. Your retired jerseys or framed jerseys, and yeah, I have no problem.
Okay, I'm just asking. Broadcast journalists, that's all I do. Just ask questions. I heard like Bret Hart used to have like all of his titles like all around his house.
Really?
He'd get replicas of all of the titles he won, and they would just like you walk into Bret Hart's house, and for 2 seconds you knew, like the second you walked in, oh, Bret was a professional wrestler.
See, around the house is a little. I'm not gonna say that it's foul, but that's a little different. I'm more of like in my office, or if I got a man cave or whatever. That's where that stuff goes. Not in the next to the pool table in your right after you walk through the door.
What do you think this game comes down to tomorrow?
The
is it offense or defense?
Offense. Offense. And I say that saying not like you have to score 130 points or something like that, but for the Kings, all of the guys that play, they got to do their job. We talked about it a little bit last week.
Yeah.
Nobody can have one of those off games. I don't know what the point total is specifically, but Davion, you've got to have your 8 to 12. Keon, you've got to have your 8 to 13. Got to
be double digits for Keon, in my opinion. I thought Keon's game yesterday, and I know there's nothing to talk about from yesterday. That's not the story. The story is tomorrow. But Keon has had a couple of games like yesterday where like the looks have been there for him and he's capitalized on them. That has to be Keon tomorrow. He'll probably make a bigger mark on the defensive end, but that shot is going to be there on the offensive end, and he has to make them pay for it.
Yeah, if they're going to give it to you, you got to cash in. So like,
and he looks comfortable doing that, by the way.
Absolutely.
Him and Davion both look very, very comfortable doing that.
So one of the things that we mentioned last week about, the frustrations of the Kings is nobody can have a bad game.
Mm-hmm.
You know, nobody can have a bad game tomorrow. Like I said, I'm
Yeah.
not putting a specific number on any of these guys, but we got to be able to look at that box score after the game and say, well, he gave you this. He showed up.
Mm-hmm.
He did it, and it's got to be across the board. Nobody can have a game like Harrison had against the Knicks, or Sabonis had against the Thunder, or anything like that. Like, everybody got to show up on the offensive end.
No, they got to show up on the defensive end too, because they got a lot of capable scorers on that team.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, the most capable scorer of all time. You got Klay Thompson, who we've outlined too, who's not played nearly as bad as it's been made out at different times. You have Chris Paul, who's just a wild card to me, and I mean that's a dude with
He
playoff
can control
experience.
a game,
yes,
yes,
he is a conductor.
The point guard.
Yep, absolutely. For my money, pure point guard, the greatest of his generation.
Mm-hmm.
I know what Steph. I'm just talking about what we look at as a point guard. To me, Chris is the greatest of this generation.
Ain't no argument over here.
And that's scary going into tomorrow. I love Mike yesterday. You know, there really wasn't any talk about, you know, the game that they won. Understandably so. Like, everyone kind of knew what time it was. Chauncey Billups knew what time it was. But Mike's talking about, yeah, you know, you go in there with a team, you know, 4 or 5 championships, whatever it is. Okay, Mike, you know exactly how many titles they have. Stop it. But I like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I like what he's doing. And you talk about the focus that they'll have going into tomorrow's game. Kings got to match that.
Yeah.
Kings, we talk about the, you know, Warriors making the Kings and the Kings fans uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
The Kings have the opportunity to make the Warriors uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
And the scary part about that is exactly what you just alluded to, because the makeup of the team right now, you can't have a bad night. No one can have a bad night. The bench has to be strong. Trey's got to be strong. Keon's got to be strong. Davion's got to be really good. I don't know what the rest of the rotation is going to look like.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it ends there, but I don't know where it goes next. It's been a little bit difficult to figure out. I assume it's Alex Len.
Yeah, I think Alex Len is going to get some burn. He played really well last year in that playoff series, and he creates problems, on the boards and inside for a team as small as Golden State.
My guess is Alex, Trey, and Davion, and I don't know if it goes anywhere after that.
I wouldn't.
I wouldn't either. But as I've said all year, Mike is funny. Like, Mike is funny.
Yeah.
Like, we could see Jalen Swanson tomorrow. Like, hey, did he mean to put him in? Yeah, no, he saw something and he threw him out there.
Yeah.
All right. Rock with it.
I think another key to this game tomorrow is dominating the boards.
Yeah.
And stealing extra possessions. And what I mean by that, obviously, is getting the offensive boards. You're going to be going up against a smaller Warriors team. And if you can find a way to not only dominate the boards in general, but dominate the offensive boards, and sometimes that may not even be like Lynn or Sabonis pulling it down, but maybe a tap out and get an extra possession that way. You got to get extra possessions. You can't, well, we all saw it last year in the playoffs. You can't give up extra possessions. You've got to dominate the defensive boards in a major way. And it's always, whenever it's the boards, like I talked about it before, it's always like, yeah, the team that wins the battle of the boards is going to win, because that means the other team is probably missing shots. So there's that. But I think offensive rebounding is going to be a major component to this game.
We'll come back. We'll talk more about the Kings Warriors playing matchup tomorrow night at the Golden One Center. Also, stay tapped in. Coming up at the top of the 3 o'clock hour, we've got that keyword you need to enter in over at ESPN1320.com for your chance to win a $500 gift card. So that's all coming up here. It's Tilo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino, where we will be live this Friday. Our live show at 32 Bruce Street inside Sky River Casino. So a lot to talk about today, a lot to talk about this week. We're happy that you're here with us. It's Tilo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on ESPN 1320. We could probably run Sean's De'Aaron video if you want.
Is Keon Ellis' team's X Factor tomorrow?
Could be. Could be. Damn, like that's number one again. Wow.
Would you like that?
Okay. Hey, why is Ronald Reagan on my timeline? Can
Oh, that's your boy. No, that's true. It ain't on my timeline.
Retweeted KC King.
Definitely not. If it's not disparaging that, man, it wouldn't been retweeted on my line.
It's pretty absolutely incredible that the candidate for president of the United States starts a criminal trial today. It's just fucking incredible. Just absolutely incredible. I'm not sure that these are X factors, though, Ian. I feel like those are factors. An X factor, I think, is one like a little outside of the box. Curry and Domas are so important to what their respective teams do. I wouldn't call them X factors. Keon might be more of an X factor. Trace Jackson Davis could be more of an X factor if he frustrates Domas or something like that. But you're right. I mean, everything you wrote is right. Yep. Yeah, well, that wouldn't hurt either, Leezus. It wouldn't hurt either, brother.
Free throws.
Well, I mean, yeah, Kamara. Can I get in on this? You got outed too. You got outed. We had an attorney on the show and just dripping in Gucci and diamonds, and Kamara out here claiming poverty.
Yeah, come on, man. We know how you get down now, man.
What's Angel look like tonight?
Alex, you're not wrong. Keegan has a big game like we expect, or we wanted him to.
Oh, Angel look good. WNBA draft tonight. We'll be tapped into that all afternoon for sure. Oh, evening. Phone lines are open for you if you want to get in. 916-909-1320. Let's head out to practice here. De'Aaron Fox in the media scrum.
Oh, look at Jake with his UConn shirt on.
He looks ridiculous. Jake, if you're seeing this, you look ridiculous.
This is a team you guys are obviously very familiar with. How advantageous do you think that is for you as you approach tomorrow?
I mean, I think both teams are looking at it the same way. We played each other, counting the preseason, like 13 times in the last however many months. So, I mean, we're both familiar with each other. There are no surprises. So you just got to be able to go out there. You have to be able to execute. You have to be able to be physical, try to keep the other team off the free throw line, and then obviously two good 3-point shooting teams and try to get guys off the line. So like I said, there are no surprises with playing these guys.
You guys haven't played them since January, and it feels like so much changed. No Monk, no Herter. They're playing Trace Jackson Davis. Keon wasn't playing then. How much can you really take from the previous matchups earlier in the year?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think obviously it's a bit different, but at the end of the day, like teams are pretty much playing the same. I think we've been better defensively. I mean, they've been playing well. So obviously it's not the exact same game, but at the end of the day, there are no surprises. You know, the main guys are out there. Obviously we're missing, a starter and a guy that we feel is a sixth man of the year, but I mean, we're playing the same way, and they're doing what they do. So like I said, we have to go out there. We have to focus on what we can control, and that's how physical we can be. Obviously, however the game is being officiated, you adjust to that, and you let the chips fall where they may.
All these games, it seems like 3 of the 4 were decided by a point. Like, does that just kind of speak to how close or how similar the familiarity that you guys have?
Yeah, I mean, we have the exact same record. Like you said, 3 of the last 4 games have been decided by 1 point. Like, there's been very close proximity with the way that we've been with them this past year, but all that's out the door. Right now it's win or go home. So
do you just kind of shake your head and go, of course it's the Warriors? Of course.
Yeah, but I mean, we put ourselves in that spot. It was nothing that they did, to be told. It was because we lost games that we probably shouldn't have lost that put us in this position. So it is what it is. You got to be able to get over that hump.
Yeah, in what ways do you think you guys have grown the most since last year and all the experience you've had since?
I mean, I think we've been a bit of a better defensive team. I mean, we've gotten leads that we really didn't have last year, but we've also given away leads. So we have to be better in that aspect. We have to be able to finish games. That's pretty much it. Like, if you want to be a good team in this league, and I feel like we are, we've been able to get leads on good teams, on bad teams, and we've given them up. So for us to want to be one of those top teams or be a contender, we have to be able to finish games out.
You played in March Madness before. Do you treat this like a winner go home type of March Madness type game?
Oh yeah, this will definitely be the closest to that type of feel that you're ever going to get, because in a series it's not the same like that. So in this aspect right now, it definitely is. And I mean, being in the play-in, you can be one bad shooting night away from going home. So obviously that's a little bit of it. I feel like an exciting factor that plays a part.
On the defensive end, what is it that you guys are doing differently that's made you guys so much better in the second half?
Oh, I mean, I think we've been more physical. Obviously, they let some things go, but I think we've been rotating right. I think guys have been early to their spots, and I think we've been a bit of a better 3-point defensive team than we have been earlier in the season. And I mean, like I said before, we weren't giving up a lot of threes, but teams were making a higher percentage, and I think we've been better at that since the All-Star break. But obviously, this team and being one of the best 3-point shooting teams for a long time, that's definitely an emphasis for us, and that's no surprise, like I said.
I know you set a goal to average over 2 steals per game. You got that goal. You're leading the league. You led the league for the regular season. How good does that feel to actually come through with one of those goals like that?
I mean, it's definitely, like I said, it was definitely a goal of mine, and obviously not a lot of people in this league have been able to do that. And I mean, I want that to be a kind of a consistent thing where people just know, when I'm in the game, I want to be able to be disruptive. And when you have a team whose offense flows like Golden State does, with how many hidden handbacks and pick and rolls, just being able to be disruptive is sometimes all you can, hope to do.
Outside of that, did you
Tone?
Man, Twitter did Tone dirty. Twitter said, "Hey,
Tone.
sorry, Tone.
Come
Cold world, no
on,
blanket,
man.
We ain't even going. We
Not
ain't
my
even gonna know
dog,
what.
Tone.
We ain't even gonna know what Tone said. Oh man,
It's
terrible.
the Sopranos, now Tony.
Yeah, tough look, boy. Them media scrums those are Royal Rumbles.
They really
You
are.
better get your question in loud and clear.
I don't know if you saw the media scrum when the A's did their introductory press conference in West Sac. There's a video, I don't know whose video it is. It might be Sean's, it might be whatever. But boy, they were working our boy Jay Gaden's nerves. Like, he was trying to get one in, and then somebody would pop in there and he was getting pissed.
Oh, that's tremendous.
Oh, if I can find it, man, I'm gonna retweet it because he was getting hot.
How do you even win that? Like, just talk louder than the other guy?
or not be willing to back off the question because like you might start talking and someone like, hey De'Aaron, what? Hey De'Aaron, about those steals, you just got to keep talking. I wouldn't do well in those. I wouldn't do well in those.
That's what we need if we get to the playoffs. Get Dame in the scrum.
No, we ain't doing that.
Oh yeah, I think I found it too. Yeah,
I gotta see. You gotta tag me in it. I gotta see. I think Jake wanted De'Aaron to bring up his stupid UConn T-shirt when he asked about the NCAA tournament. He's like, "Is this like the NCAA tournament?" You want to talk about UConn? Stupid UConn.
Oh man,
let's get TC in here. 916-909-1320. What's happening, TC?
Hey, what's up with my two brothers?
What up, TC? How you feeling, dog?
Hey, listen, I'm vibing. I'm feeling good, man. Listen, hey, we put ourselves here, bro. Hey, we got to dig ourselves out the hole, man, to get to the playoffs, man, and go beat the Thunder. That's what I got. But you got to take it one step at a time. And honestly, hey, D-Lo, we got to exercise this demon, bro, with the Warriors and the Pelicans. That's if the Pelicans beat the Lakers, bro. Seriously, we have to beat these dudes, bro. So it is what it is, dog. I feel good about tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Like I ain't gonna tell nobody how to feel tomorrow. Like I don't. It's not that I feel bad about tomorrow. It's not that I'm worried about tomorrow. Like I'm going in to tomorrow's game with very little emotion. I'll obviously be disappointed if they lose.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't know that I'll be excited. How excited? Let me rephrase. I don't know how excited I'll be if they win.
Mm-hmm.
Because I really want them to get to the playoffs, and obviously you get another shot, right? That's what this is. It's a tournament. You are in the full tournament position now. 7 and 8, it's only a tournament if you lose. If you will win, you good.
Yeah,
you did your part.
Yeah.
If you lose, okay, you're in the tournament, right? There's 3 teams. 3 out of the 4 playing teams are in the tournament. The one that wins the 7 and 8 is not. You advanced. You did what you had to do. I'm just I do not know what to expect. Like I like if the Kings said this earlier, if the Kings hit on all cylinders, wouldn't be shocked at all. If they did it twice, I'd be stunned. But because it'd be because it would either mean they beat the Lakers for a 5th time or they beat the Pelicans for the 1st time. Either way, I think that result is stunning. But tomorrow is just, hey, you got a fist fight against your most known opponent.
The thing about this week, though, and when we alluded to a little bit earlier in the show, is there's a lot of things that tell the story of a season, right? And good and bad. Whether you're talking about the Kings' inconsistencies, not being able to close out games. All this stuff, like, and it all factors into the story. 5-0-5, excuse me, against the Pelicans, 4-0 against the Lakers, all this other stuff, losing to the bad teams. It all factors into the story. But this week specifically, stories are irrelevant. You've got to win one game.
Yeah.
And that's it. And like, so you win, say for instance, you win on Tuesday, and it's like, oh man, are we gonna win 2 games? I was saying that all Friday. I was, you're gonna win 2 of those games. I don't know if you could do that. The mindset immediately shifts to not we gotta win 2 of these games. We just gotta win this one game. That's it. We may not be built to play in a series and beat a team in a series and all this other stuff. We may not be built for any of that. We understand that. We just got to be at our best one night.
Yeah.
One night. And when you win a game like you could potentially win on Tuesday, this is what I was alluding to earlier. When you win a game like that, you can go into Friday kind of energized, kind of refreshed, like, oh, we handle business. We, if it was a close game or playing the Warriors, we can find confidence in being able to get that done. And now you're looking at it like, man, we got that done. We got over that hurdle, so to speak. Now We just need one game. Pelicans have smacked us around all year long. None of that really matters. Like I said, we use the Niners-Rams analogy. Niners own the Rams.
Mm-hmm.
They still own them at 8 wins to 1.
Yeah.
But they've won.
One that matters.
Need the one.
Yeah.
And that's what I think could happen. And especially because they are one-game situations. Like you may look at series.
But no one owns each other. I know what reference you're trying. I know what point you're driving home, but these two are dead even.
Yeah.
I mean, it's 2-2 this year. It was 4-3 in the playoffs. I can't remember what it was during the regular season last year. I feel like it was 2-2, but that could absolutely be wrong. I don't remember. But these are two teams who play each other pretty damn evenly.
De'Aaron mentioned it a little bit, and I think he was, if I heard him right, he was a little off. He said 13 times in the last year, calendar year, with including preseason games. That's excluding preseason games. These guys have seen a lot of each other in the last 12 months.
Yeah. So it's the 7 playoff games, the 4 this year, and then they played like 2 late in the season last year.
They played one late in the season. So 1,
so that's
7
12,
is 8.
Yeah.
Another 4 here.
This will be time 13. And it was 2 or 3 preseason games.
I think.
Because one of them was Steph.
One of them was Steph.
So
the other was here. So I think it was just 2.
Just 2.
Yeah.
So that's 15, counting preseason. That's 15. Jesus Christ, man. Goodness gracious.
That's a lot.
You going on with the Brodies in the morning?
Yeah. I'm going to holler at them, man.
Okay.
I'm going to holler at them.
All right.
You going?
I said I wasn't going to talk to nobody over there. But I love Guru. Like, Guru's my guy.
Yeah.
I mean, Bonte and Butch are my guys, too. But Guru's my guy. And he was like, hey, can you come on tomorrow? I'm like,
you can pull up
right,
on him.
I'm going to go see my man.
I'm going to go to the morning roast, man. I'm going to holler at the morning roast. I think it's going to be about 8:30 for anybody trying to check it out, man. So, I got to go talk to him.
I'm a Guru at 11:30.
Yeah, got to go talk to him.
Let's
We got to call. I was just going to say, I got
Kamara's got to say something overly negative about
it. That's his bag. But before Kamara, I found Jake. Can I play it real quick? So,
yeah.
So hold on. I'm pulling it up on the screen. The hearing isn't even really matter, but so Jake was at the opening press conference for the Sacramento.
So you said hearing doesn't matter.
Not necessarily.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you to mute this because Fox 40 will come for us.
Okay.
Yeah, even though there are people,
okay,
they'll come for us.
You don't have to hear. I can do like a play-by-play.
Yeah.
So Vivek is here talking and he's answering something, and then quick somebody's about to get a question in. There's Jake in the background. He's about to get his question and he's ready for what he's gonna say. And somebody,
he's talking.
Somebody cuts him off.
Jake. Biting the bottom lip.
Look, see, Jake starts to ask his question, and somebody gets louder.
Hey, okay, hold up. I need to know who was asking the question.
Jake hit him with the "Come on, pal, are you serious?"
Yeah, no, give me the volume. I gotta know.
Okay. Hold on. Let's get about right here. So we got the whole.
We'll have an MLB team, and in the long term, I'd like this to be a place with a permanent MLB team and other teams.
What updates need to happen?
Will the stadium need updates to host a major league team?
Okay, you kill that. I don't know who that was.
I don't know, but
might have been.
I don't know.
Might have been Michelle over at K. I don't know.
Yeah,
it obviously wasn't Sarah. It could have been Michelle. Yeah.
Oh, at that point, Jake, you got like 5 words. You keep going, brother.
Jake.
Hey, you keep going.
Jake was not pleased. That's funny. That's a great clip. We need to isolate that. That needs to be a gift. That needs to be a gift right there.
Oh man, Jake was biting his tongue, biting his lip, everything.
Sean from Connecticut, not pleased.
The funny thing is, it happened like 2 other times too. I didn't even find the other 2, but I remember that stuck out to me. Obviously, I remembered it. I was like, Jake was.
He was not about it.
It was working his last nerves.
Jake been all over this story for a year, and now he's having his moment. And he's getting cut off. Not here for it. All right.
Oh man, let's talk to our guy. Man.
Yeah, let's talk.
Well, before we talk to our guy, Did you say where they're listening to us at?
I
usually have the notes in front of me, so I try to just say it, but
No, it's good. It's D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. For those who haven't picked up on that gimmick, we're legally obligated to say that once near the top of every hour. That's why KC does that bit right there. There's a specific way that the station needs to be said once an hour.
When you
it's
were
called
gone,
a legal ID.
What legal
That's
ID?
what it's called.
When you were gone, I had a KC trying to say DeMontis on CBS moment. Trying to get, remember that, Jesse?
I heard one of them.
That was tough. That was tough.
I heard one of them. I think I turned it off and just said, "Let me leave my man alone." Let me leave my man alone.
The notes went away from me. I tried to click on it, and then I tried to memorize it. And
I had to read the ID at some point.
That was chaos.
It's only been 4 years. Buddy. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right.
How many times do you think I said it in 4 years? Less than 10?
Yeah, less than 10.
Well, no, because I say when you're gone.
4 times per show.
No,
Yeah.
You think you get it in? You get
Yeah, because you've been gone more than 10 shows over 4 years. Not a lot, but you've had, vacation, and I've had to do it then. And then, like you said, 4 times a day or 3 times a day over. Yeah, probably more than I realized. I would have said under 10 too, but now that we do the math.
Well, I keep this card in front of me because I'll still mess it up. I'll still mess it up. You got to mention the KRX QHD2. You got to mention the ESPN 1320, the Odyssey app, West Sacramento. You got to do all
don't throw the holidays in there either, because then it gets real tricky. I'm like, yo, did we move? Where we at? Is it?
Well, thankfully we convinced
Casey says you listen to the station right next to the big tree on the logo on the screen.
That's a shoot.
You pass the tree, you've gone too far.
That's the shoot. If you pass the tree, you're going too far, and that's only to the best of my knowledge in Teslas.
To the
Everybody
best
of
else
my
can see
knowledge,
it.
everyone else with a screen in their car, an HD screen that or an HD radio with the screen, the ESPN 1320 logo shows up. It's just in a Tesla, the Christmas logo shows up.
ESPN 1320, your Tesla's #1 Christmas station.
Yes, it's Sac Christmas. All right, man.
That's a trip.
Yeah, we were telling our engineer team, can we get this fixed? Like, dude, we fixed it. Like, this is literally just one car.
Wow.
The guy who ruined X wants us to be Christmas forever.
That's facts. We can't even tweet on the Odyssey link on X without it. The tweet just not going through anymore.
That's a shoot. Yeah. Let's get Kamara in here. Kamara, go ahead. Sky's falling. Tell us how bad it is, Kamara.
First of all, I resent that because I actually call when they win and I call when they lose. The fact of the matter is,
you don't text when they win.
Yeah, you don't text when they win.
What am I going to text y'all?
The same things you text when they lose.
Listen, you see what it is. I'm telling you the problem is with you, Casey. I'm glad you got glasses on today because them glasses are rose colored. Everything it's going to be great. It's going to be fantastic.
When I say that,
they're going to come out and play. Oh, come on, man.
When I say that,
oh, come on. Last week you said, listen, come on. They're going to show up. I was like, I'm not so sure, Casey. They're playing bad. Even in today's chat, you said, oh, they're playing good basketball. They are 17-15 since the trade deadline.
So you think they're playing? 15. You think they're playing bad basketball? Like, and usually you're going way back. I'm thinking about the road trip since Malik got hurt. The way that they're competing. You think they're playing bad basketball? I think there's a difference between bad basketball and not bringing home a win.
No, I'm telling you what bad basketball is, especially at this time of the year, is when you're not playing heady basketball for a team that's had some playoff experience. They understand what's important, and you're sitting there. DeMontis throwing away a ball in the fourth quarter. Them taking threes when they're down by one. It's just
you're talking about a play.
Hold on, Kenny, but I'm talking about it all plays together. This is the time of year when possessions matter, and bad habits throughout the year start to accumulate into bad losses. And that's my problem with this team. That's why I don't know about tomorrow. That's why I don't know what they're going to look like, because they've had bad habits all year. And that's all for me, that's all I'm focused on. So you can't sit there and say they're playing good basketball when they're having continual bad habits on every single game, especially the last 9 games.
Kamara, to me, that's two different things. And I don't know if he's still there or not. But
Kamara just threw something. That ain't Kamara's bag.
That's two different things. Like you can continuously have bad habits and be doing other things right. Like you could be doing, if there's 7 boxes you got to check off, you could be checking off 5 of them, and 2 of them you're not, and it's keeping you from winning. The way I look at that, and maybe it's coach speak and all this other stuff, you're not playing bad basketball. You're doing a lot of good things, but the 2 things that you're not checking off are keeping you from the good things you're doing turning into wins. And that, to me, if you got 7 boxes to check off, only doing 2 of them right is playing bad basketball. And I think that's where the Kings are. For me personally, they're checking off 5 of the boxes, and 2 of them they're not consistently checking off, which is keeping them from winning basketball games. Maybe it's a level of semantics, but I wouldn't classify them as playing bad basketball.
Kamara's point might be those 2 things costing them the win is what is equating to bad basketball. Like, you're not getting results out of it. At some point, and I think the argument is at the end of the season, at least, you got to be able to get results out of that. You can't afford to have 2 things go wrong. And that's just the unfortunate place that the Kings are in. Mm-hmm. You have 5 pillars. You can't afford to have 2 of them go wrong tomorrow. You got 4.5 of them have to be right. And you better hope that Golden State don't hit on all 5.
Right, for sure. See, so I guess like when I hear stuff like that, like Portland's playing bad basketball. You're saying Portland is like just bad basketball. Portland and the Kings are in the same conversation of bad basketball.
Well, no, I don't think that's what he's saying at all.
That's bad basketball. We ain't putting lipstick on a pig. It's either good or bad, right? So
I wouldn't.
They're playing bad Portland's playing bad basketball. You're telling me Kamara and everybody else, the Kings are playing bad basketball. That's the way I look at it.
Is there a difference between the Golden State Warriors is there a difference between the Portland Trailblazers playing bad basketball and a team that have been fighting for a top 6 spot playing bad basketball?
To me, yeah, maybe I'm stuck on the word bad. Like I don't think they're playing bad basketball.
I think you are.
They're not. They're not doing enough to win. I think we all agree there. But bad is bad. Like bad is not good. Bad is subpar, awful. Like that's how I'm looking at bad. And that's not. They're doing good things out there, but they're not doing enough to win.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of semantics in this conversation that you and Kamara.
I think bad is a lot of shock value. Like they're playing bad. I'm telling you, they're playing bad. Like not playing bad. Like we ain't got to jump off the deep end.
They're not necessarily playing good, but they're not good enough.
They're not playing good enough.
Yeah, they're
doing a lot of good things out there. Like I said, I'm watching this team over the last 3 weeks. They're doing a lot of good things on the court, but they're not doing enough of the good things to win basketball games, to get over the hump.
For those wondering, this was brought up at the press conference. 0 chance. 0 chance. That's from Mike Brown that Malik Monk plays tomorrow. I guess it was just something that needed to be stated, but 0 chance Malik Monk plays tomorrow. We'll come back. Leezy, hang tight. I got you. I promise. Right out the break, 916-909-1320 if you want to get in on the convo. Stealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino, where we'll be live this Friday. Details coming up, plus your chance to win a $500 gift card coming up at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. Stay tipped in for that here on ESPN 1320.
UC Steve, what does the UC stand for? You go to one of the California universities? Just curious. Yeah, it's definitely semantics, but I think when you say it in the wrong text, in the wrong context, there's a bit of a shock value that me and Kamar have texted about this. I'm not into no shock value stuff. Like I ain't into that in sports. Like, oh man, let me just go to the most extreme to show that, to get my point across, or to show that, I know what I'm talking about here, or anything else like that. Like, everything ain't the most extreme. And I know maybe that don't make for the best radio or the best tweets or something like that. But sometimes, yeah, they playing all right. They got to play a little better. That's it. That's it. They playing all right. They got to do some things better if they want to win games. Zabo, yeah, I do think HB is the Yaz right now. It's tough. I mean, that's a good question. That's a good question. I don't know if they can, this group as presently constituted, can go to another level.
Dude, they have to be perfect to win. I think that's just all it comes down to. They're just
That's
not
it.
good enough right now. That's all it is.
They have to have everybody clicking on all cylinders.
Sabonis needs 20. Someone, whether it's HB or Keegan, needs to get 20 plus. Keegan needs to play well. Everything.
TNT, I believe. And TNT. That might not be TNT only. I think it's TNT only. I think so. Let me see. Let me go take a look. Let me see if I'm slipping. Let's see here. Let's see what the Brody has. Now you got me curious here. Did I miss something? I don't know if it's gonna come up here. I don't know. I saw shoes on Friday. Were they the same? Were they different? I didn't really notice anything yesterday.
All right, let's get Lazy in here. 916-909-1320. Lazy, what's happening, baby?
Oh, D-Lo. KC, what's good, guys?
What's up, man?
What up, man?
Yo, what's popping? Hey, I just want to call in and talk about the game tomorrow. You know, we're all a little bit nervous going against the Warriors, but hey, 3 keys, like I think the Kings really got to focus on is, we kind of talked about, is free throws. And 2, is Keegan Murray going to show up? And 3, are we going to let Draymond be crazy again? Like, we can't get distracted with all his shenanigans. We can't have people getting kicked in the ribs again. I think that's like 3 keys we really got to focus on.
I am not focusing a single second on Draymond Green's stupidity. No. If he wants to go out there in a playing game and act stupid, man, let him. Yeah, it doesn't mean anything. I'm with you. Like I'm curious, like why there's this question about Keegan. I saw that in the chat a couple of times. Is Keegan Murray going to show up? Is Keegan Murray going to do this? Is Keegan Murray going to do that? Is there some question as to whether? Are we talking about an elevated level of show up? Like, what are we talking about?
I think some people are like maybe not sure or maybe not confident that he's gonna come with the same level of aggression that we need him to.
Sure.
I haven't looked at Keegan as any type of a question mark. Not saying that he can't have a bad game, but what I look for him is a level of aggression. And I ever since what game, I can't remember what game it was, but he wasn't aggressive. And I had a problem with that. I said, I need 15 to 18 shots every night. And he's provided that, whether he's been efficient or whether he's had big, point totals or whatever in those games in the last 2 or 3 weeks. That's, up for debate. But I think he's going to give me the 15, 18 shots, which is what I'm looking for him. So I don't have too much worry or concern for Keegan in this game tomorrow and hopefully on Friday.
Okay. Let's get Jared in here, 916-909-1320. Jared, what's going on, brother?
What's up, guys? I came out on Saturday to the Chris Webber event and had a great time, and I just wanted to mention that y'all did a great job of hosting.
Thank you.
Thought Mayor Kevin Johnson was a fantastic moderator, and I was so glad I made it out.
That's what's up, man. I'm glad you got out there, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially given how bad the weather was that day. That was a really, really great event. I thought Kevin did a fantastic job of making sure certain points were touched on.
Mm-hmm.
You got a little bit of Chris growing up, you got a little bit of Chris at Michigan, and you got a little bit of Chris in the NBA and in Sacramento. I really enjoyed listening to Chris.
That was a really good conversation.
And I'm looking forward to reading this book, man. This is a Mankind Have a Nice Day size book, which, if I got the story correct, he wrote that.
Mm-hmm.
Not in the traditional sense of when we talk about, an athlete writing a book. Chris wrote that book. They tried the gimmick, and I think it was our man Tony O'Harvey shared with me. Chris told us that book, by God's grace, was 12 years in the making. It started with Marty.
Wow.
Marty Mack.
Wow.
Marty McNeil was going to write that book with him, and obviously, we lost Marty.
Yeah.
And Chris did the thing where he talked to people, and the people transcribed it, and he was just like, this isn't it, like, this isn't me. So he wrote the book.
Wow, I didn't know. Yeah, I didn't know that about Marty Mack.
Yeah, Tony shared that with me last night. He said Marty Mack was gonna write that book with Chris.
Yeah, I'm interested to read it though.
Yeah.
Man. Chris is a super interesting person to me. His life, the things good and bad that he's had to go through, how candid he is when he speaks, and I know he's going to be even more in this book. I'm interested to read this for sure.
Yeah, very much looking forward to that. It was a great event, and we really appreciate everyone who came through. The Guild Theater was nearly sold out. The weather was awful.
Yeah, just poured for no reason.
Just non-stop from hours before the event started to hours after the event ended. It was pouring. But folks braved the crowd. Kings fans braved the crowd. And Kevin pulled us aside, says, "Hey, we're not gonna feed into the stereotype. We're gonna start on time. You guys just might have to talk for a few minutes." So we went on stage and did a little temperature check, because of course this is Saturday. This is the day after the Phoenix game.
That was such a tough game.
And it was a great time. Got to see our man Albie Akani out there for a little bit.
Al's ready to.
Yeah.
He's ready to make me throw up.
Yeah, he's like 5 minutes. He's like across the parking lot.
I told him I don't want no problems, man.
Yeah, well,
I told him I gotta get in shape before I go to him to try to get in shape.
Yeah, it's literally never worked. I don't want no problems is a phrase. It's literally never worked when it comes to Al.
Now you got to get in shape to get ready to get in shape.
That's a shoot. So I told you what he does though. He does that. All right, y'all. Let's go. Need y'all to get 100 of these in. Hey, Bubba, it's okay. You could do 20. Like, I know you can't do 100. It's okay, Bubba. Do 20. He knows what he's doing. He's going to break your ego down. But it was great to see him. It was great to see Chris's reaction to seeing him. We had a really, really good time on Saturday. I that Oak Park area is special.
Yeah.
Underground Books, where he was taking pictures. And then, of course, everyone stopped to get their food.
Absolutely.
Katrina and Ramsey. I was gonna say Katrina and Ramsey were raving about the catfish last night when I was talking to them.
I think that's my new one. I might mix it up.
Missed out.
Usually when I go places, I don't vary. I like if I go to Chili's, I'm getting a burger. I don't need no ribs, nothing like that. If I'm going to wherever, this is what I get at this place. I'm torn now between the catfish and the chicken and waffles at Fixins. I I'm just gonna have to, switch it up every now and then.
I would have done the waffles if I stayed, but I grabbed
that's the other
I
thing
grabbed
too.
my
Yeah,
food to go, so I didn't do. But I wish I had done the catfish, though, especially the way Katrina and Ramsey were talking about it. Yeah, and the oxtails, like there isn't anything on that Fixins menu that misses. There's
That's
nothing
facts.
on that menu that misses. 916-909-1320. And Jared, appreciate the call, man. Thanks for sharing that with us. It was great to meet so many of you out there on Saturday. Domantas Sabonis, a couple of things I don't want to gloss over. Hammer mentioned this talking to De'Aaron Fox a few minutes ago. De'Aaron led the league in steals. That's big time.
That is major.
De'Aaron led the league in steals. And I think it was Will had the stat that since 2007, 2008, I don't know why I said I think it was Will. It was definitely Will Z who had the stat since 2007, 2008. The steals leader has made an all defensive team 14 of the 16 times.
Did he say who the two were that didn't make it?
I don't believe that he did.
No, I'm really curious about
Will, if you're out there and you're not busy, if you could share that with us, that would be tremendous. That's an amazing stat for De'Aaron, and I wish I had gotten the opportunity. He was working his ass off last night, but I wish I had gotten the opportunity to talk to Doug Christie and tell him, hey, you were the very first person I heard talk about De'Aaron on the defensive end when you were on the radio, long before you were a coach, like you were talking about what you could see from De'Aaron Fox as a potential all defensive player. So salute to DC when it comes to defense. That man's knows what he's talking about. Apparently it is in there, and I'm an idiot who can't read. It was DeJounte and Steph. Interesting. DeJounte and Steph.
Steph is I can understand that. DeJounte, I feel like DeJounte's been a really good defender. So
the question now is it DeJounte, Steph, and De'Aaron?
It shouldn't be. I got a feeling that it might be.
I was talking to some voters yesterday. Our man JA, and
what they talking about?
Well, I don't know. I don't know that JA had a lot of buzz for De'Aaron being a top 10 defensive player. Like I think he did, but I don't know where his contemporaries are at with De'Aaron being an all defensive player. And I don't know, man. I don't know how you look at what he's done this year on the defensive end and go, yeah, he's not worthy of that honor.
Yeah, and especially since it's positionless now.
Especially because SGA gonna make it. Think they're gonna leave SGA off that list?
And I think, and Will, you can probably break this down even more, but like all those metrics, steals per game is just one, but like all those metrics of deflections and all this other stuff, like he's right there with an SGA, if not ahead of him in certain categories. So, and once again, if you watch the games and watch the situations, he's guarding these guys.
Yeah.
A lot of the time. So, I would hate to see him not make that because he deserves that accolade to be on the all defensive team, first or second team. But if people got their preconceived notions already and already thinking about stuff and him miss out because of that would suck.
Yeah, it would, man. It would. Another example of this voting being flawed. Domantas Sabonis led the league in rebounding again.
Kings had a steals leader and a rebound leader.
That's crazy. That's crazy. And it goes, what's that tell you? Like they had the steals leader and the rebounding leader, and they're in the 9th spot in a 9 versus 10 playing game. Now we could frame that as the West. We could frame that, like we know the season. We know the low points of the season. Obviously, we know the injuries that they're dealing with right now. I doubt very many other people have taken the time to kind of understand other than the Bob Myers, they lost to Detroit. Well, thanks, Bob. Like we know. Thank you for that. Thank you for pointing it out. Bob pointed that out after the game was over, which was still the most incredible thing I've ever seen. The Kings win a game, but Bob Myers pointed out they lose to Detroit.
What are we doing? What are we doing?
Unbelievable. But
you just didn't know how they were going to get it done because they didn't
know.
They lost to Detroit and they don't defend the 3 well. I don't know how they're going to win this game.
And De'Aaron's just missing free throws for no reason. Nothing happened. He's just missing them.
They ended up winning by.
Thanks, Bob.
I don't know what the finals, but they were up by like 25 at one point.
Thanks, Bob. No, it's good. And it's crazy, Bob, right? Just crazy. But what does that say, though? Like, the Kings had the steals leader and the rebounds leader, and you have them here in the 9th spot getting ready to play a winner-go-home game against the Golden State Warriors. To me, it shows, like, look, you've got the foundation of something. You've got something here, but there's still just pieces of it that aren't fully coming together.
Yeah, and this goes to, what everybody's talked about and everybody knows going into the offseason is you got to make some changes. You got to tinker with this roster to, help these top guys out a little bit. And not that the people that you move on from are giving you nothing, but they may not fit exactly where you would hoped for this team to move forward and to progress and move up. So you also got to deal with, I think, the fact that the injury bug did hit these guys this year. I know, the baby giraffe, he tried to dispel that rumor or that narrative, talking about all the guys that have played 82 games or, Sabonis played 82 games. Fox played 74, Monk played 72 and all this other stuff. And like, nah, it's not injuries or whatever. But Touchdown Al kind of compared that to last year. And basically he said Sabonis played 2 more games than he did last year. Fox 1 more. Monk 5 less. Murray 4 less. All this other stuff. And it equated to, of the top 8 guys in the rotation, the Kings missed 33 more games than they did last year. And you combine dealing with those injuries with just the flat out inexcusable losses that you have. That's where you're at 9-10, in my opinion. Those 2 factors.
Well, one thing I appreciated about that media scrum we just listened to involving De'Aaron Fox is he said we put ourselves in this position. Like, we put ourselves in a 9-10 position. It's what we didn't win games that we were supposed to. I guess that's a certain level of focus, but it's also a level of like accountability. Like, look, we know why we're here. There's nothing we can do about it. There's nothing we could do about Detroit or Washington or the Portland game or there's nothing we can do about it. We can't get back the 20-point lead we blew against Phoenix. We can't get back the free throws we missed against Milwaukee. But we could do something about tomorrow.
Yep.
And that's just kind of the level of focus that you have to have. You've got to it's crazy to think if you're Sacramento and maybe even to a certain degree Golden State, you're putting 82 games behind you. None of them matter at this point. Take what we learned in those 82 and get us ready here for this one against the Golden State Warriors, or this one against the Sacramento Kings. Get us for this one basketball game we have ahead of us.
Yeah, man, that's what it comes down to, man. And that's what this time of year is all about. It's a reset, to your season. All those other things that you had to deal with and that you did, they don't really matter now. Good and bad. OKC, number 1 seed.
Yeah.
You may get bounced. If you're thinking, if you're resting on your laurels in that situation where like, oh yeah, we the 1 seed or we play well, and I'm not saying they are, I'm just saying, and not realizing that this is a different environment and a different atmosphere, you'll be going home. And the same things apply for a team that's maybe has struggled for a lot of the year. You struggled throughout the year, but look where we're at now. We're here. We have an opportunity. We keep using this line time and time again because I think it's accurate in the way these guys are looking at it. Every goal that we had is still right in front of us.
That's right.
Still right in front of us. So everything that we've been through everything that, maybe we didn't cash in on or whatever, our goals are still right here, still attainable. If we just keep a level of focus, or if we execute a little bit more, if we don't turn the ball over or make our free throws, it's all right there. Like the dream hasn't died.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's
Dream's taking a detour.
That's all it is.
Yeah.
That's all
Dream's
it is.
taking a detour. And there's something that can be, there's probably something that can be said for that. Like if you get there, it doesn't feel like there's a lot of like positives to take away from this year moving forward. A lot of fans are looking at like what has to change. The Herter conversation comes up, the Barnes conversation comes up, the draft pick, the trade, all of these different things come into the conversation about like what it's like moving forward. No one feels like this is the group that's going to get you where you want to go. But I would argue that the Kings somehow stringing together 2 wins and getting to the playoffs, regardless of what happens in the series potentially against Oklahoma City Thunder, that creates a different level of momentum headed into the offseason and next season. Because, like, adversity can build character. And this team is facing adversity tomorrow. This team was coasting the final week and some change of the season last year in the 3 spot, waiting to see how things would shake out. And they wound up playing the Golden State Warriors. They lose. That's fine. I obviously you want them to win, but no one's dejected about it. No one's got the loss stung, but no one's got their head down about it. You're moving forward. You decided to run it back. Okay. Some questions kind of started early. Then you have, the series of bad losses that we've pointed out a million times. And now you have the really, really unfortunate situation with their 2-guard depth being completely wiped out. Facing adversity the whole way through. You were in the 6th spot. You dropped to the 7th, the 8th. You wound up finishing in the 9th. You had to win a couple of games to get to the playoffs. Resets everything draft-wise, but gets you back to the playoffs for the 2nd straight year. There's something to facing that level of adversity to me. Achieving the goal in a completely different way that you achieved it last year is still achieving the goal.
For sure.
And it's not popular to point this out. Warriors are about championships. Lakers are about championships. That's fine. Good for y'all. For the Kings, it's just getting there. Getting to the playoffs is a success. If they lose to Oklahoma City, so be it. If they lose to someone else and don't win a championship, so be it. There's growth, there's lessons, there's positive momentum by just making the playoffs.
Do you think there's any positive momentum and things that can be taken out of this series and this experience if you don't make the playoffs? Like if you win tomorrow, lose Friday.
I don't. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't. I mean, maybe there's a exercise the demon type thing with Golden State. Like that's a 1-of-1 thing. Like that does not apply to anybody else. It only applies to the Golden State Warriors. Maybe you feel like a certain way about that, but in the end, it still didn't get you where you had to go, right? Like if you were to, if this was just somehow flipped and you were playing the Lakers tomorrow and you win, and for whatever reason you're playing the Golden State Warriors next, like that is the true exorcism right there. It's a win or go home, and like you made the playoffs because of that victory. Winning tomorrow and then losing, to me, that doesn't.
But like
that doesn't do it.
Puts the cap on your disappointing season. The only thing you can really get out of it is if they just pull up last minute again to the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean it's better than losing tomorrow, right? And that's what we were talking about earlier. That's where I'm gonna be like antsy with everybody else, but that's why I'm not as up for this game, because you just don't win anything with it except another opportunity to play. And it'd be great for us because we'll get 2 more days to talk about the different, challenges they're going to face in a game against a team that they've beaten 4 times this year, or a team that's beaten them 5 times this year. Like there's going to be a discussion there. I just don't think I can take anything
What
overly
do
positive out of it.
what do you both of you guys feeling that way take away from, if anything, from how Mike Brown keeps trying to emphasize, regardless of what happens,
Mhm.
this is a positive experience for guys like Fox,
If-
Sabonis, Murray, all these other guys.
If I could just share my thought, I feel like he's saying that stuff because he knows they're cooked too. Like he knows what his team's ceiling
Their
is. Like
back
he
is
knows,
against the
he knows where this ends. I think so. At this point, yeah, because if you're like a true playoff team or whatever, you're not talking about moral victories. Not saying like that's the exact word Mike Brown used, but like stuff like that. You're not talking about that. Like going into playoffs, like no, we're gonna try and win these games or whatever. I feel like he knows like there's a ceiling to this, and he knows probably where it ends. So it's like at this point, you take in what you can get.
I disagree with that a little bit. I think Mike might be aware because of what the roster looks like right now, where they're at, but I don't think that's why he's doing that. I'm with him in the sense, like, I think I understand exactly what he's saying. And I think you pointed this out, like the playoffs aren't promised to you. Like we more as like media types and fans, I always laugh at the word timeline. Who the hell constructs these timelines and decides that this is this individual's timeline? Because did y'all have OKC as the 1 seed? I don't think they did. I think we all thought Oklahoma City was going to be better. But did we have them as the 1 seed? Oh, they're ahead of the timeline. Bro, what timeline? And what happens to OKC next year? If OKC is in the play-in next year, if they're in the 7, if they're in the 8, if they wind up going home before the series start, does it destroy their whole timeline? Is everything thrown off? No, I get what Mike is trying to say. Like, this is a learning experience for all of them. This is for me, and I harp on this a little bit because at the time it agitated me. But this is like to what Mike was talking about. This is De'Aaron learning. Yeah, it's a loss in the loss column. It's one loss in the loss column until it's not. Charlotte was one loss in the loss column until last night. Detroit was one loss in the loss column until last night. And I think that's Mike telling them, like, okay, you had the ups, you had the downs. Which one you want? Y'all, you experienced them both. Which one do you want? Like, from a coaching perspective, I 1000% understand what Mike is talking about. And if I was a coach, that is absolutely what I would be telling them.
Yeah, I just ask because that's how I look at this a little bit. It is definitely disappointing if they're not able to make the playoffs. It's absolutely disappointing. But I do tend to look at these guys and this main group, and there's probably still somebody left to be added to the main group. But this is a journey. This is something that's being built. And what happens this year, I don't think it has to define who these guys are moving forward as Sacramento Kings and like Sabonis and Fox and all this other stuff. Like, neither one of you have said this, but it's like the whole, if they don't make the playoffs, well, it's clear you just can't win with Sabonis as your second best player. Like, no, this doesn't define Fox, or they were talking about Fox last week. No, that's not who it is. And I think that's a lot of what Mike Brown is talking about. It's an experience that they're going through. They're trying to figure out how to navigate through it. And whether you make the playoffs or not, on the other side of it, you want to be better from that. You want to learn from that. And you may have to miss the playoffs to end up getting that lesson. You know what I mean? But what Mike says specifically, it'll make these guys better in the long run. So I don't know. I mean, once again, don't want to put lipstick on a pig. It is not okay if they miss the playoffs.
It's not okay. It's disappointing if they miss the playoffs. Okay. We can also be real with ourselves and like acknowledge like their build as far as overtime and what they're trying to accomplish hasn't really taken a massive hit or anything like that.
Yeah, I don't think so. Some people do think so.
I don't.
I don't.
I think it's just more clear what you need on this roster, if anything.
We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball. We'll talk more Kings Warriors. We'll talk about the rest of the NBA playoffs. Some interesting matchups across the board. And your New York Knicks finishing second in the East. Wow.
Go New York, go.
Wow.
OG's back.
Is he?
Yeah, I think he played yesterday.
Wow. I didn't think you. Salute. We'll talk about
I'll
it.
double check that. I'll make sure.
Steeler 1 KC brought to you by Sky River Casino here on ESPN 1320.
I thought I saw him yesterday. Now that I think about it, it might have been
played.
McBride.
I did not think that man was going to play.
Shoeless, I don't think it was slowed. I mean, you could just make those. You just make moves in the offseason.
Yeah, I did see him out there. Yeah. No disrespect to my guy Ham, because he's doing God's work with that locker. I mean, he really is. And the bars that I like in there are really good. But
What are they called?
I don't know. I told you I don't know. I just eat. I don't know what it is. But these are the ones. These are the ones. Like because
What are those called?
Nature Valley.
What's the flavor?
There's a lot of fine print. You don't even know.
It's not fine. It's bold right there on the.
I like the oats and honey version of the Nature Valley ones. Casey, what is your favorite granola bar?
Whatever these are.
What is it, Casey? I can't say it. So
I need glasses, bro. I don't know.
You have glasses on.
It's a chewy granola bar.
Such a coward.
Chewy granola bar.
Say the name.
I can read it from here.
Say the name.
These are the ones.
That's a wild name for a bar.
Wild. Just putting it out there. All right, that's what we're doing.
Somebody thought it was funny. Hey, let's
they getting their jokes off.
Let's name the bar this. All right. Man, I hope that Rhea news isn't as bad as it looks. Yeah, that's no good. It does. I mean, if unfortunately it does do one positive storyline thing, is it takes the pressure off of who beats her. Like it gives you a a chance to go with some other young ladies and then
Give it to Charlotte. Oh no, she's hurt. Never mind. Yeah, never mind.
Charlotte's still hurt.
Yeah, still hurt. Well, whoever takes it off of Rhea, shout out to them because they'll give it to Charlotte in the summer.
that's it. That's a shoot. That is a shoot.
Well, it makes that easier though. If that's what you're trying to do.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Cool.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Were you getting Bloodline versus Bloodline at Survivor Series?
I like Jimmy and Jay.
Well, Jimmy and Jay, they could be with Roman or whatever because Solo's been building his little group right now. We could throw the Rock with those guys. I saw in the chat they're talking about having Naomi go with Jay and then Nia go with the Rock and them.
What's the other brother's name? Jacob?
Jacob for 2, I think.
Yeah. I like the angle they did Friday. That was good. We watched that here like, oh, shit. This is cooking. Solo got to get a little bit better on the mic. Yeah, a little bit. He's not quite there yet. I like it. Michael Day One Chatty House. I like the direction so far. I see a Johnny G talking about the Rock pulling the string. I like that too. Like it kind of ties everything together. I like it. But I love, Sacramento's own. Yes, indeed. I remember when the Tonga Kid was at Cinco de Mayo, and he had the blonde hair, and I said, "Hey, I'm gonna bring you out. I'm not gonna tell anyone who you are." And he was perfectly okay with it because with the blonde hair, he looked exactly like Rikishi. Exactly like Rikishi. And he came out and did the thing, and he got a pop in front of those 15,000 people. Good people. Really, really good people.
I read a story or saw a tweet. Rikishi was a little disappointed they didn't ask him to be involved in the Jimmy and Jay thing. He was like, I was there. Nobody talked.
Yeah, but what would you have done though? Like that's what
guys,
that's
please
what
don't fight. Your brothers, please.
Yeah, like what would you? It also like I'm okay with it because you probably didn't want to.
step on what happened a week later.
Yeah. No, a night. You mean I would. You didn't want to step on what happened a night later.
The night later. Yeah.
Yeah.
'Cause
Or actually, it was the same night. Jimmy and Jay were Sunday, weren't they?
They were Saturday, and then they came out. They came out on Sunday.
Okay.
But you're right. I was thinking about because like all this also is a long play to kind of reimagine the bloodline.
Okay. I love the idea of getting Naomi involved with the bloodline, though.
Oh yeah,
WWE storytelling is cooking right now.
Oh man,
It's cooking right now.
they're in their bag. Hey, real quick, I know we want to get to the phone lines. Guess who I met on Friday? Shout out to our guy.
Someone courtside, I'm assuming. We got the Kings game or something.
There was Suns Kings. I was at the game.
They be telling me where you were.
I did not sit courtside. I don't know.
You met Jason Derulo.
No, it was Sunday. I don't know why he was there.
Jason Derulo was lighting the beam last night.
Yeah, he was.
Well, we get stars coming here.
Yep, and we get Jason Derulo too. That was unnecessary. I apologize. That was not okay.
But no, I met for the first time our guy Mason Jones. Had a nice little quick combo. I was like, Mason, we got love for you, dog. He's like, man, I gotta pull up on y'all, man. I said, say less. So when the season over, I'm gonna pull up on y'all. I said,
That's what's up.
Pull up on us, man.
Very good.
Good dude.
Love to hear that.
Yeah.
Love to hear that. You said Phil? Phil's on the line. 916-909-1320. What's up, Phil?
What's going on, guys?
How you doing, man?
Doing all right. You know who Chris Paul better not be tomorrow?
Who's
Scott
that?
Foster.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't even think about that.
He's like 0-18 or something against him, right?
Is it a sign? Scott's gonna be in the building?
No, I don't think we know yet. I don't know if we know. That's a good call. I didn't think about that.
You imagine the Sacramento Kings saving grace. Yes, it is the referees, but it's Scott Foster.
Can you imagine the pop Scott Foster would get? He'd be the first referee to ever get a pop.
That is hilarious. Oh man.
What was it? Linda McMahon coming down the ramp with, was it Earl Hebner when she was in the wheelchair for WrestleMania and all that? It was Vince versus Shane, I think it was.
It was Vince versus Shane. Yeah, no, she came down with Trish Stratus. I think someone did come running down. The referees did switch up. But yeah, that's when Linda was comatose. And then she stood up. The place went crazy. And she kicked Vince in the redacted.
Man. I wasn't really around for the Linda era too much.
That's good because Linda was bad. It just was not for her. Linda took a stunner once. And the crowd cheered. You stunned like a 60-year-old woman and the crowd went nuts.
Brother, we were putting Mae Young through tables.
Yeah,
we were past that.
They went crazy on that one. We got to check in for our favorite, one of our favorite unsponsored segment. Where has Ben at in watching the show? And he says in the chat, he says, why are they saying J. Cole went KD? I think that's in reference to our commercial break when we were talking about the battle.
Like our first one?
Yeah.
Man, that might be a record for Ben. He's almost 2 hours behind. That's a record for Ben.
J. Cole should have got in this, man.
No.
Because it's just competition now. Like, it's not serious. Like, how the beefs have been. Like, this is just the best of the best right now.
Now, this one got potential to
Oh
get a
no.
little crazy.
Like
You think so?
Like Rick Ross being involved. Like Rick's attack on Drake wasn't just bars.
No.
Like that was a man who's frustrated with Drake.
Yeah.
That was personal.
He's hurt
Yeah,
by
it was
him. I mean, like we
personal.
talked about it a little bit. Like they were tight.
Yeah.
They were boys, and
Yeah.
something.
You
Whether
haven't
it's
heard
that,
us talk about it yet.
I said we've talked about it. You haven't heard it.
Yeah,
but
you
we've
haven't heard
talked
it
about
yet. Yeah.
Whether it was just that song situation or maybe something deeper, something really hurt Rose.
Yeah.
That Drake.
It's more than the French Montana stuff that he talked about in the record. Like it's a lot more than that. Like you don't throw your whole I was like those two are on a lot of records together. Rose glows about Drake in both of his books. And that was kind of the aspect of where like, all right, this is all fun and games, but like these are two men. Like
Right.
these dudes were close. That's tough. Yeah. That's tough. We'll see what Kendrick says though. Drake Drake has some bars.
I did say
Drake has some bars.
Barry Horowitz. Pat myself on the back. I did say this was going to happen. I
What's
say he was
that?
going to win. That Drake was going to come back, and people were going to be like, "Oh, damn, Drake."
It
was
okay. Just be clear. I just want to be clear. I'm not going, oh, damn, Drake. It's like, oh, he did that. That was good. No, bro, you're so.
He killed that.
Why don't you just admit it?
That was an 8.
Just admit it. An 8?
Yeah.
You said that was an 8 out of 10?
Yeah. I gave Rose a 7.
Oh.
I
man,
thought it was
great.
I thought it was slightly less than Drake, but I thought it was really good.
I
thought both of them were really good on Saturday.
I don't think I'd give Drake an 8.
I think I'm closer with KC.
I don't think I'd give Rose a 7.
Rose,
but I told you I didn't like what Rose said. So.
Yeah, and I like the bars, like the song and the bars.
Yeah,
that
but
Rose
he ain't talking to you though. When he says white boy,
no, but that's also not the bars, right? Like he was saying that stuff after.
It's still part of the record
thing.
though.
So I'm listening to the bars and it's dope.
Rose nasty.
It was a dope song. Though.
Yeah, Rose can go. Rose can go. I'll give them both like a 7.5.
It's the same thing I just gave, bro.
Well, no, you get no.
And it's a half lower than what I gave Drake.
I give both.
That 0.5 means a lot, pal. You either round up or you round down. We know what it means on this show.
Like, look, man, this is gymnastics, man. The points matter. This ain't pocket watching where you could be off by 100,000 and win.
Well, as long as the strategy's right there, that's gonna keep me winning. It's gonna keep me winning, keep me above 500.
Look, I could be Adam Silver and start implementing some new officiating.
Oh, now we want to do that after I talked about Price is Right rules?
Adam did it. Why can't I? I start saying if you guys are $50,000 off, no one or
million
500,000. No, that's not. Yeah, it has to be 50 million. You're right. If you guys are just grossly off, you both lose.
Wrong. Win's a win.
I'm gonna discuss this with Adam Silver.
A win is a win. Adam Silver, he got some good news today. Did you see that?
The numbers.
Yeah.
Was
the
it
attendance numbers?
22.5 million people attended.
Yeah, 20
NBA games this year.
Yeah, 22.5 because I'm not gonna read all the numbers. But 100. That's the most ever. 182 sellouts is the most ever. And an average attendance of 18,322 is the highest ever. The NBA teams that sold out all of their games this season: the Celtics, the Cavs, the Mavericks, the Nuggets, the Warriors, the Heat, the T-Wolves, the Sixers, the Suns, and the Sacramento Kings.
Very nice.
Sold out every game.
Good stuff.
They had that. I saw something earlier.
Any of those
too.
surprise you?
Nah. Basketball's hot in all these places.
Okay.
So I'm pretty sure that would have went down that way. I also saw. I wish I had that on me too, but I saw the prices for the playing games, and I think the other 3 home teams are hovering around $50 to $60, like average ticket prices, or maybe highest, or I don't know how they equated it, but everyone was hovering around 50 to 60, $212 for Kings.
That's
Warriors.
the average price.
Yeah, I think that was average.
Now this isn't resale. This is
it didn't specify,
because I can't imagine there are very many I can't imagine there are any non-resale tickets available tomorrow.
No, that one's going to
that resale. That resale market probably going kind of crazy.
Yeah,
it's probably going kind of crazy. 916-909-1320 if you want to get in on the phone lines. Look at some other things in the NBA. We were talking about it a minute ago. Oklahoma City finishes with the 1 seed. Phoenix wound up finishing 6th.
They did it. I didn't think they had a chance in hell.
It's going to be the Suns
They
versus
did
the
it.
Timberwolves.
That's
the
gonna
3
be a
versus
crazy
6
series too.
Yeah, this all became a thing because Denver lost to San Antonio on Friday.
Because Vic went stupid.
Bananas. Yeah, he went. They need something else for Rookie of the Year. Like there's Rookie of the Year, like Malcolm Brogdon won, and then there's Rookie of the Year like Victor Wembanyama's about to win.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it was like 121, 120 or something crazy like that. And that threw everything Saturday into a bit of a spin because Oklahoma City had the tiebreaker. So it became if Oklahoma City won, they were going to be the 1 seed. And because all of the games started at the same time, depending on the conference, all of
Yeah,
the
they
games
kind of threw
started.
me off with that. I literally thought everything was 12.
So did I. Yeah.
The end of the Knicks Bulls game at 1. I said, wait, what?
Yeah, it threw me off a little bit too. But it created some interesting scenarios for teams like the Timberwolves and the Denver Nuggets, where they had to go out there and win games. And I'm sure that they, were monitoring scores and scoreboards and all of that stuff, just as we were doing at the Golden One Center last night. Everyone had their eyes on the Pelicans-Lakers game, though.
That ended quickly.
I think there was one point in the first quarter where it got to 4, and then that was it. Like, it was never a conversation again.
Did you hear the dialogue around the Lakers this morning?
The Anthony Davis stuff?
No.
Help me out.
That it's your boy too. It's your boy who brought this up. I saw a couple other people brought up. I think Lakers Twitter or fans are talking about it.
Who is my boy?
Your boy Greeny.
Why is that my boy?
Saying that the Lakers need to lose this game tomorrow, win the next game, so they can avoid the Nuggets. But like, not just lose, but he said sit AD and LeBron, so you don't have to face the Nuggets and just win this game on Friday.
There's probably no more surefire sign that a sports media personality has never been an athlete than when they say dumbass stuff like that. Like, that is such a media contrived conversation about avoiding certain teams and Greeny is the epitome of, I have never been a professional athlete in my life, and I'm going to say really stupid things as it pertains to professional athletics. With all due respect to Greeny, that is absurd.
Yeah.
It's absolutely absurd.
They had another absurd person saying the same thing in the media. I think it was Acho.
That did not help your case, bro.
I don't have a case.
Well, that didn't help their case. That didn't help Greeny's case. Acho was an athlete. Acho's I ain't gonna call the man out his name. I do not listen to that dude. Yeah. Come on, man. Bring something else up. Get Acho out of this conversation.
The thought.
I don't even know which Acho you talking about. Now that I think about it, because aren't there 2 of them?
I think there's 2. The one that's
I feel like they think the
one
same
that's
way.
always talking.
All right.
Yeah. But the thought that the Lakers willingly, like Greeny said, I don't know what Acho said. I saw a tweet and kind of zoomed by it. Didn't watch the video. Greeny was like, nah, sit LeBron and AD, get extra rest, win that game on Friday.
Okay, bro.
Because you don't want to play Denver.
You fought to get out of the 9-10, so you have the extra matchup. You have the extra chance, and you want to throw it away because you're scared of Denver. All right, dude. Whatever you say.
So that was a lot of the discourse this morning on the national shows and stuff like that. And I did see a little bit of Lakers Twitter talking about that a little bit. I don't know if they were like, yeah, let's do it, but they talked about it. But nah, man.
No.
That ain't
absolutely
the case.
Not.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on KIF.
Oh, I was gonna say it too. I got it pulled up.
West Sacramento. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You're listening to ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, an Odyssey station. And D-Lo and Casey is brought to you by Sky River Casino.
Yeah, we don't even say it the same way. You don't say KRXQHD2. You don't say 98.5.
I don't have that in my notes.
You don't say KIFM. You don't say anything.
I don't have that in my notes.
Casey's is basically like, hey, what's up? We're here. We're a sports show. You know what it is. Later.
That's not in my notes. I don't know where these notes came from, but they're not. I don't have them. So I got to put that in there.
All right. All right.
Well, let them know where else they can hear us.
98.5 FM KRXQHD2. Jesse says if you go past the Christmas tree, you went too far. We're always live on the free Odyssey app. Shout out to everybody listening to both stations on the Odyssey app, man. We really appreciate that. Clippers versus Suns first round. I'm sorry, Timberwolves versus Suns in the first round. Clippers host Dallas.
Oh,
yeah.
this is gonna be one of my favorites.
Yeah.
It's gonna be one of my favorites.
That's an interesting one. That's an interesting one because we think highly of the Clippers. Thought.
I
highly
can
of
say
the
for me,
Clippers.
thought.
And Dallas is hot. There ain't no other way to put it. Like Dallas is hot.
I'm saying it right now, man. I'm picking the Clippers to win that series.
Okay.
And I'm not
Picking against your
disrespecting
favorite
Dallas.
player. No, you're picking against your favorite player.
He's not my favorite, but he's one of
not?
them.
Oh, okay.
Not De'Aaron's probably got that title right now. I don't. There's no rankings, man. It's De'Aaron, Malik, Anthony Edwards, Kyrie. I still like Bron, like Jason Tatum. I got a lot of guys out there.
Give me the Mavs in 6 in that series, though.
Mavs in
games.
6?
I think we'll get to the end of that series. The Ty Lue stories will come out. Paul George not having his extension will come out, and it's be, oh yeah, it wasn't as great as it was with the Clippers.
Do we have anything on Kawhi?
I don't see anything updated.
I mean, I feel like there's just an assumption that he's going to play. That's what it sounds like.
It's an assumption, though. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or is there like
which makes that
evidence?
Just makes me believe that that's what they think. Like, oh, he's gonna play. Because you know, like,
well, I'm sorry. I guess I'm asking who's the assumption from?
Maybe just everybody in the media.
Oh,
but you know how that would go. Like if he was questionable, that would be, oh man, we don't know if Kawhi is gonna play. Like that would be the story as opposed to no, he's good to go. But you're right. I haven't heard anything one way.
But that's not Kawhi. Like Kawhi was game to game like injury updates when like he was like severely injured. Yeah, like a torn meniscus or something. Oh, he's out tonight. All right, maybe the next game. Oh, he's out tonight. And then we find out, oh, he has a torn. Maybe it wasn't meniscus. It was torn something else. But oh, he's got a severe injury.
Torn ACL.
He was never going to play.
Yeah.
When it comes to Kawhi injuries, it's always a little bit different. It's a little bit different. But I'm looking forward to that series.
Yeah, it's gonna be a great series. Regardless, I'm going with the Clippers on that one. I don't think there'll ever be a time when I root for the Mavericks, though.
Well, picking a team and rooting for a team aren't exactly the same.
I might even pick against them just out of spite.
Well, that I can see you doing.
I just listened to a Woj clip like about him talking about the injury. He honestly says a whole lot of nothing. He's got right knee inflammation. Once that goes down, Kawhi will play basically.
That might go down in June.
That's basically what Woj was saying like 5 times over. Yeah, once they get the inflammation down, he'll be ready.
Thanks, Woj.
I tried. No time will nothing. His knee, it's inflamed.
It's like magic. It's like listening to Woj talk is like watching Magic tweet. All right, buddy. At some point, I'm going to need you to say something.
Shams was here on Friday.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, he walked by.
I'm sure Vivek was gushing over it. Yeah.
What's up, man? What's up? That was it. I think he sat next to James the whole time.
All right.
Shams was in Sacramento.
Bucks host the Pacers. Magic at Cavs.
I was gonna say Bucks Pacers. Don't sleep on that. That's the series.
I'm not sleeping on it.
That's the series that basically got Adrian Griffin fired.
It's
almost got him punched by Bobby Portis.
Well,
Giannis not guaranteed to play game 1 either as of right now.
Yeah, I don't think he's playing game 1, 2, 3. I don't think he's playing in this series.
I was talking to Kyle, during the end of the Insiders, and it was either him or Jesse. I think it was him. He was like, I'm taking the Pacers regardless. And I said, well, no, if Giannis is playing, like, Bucks will win that series. But if he's not, it's a serious issue. It is a serious issue. They might get got in that first round.
Yeah. Yeah, they absolutely might by a team that seemingly already has their number. It's not as dramatic as Kings Pelicans, but it's pretty damn close.
Yeah.
It's pretty damn close. Sixers Heat in the play-in. Sixers, and that's the 7-8 play-in. Yeah, that's the 7-8 play-in.
Should get in.
Yeah, each of them teams will have a chance. The other one is Bulls and Hawks.
Would you feel any type of way if one of those two teams didn't get in because they lost to the Bulls or the Hawks?
Yeah. Yep. I'd feel less of a way about Miami, but like the Bulls and Hawks are not playoff teams. But that's this, right? It's one game.
Do you have
One
a
game.
do you think like do you have a problem with that? You think that's ever going to be an issue?
No, I
I-
don't think so. I mean, we've seen bad 8 seeds before. I think it only becomes an issue, and I don't think this is the case, but let me confirm. I mean, we know well, oh God bless it. It's pretty damn close. It's Miami, Chicago, and Atlanta. Those are the rankings, right? So Atlanta's 10. There's a 10-game difference between 10 and 8. This is not the Western Conference. This is a 36 and 46 win team getting in. But here's the thing, like, you've constructed this tournament to go a certain way. If they get hot and beat the loser of the 7-8, that's a 47 win team and a 46 win team. It's not on Atlanta. Atlanta did what they were supposed to do.
Nah,
That's a tough look because Atlanta stinks.
I'm with you on that. I don't have a problem with it either way. I don't think I ever will. It brings excitement to the end of the season this week, where they're giving the playoff teams, a little extra time to rest. It brings excitement to that week, and be honest, be damned. Miami, what happened with them last year? Be damned. AC ain't going nowhere anyway. You might as well have some.
But at the same time, Miami they weren't a 36 win team last year.
True.
Even on their run, like I mean, I think there's levels to this. That was a 44 win team last year. That's a far cry to me from a 36 win team.
Very, very fair. But the point being, the AC don't go nowhere anyway. So I'm not willing to get rid of the excitement of the final week and the play-in just because, a 36 win team upset a 43 win team to be the 8 seed. Like,
no, like
that 43 win team
win the
don't
game.
do nothing anyway.
Well, it's not 43, it's 47 or 46, but in that case, win the game. Like, don't be the team that lost to a 36 win Atlanta Hawks team or a 39 win Chicago Bulls team. Don't be that. Like, go win.
Yeah.
You 10 games better, go be 10. Be one game better.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm with you. There don't need to be any changes because of that.
Real quick, names getting thrown around in the chat. Does our guy Buddy Hield make the playoffs, break his streak?
Man,
I gotta say, bro, if Buddy Hield plays 84 games in a regular season and doesn't make the playoffs, like, come on.
I can't.
84 games.
I can't get over how funny it would be if Philadelphia didn't make it. It would be so funny if they didn't make it. But I do think that kind of hurts the playoffs, and I don't want that. Like, I want Philadelphia there. Buddy and all.
Yeah.
So go ahead and break that streak, buddy. Get into the playoffs.
Yeah. Yeah. I
Miss P.
Well,
Brian, they
Brian,
might not agree.
They might want him to just stay where he was at.
Yeah.
But yeah, it don't bother me, man. I've let go of all Buddy. I don't think I really had hate.
No, it's not hate.
I've let go.
But the jokes are funny.
Well, I do laugh.
The jokes are funny.
I laugh.
But if he makes the playoffs, those jokes are kind of over. So go and get in there. I think the Eastern Conference playoffs are better if Philadelphia's in it. So I'm not rooting for them. I don't know who to pick. I feel like Philadelphia will win this game against Miami, but I don't know, man. I'm not sure.
I'm
not sure at all.
Weren't we here the other day and they said Joel went down in that game? I know
Joel,
finished out the season, but I mean,
yeah,
who knows what he's dealing with?
Yeah, he's probably dealing with enough to where he shouldn't be playing. But I'm not a doctor, nor did I stay in a Holiday Inn Express. We'll come back. We're going to be live at Sky River Casino this Friday. We'll hope you'll come through, hang out with us. Live show beginning at 12 o'clock inside 32 Brew Street. We'll talk more Kings basketball. We'll talk more playoff basketball. Is either one KC continue here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Let's get it in real quick because it is a fight week. $13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to the dope ones. Big ups to my people over there. Shout out to Jordan Brand. You already know the vibes, man. You know what it is. And it is Haney Garcia fight week. Oh, baby. Oh, let's cook. let's cook, man. This is a big time fight. This is two of what a lot of people were calling the four princes when it was Gervonta, Devin Haney, Teofimo, and Ryan Garcia getting together. All right. Now, Lester's been lost a little bit on that in the last few years. Obviously, Ryan Garcia going up against Tank, he gets knocked out. Ryan Garcia's erratic behavior has hurt that. Teofimo moving up a little bit has hurt that. Some of the luster of the four princes has worn off just a little bit. But this is still one of them fights. This is still one of those fights. And look here, shout out to both of these guys for making it happen. You know, there's a belief out there that, you know, Ryan went out there and said, I want this fight. And Devin Haney did what he had to do to say, let's accept the fight. So the fact that we're getting another one of these fights with the quote unquote four princes, I salute that. I salute that. Later on in the week, I'll give a little bit more of a prediction about what I think. Oh, who am I kidding? Devin Haney's going to wipe the floor with Ryan Garcia. That's just what it is. He is going to beat the brakes off Ryan Garcia. I don't know if he's going to knock him out, but this should be easy work for Devin. So I'll break it down more as the week goes along. That's the 13th round.
I saw this dude's a monster, but my favorite thing, like from the UFC, is like whenever like this monster light heavyweight comes, or even heavyweight too, like, oh, on Twitter, I wonder what he can do against John Jones. They'll all lose.
UFC had a really good weekend. That UFC 300 was buzzing. I didn't watch it, but it was all over my timeline.
Take whatever Ryan Garcia says with a grain of salt. They're just talking to talk, I feel like, right now. He's talking about everything.
Too much.
Yes. You see, Canelo did an interview last week. I think it was like, "Oh yeah, could you ever repair your relationship with Oscar?" He's like, "No, I don't want to do that. I don't need those kind of vibes around me."
I didn't see that. CTC. I mean, I don't. First of all, let's get your Abby off the screen. But I wouldn't say I don't like it. I'm just not that interested in it.
That Max Holloway stuff was crazy, though. You didn't see that either?
No.
Max Holloway, I think it was with Justin Gaethje or whatever.
The knockout?
Yeah.
Yeah,
He told him toe to toe in the middle of the ring, let's go, and he
Yeah.
knocked him out.
Yeah, I saw that. That was some good stuff. That was some good stuff. That was some really good stuff. I like him, Leezy. I like him. Talk about it a little bit more maybe tomorrow on Kicking It with KC. But yeah, when we cooking right now. I don't need to watch any of it. I've been familiar with the UFC for years now. Not interested. And if these fighters ever smarten up, everything that you guys love about UFC is going to go away. But they cool. As long as they cool with it, I'm not to be cool with it.
I saw, I think it was Connor, someone tweeting about or posting about how old boy is increasing the bonuses. Like, y'all really out here fighting for the equivalent of chump change in your sport, huh? All right, man. Wow. I wish our brothers in the UFC would smarten up. Our brothers and sisters in the UFC would smarten up and demand more.
I mean, that's what they're happy with it though. They like it. I love
salute.
it. You know what I mean? They had a big weekend on Saturday. I didn't watch the fights, but had a lot of buzz. Had some classic moments. So good. For
Definitely
them.
saw that knockout on.
Yeah, that was fantastic.
Well, 1 second left. That's crazy.
Yeah, that was fantastic. So shout out to all those guys that put on a heck of a show on Saturday. But the whole thing came from because it was doing the 13th round, and some people new to the show. It's like, you don't like UFC, Kenny? I said, no, I don't like UFC. Not my bag. Not what I do. Not talking about anybody who does. I'm not here to be, oh no, boxing is better. I ain't doing all that. You like UFC? That's cool. It's not really my thing. It's all good.
We were talking earlier. I mentioned, talking about the game tomorrow night. How getting to the playoffs through the plan. We talk about steps going forward. Talked about how getting to the playoffs through the plan could actually represent growth and another step forward for the Sacramento Kings. You buy that?
Yeah. I mean, we continue to say and we continue to speak on. I mean, this team, this franchise, this program they're trying to build is still in its early stages, whether people accept it or like it or not. Like they're coming towards the end of the second year of all this. And it's things you got to figure out. There's roster moves you got to figure out. There's growth that you have to have throughout your program. And, this is just one of those learning experiences, really, in my opinion. So, you're gonna learn a number of different ways. You're gonna learn in series that you have. You're gonna learn and how you finish off the end of a regular season. You may learn in losses. You may learn in not making the playoffs. You definitely should learn in both of those two, actually. But those outcomes are very real, and just because they happen doesn't mean it doesn't, in a way, potentially help you grow as individuals and as a team.
Amazing. As frustrating as this season has been, 2 games can wipe it all out. 2 wins. 2 more wins, which gets you to 48 wins on the season. It wipes everything out.
I feel like you said, like they get these next 2. This regular season almost doesn't matter. Because
absolutely
this season
doesn't.
became something like way bigger as far as like for them going forward and progressing and all that.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, it absolutely doesn't matter. Detroit doesn't matter. Bob Myers doesn't matter. Charlotte doesn't matter. The Pelicans, none of it matters if you're able to get 2 more games.
Yeah.
I just think that's a really tall task to ask Sacramento to do. Not that they can't do it. It's just a really tall task to ask them to do. You get one against the Warriors. All right, salute. Then you got to get one against the Lakers or Pelicans too. Brandon Ingram returned. I don't even know if that was a good thing for the Pelicans to have him come back.
Didn't seem like it with the way they performed.
It sure didn't. But we mentioned this earlier. When you battle adversity, it builds character a little bit.
Yeah.
And this team is going to face adversity over the next 28 hours, 29 hours leading into tomorrow's game. And if they get out of that, like they're going to face a huge challenge on the road against someone on Friday. If they can get through tomorrow and get that opportunity.
Yeah.
It's interesting. You know what's ahead of you. You know what games are ahead of you. You just don't know if you're going to play them. Right? The only one you're going to play is tomorrow night. The Warriors and the Kings play tomorrow night, and that's all we know.
Yeah. And I don't want to say I've done a 180. Maybe you can. I'm looking forward to it, man. When it first came out, I was like, damn, I don't want to see I want to deal with everything that comes with this matchup.
Well,
right?
I've done a 180 because I'm talking to Guru tomorrow.
Well,
I didn't want to talk to none of them. You talk about we was on Sports Sunday last night. I said I don't want to talk to none of them people. I don't want to get into this little back and forth with Bonte. I don't want to go on the morning roast. I don't want to talk to Guru. And then as soon as Guru texts me, it's like, yeah, I'll be there. Sucker move.
Look,
sucker move, Guru.
And one thing that, maybe I've decided to do, or I looked at it, after some time, is this is fun. You're in one of the high profile matchups the league has to offer.
Yeah.
With Warriors Kings. We're a part of it. We're going to be, the setting for essentially for some people, a little bit of a kickoff to the postseason. You know what I mean? It's going to feel real with that game at the Golden One Center. And yeah, man, it's going to be fun. It'll be a lot more fun if the Kings can win and light the beam and send the Warriors home. That's going to be a blast. Oh, that's going to be a blast if that could happen. But the thing that probably helps it as well for me is it is just one game. It's not a season. It's not another 3 weeks of what we had to deal with last year. It's a couple of days, and yeah, we can do that.
Media just embarrassing themselves. I got to apologize on behalf of the media. Yo, get out of family business, man, and let us have some fun.
People were trying to step in the fight and got jumped. When they
got jumped by all sides. Yo, get out of here. You don't know where you at. Stop it.
So that side to go make some drums.
Yeah, go do that.
Some of y'all don't know when a work is going on, when a shoot's going on. Some of y'all don't know when you're being worked or being shooted on.
Yep. That's facts.
Oh man, but yeah, man, go to One Center. You seem to you weren't sure if Golden One was going to be lit. It was going to be more nervous energy tomorrow.
I'm thinking about a multitude of things. Nervous energy was the number one thing I was thinking about, and how that could create kind of a tense environment for the crowd. Like you have the moments at the very beginning. I'm not talking about introductions. I'm not talking about when the guys take the floor. I'm not talking about any of that. I'm talking about when the ball goes up in the air. That's what I'm talking about, where things are kind of like, okay, because in part of it is the story of the season. There's some story this season. It feels like it's countless. It's not. Feels like it though. The blown leads. And you have blown 20-point leads, 15-point leads, like whatever measurement you want to do. And Warriors fans are very aware of this too. But you have those blown leads. So it's like there's Kings hit 7 of 9 threes in the first quarter. Oh, De'Aaron hit another one. The Kings are up 18. It's like, oh, yay. But now it's like we were together. OKC. Were they up against Oklahoma City?
Yeah.
And we were together and we were watching the game while doing the KSFM show. And it was like, okay, we just hit the point where it's disappointing now. And it's like, you lose a game, you lose. But there's certain, markers where it's like, all right, if you lose now, like the game's disappointing. Like if you lose now, like you had it and now it becomes disappointing. And I think there's different points, there's different games throughout this year where it was like, hey, you lose. But now it's disappointing. Like you lose to Phoenix twice this year. Yo, that's Book, that's Brad, that's KD. That's not you want to win those games.
Yeah.
But you don't put anything extra on them. You blow a 20-point lead in the fourth quarter, man, that changes the complexion of that loss to Phoenix. And there have been, so many of those. And I think with, that's where nervous energy comes into play. Like, man, they're playing so good. But we've seen this before. We know what happened. So that's what I was worried about tomorrow. And then, there is the component of Malik and Kevin being out. There is the component of just quietly wondering what this team could do and thinking, all right, I go rock with my team. I could probably make about $1,500. Wondered about that too. And I don't look down at anybody who looks at a chance to make money with their tickets right now. I think there was a lot of talk about that last year. I didn't feel like that was realistic last year because Kings fans so desperately wanted to be in the playoffs.
Right.
I don't know how they feel about this. Like, this is, we could do hyperbole, but it's accurate. This is the first ever play-in game in the history of the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that carries the same luster because they were in the playoffs last year and they were in the 3 seed. I don't know if that's not even luster, if it's a gross. I don't know what it is, but I kept thinking, like, all right, it's the first play-in game in the history of this franchise. What are they going to do with it? So I do have a man, what's the arena going to look like tomorrow? What's it going to feel like? What's it going to sound like?
To me, and I know it's a little different because some of that is the season ticket, money and stuff like that. Like the tickets are already paid for, you already got them, stuff like that. But Friday, there wasn't much on the line as opposed to being 7 or 8 or 9 and 10.
Yeah.
And it was charged up. They wanted it bad.
It was.
They wanted it bad on Friday.
They wanted
night.
to see them win.
Yeah.
It would be my assumption.
Yeah.
They just wanted to see them win a game.
And I think that's times maybe 5 or 6 is going to be what it's going to be tomorrow. They want to see them win. They want to see the Warriors lose. They want to see them beat the Warriors.
Yeah.
And they want to see the season keep going. I think that's the overriding thing that I keep seeing and keep feeling about this team. Very frustrated with how this team has played, the up and down nature of their games, blowing leads, losing to teams they shouldn't lose to, all that other stuff. But I talk to people, see tweets, things of that nature. And when it gets down to it, and I think that's why tomorrow is going to be such a madhouse, when it gets down to it, nobody wants the season to end yet.
Yeah.
They don't want the season to end. They want another light the beam chant or whatever. Like nobody, I heard that a couple of different times. Man, I'm not ready for the season to end. I want to get a couple more games here, and, at the Golden One, into the series, whatever. I think everybody really, really wants to get into the playoff series. And man, I think they're gonna be charged all the way up on Tuesday. And it's gonna be some good stuff, man.
Yeah.
I think they'll be charged up like early on in the game and stuff like that. But I do wonder if the Kings do get down, how much of the crowd goes to like, oh no, let's pick them back up, or like, here we go again, like just something we saw all season. Like, how fans in the playoff postseason stuff like they'll get you going still, like if you're down, but how much of it is going to be, yep, they're back again, just more so like, yeah, it's just they don't got it.
Well, I do think it's Kings fans' nature though. Like they just always like if you get down by 18 and you crack it to 11, they're gonna turn up in there.
Yeah.
Like it's gonna get really, really loud.
Give them something.
Yeah. That's just kind of how they're wired, how we're wired here. So yeah, there's that. Should be a good time.
Jordy Fernandez is a finalist for the Nets job, along with Mike Budenholzer and Kevin Young. This is Jordy's going to be a head coach. Like, that's the worst kept secret in coaching circles. Like, Jordy's going to be a head coach. Is it Brooklyn? I'm not sure. I think he interviewed for Charlotte. I know Lindsey Harding interviewed with Charlotte. That was reported by Adrian Wojnarowski. I got to talk to Lindsey a little bit yesterday. And
it's big time. I ain't talked to Lindsey.
Bro, you've name dropped Shams today.
I didn't even talk to Shams. I
What
just
was
gave
the
him a
other
head
one?
nod. It was Mason
Oh,
Jones.
Mason Jones. Yeah.
It's not Lindsey Harding. What are you talking about? Everybody saw the jacket too. Come on, man. Stop playing with us.
The jacket was fire. That's
Stop
King
playing
Leonard.
with us.
The jacket was fire. I had to break it out to one game.
Sometimes I dream.
Hey,
But he
don't-
is
hey,
me.
don't steal my gimmick, man. What are you doing? What are you doing? This coaching staff could look a little different next year. I do wonder if Jordy takes the job, because I keep going back to Bobby. Obviously, Lindsey interviewed for a head coaching job in Charlotte. But I think Bobby was the last head coach of the Stockton Kings, and he got a front row assistant for Nick Nurse in Philadelphia. I wonder if there's a scenario where Jordy Fernandez takes the job in Brooklyn or somewhere, and there's a role for Lindsey Harding on the front row of the Sacramento Kings. Becoming like I know this kind of sounds silly, but there is a hierarchy to this, like front row assistants and second row assistants. The front row assistants are those are the coaches you see. Those are the Geordies. Those are the guys that you hear so much about. The Kenny Atkinson with Steve Kerr. The Mike Brown with Steve Kerr. Getting promoted from a head coach in the G League to that, that's a big deal.
Yeah,
that's a big deal.
Yeah, for sure, man.
Yeah, I'm curious. I'm curious what's next for Lindsey. I'm really curious what's next for Jordy. I'd be a little surprised if Brooklyn went with Mike Budenholzer, but I've always believed Mike Budenholzer is a good coach. I just wanted him fired for like 4 years straight.
Why? I feel like I would feel like he's the leader in the clubhouse.
Mike?
Just because you went with a guy last time in Jacques Vaughn that I don't believe that was his first job.
Yeah, that wasn't the right.
You kind of forced into it with the Ime situation as well. But even with Steve Nash, that was his first job. I think when trying to put this program back together in Brooklyn, you want somebody a little bit more established.
I see where you're going. Yeah, you don't want to hire your third straight first year. I got you.
Yeah.
Well, I'd argue those were bad hires too.
True.
Steve Kerr was like Steve Kerr.
Nash.
I'm sorry, Steve Nash. Never been an assistant. He was like a player development. He was like a made up position in Golden State. Yeah. Like he wasn't like that's not what Jordy is.
He was damn near Alvin Gentry.
Yeah, well, don't do that. Don't do that. Alvin, the coolest man in the room.
No, Alvin the man. Saw Alvin the other day.
Alvin,
man.
of course you did.
I didn't talk to him. I didn't talk to him.
Who didn't you see Friday?
You.
That's a shoot. That's a shoot. I tried, but it didn't work. And then everyone was asking me all day, "Where's Kenny? Oh, he's coming."
Stop, bro. This guy.
Don't look this way. I know. I get it, D-Lo. I get it.
Thank you.
I get it.
Thank you.
I get it.
Went on all I kept saying was, he'll be here.
Yeah.
No, he's coming.
They changed the time on my kids' all-star tryouts. It's supposed to be 9 a.m. Ended up being 12:30.
I got you.
That was Jacques Vaughn's second job, by the way. That Nets job.
What was his first one?
It was with the Magic from like 2012 to 2015.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
Didn't go great.
Not going to take that from Jacques Vaughn. Yeah, this coaching staff could look a little bit different. I'm curious how this shakes out. This was brought up. This was Phil mentioned Scott Foster, and we kind of got a chuckle out of that, because of the Chris Paul stuff. How much of a role do you think officiating will play into tomorrow night's game? Because it's hard to say none.
Yeah, I don't. With the way they officiate stars and a guy like Steph Curry, I think it's going to play a big role. Big role. He's not exactly LeBron, when you talk about fouls, LeBron and AD, but if it's close, they're always going to go with Steph, regardless of what he does. So you want to try and keep him, if you can, from shooting 11, 12 free throws in the game, because if he's doing that, it's all bad. It's all bad, to say the least.
Yeah. I feel like I shouldn't say it. I wonder if the All-Star game broke Adam Silver. Because that's where it felt like all of the changes started to happen with officiating. And we remember the famous look that Adam had on his face at the All-Star game. Presenting
quotes, everything.
Yeah, he was not thrilled with this. And of course, there was the All-Star game is much less of perhaps a determining factor in what we've seen with officiating than what we were seeing in the first half of the season, where the whole conversation in the first half of the season was offense. If it's offense. Yeah. And since then, he acknowledged finally, I think it was early last week, that we did change some things. We took some feedback and said that officiating was favoring the offense too much, and we had to tighten that up a little bit. And I just couldn't help but like, yo, Adam, you did that in the middle of the year. And these guys have had to like play a different way. And I think there's a fine line between what Adam was talking about in that like officiating favoring offense versus, yeah, we're just not going to call fouls anymore. And I'm not harping on the end of the Phoenix game, but there's a lot of plays. There was one yesterday under the basket. It was like the ball was loose like 3 times in the first half. It's like, yo, they really didn't call one single foul on that. There was like 4 fouls on each team under the basket. They just let it go. And and my thinking has been consistent. If you let it go on both sides, then it balances out. But I also look at these guys have had to adjust the way that they play. Like you're unless you're SGA, of course, then you could still get to the line 20 times a game. But like De'Aaron and Domas already didn't get calls before this new edict. Now they really, really don't get calls. De'Aaron went from having to fight for them to, get to the foul line 6 times or whatever to he's taking his first free throws in the fourth quarter now. And it's like that's a hell of an adjustment that you have to make if you're a player in this league in the middle of the season.
Yeah. I wonder, and I know you haven't said one way or another, so I'd like to know what you think. What should Adam have done in that situation? I think
we'll visit it. We'll revisit it in the offseason.
Yeah, I don't think he should have waited to the offseason. Like with the way offense was, and to the point where.
Do you think it was because of officiating?
A little bit of officiating and a little bit of these guys just not playing defense. Just like I think like the way the game is started to change is a little bit of officiating and a little bit of people finally deciding, all right, let's play some defense now. So
are you saying things ramped up?
Ramped up.
Wow.
Yeah,
wow. How about that?
Up. Yeah, it happens after the All-Star break.
How about that? That's what I heard.
Yeah. So, but if he had a conversation with, the head of officials or all the officials around the All-Star break or something like that, was like, hey, we got to do a better job of letting a little bit of this physicality go because it's just a parade to the free throw line. It was a little unenjoyable with all the free throws that were always played.
Mm-hmm.
Now, some people think it's gone too far, and it's swung too far in the physicality range. But, I've watched these games lately, and I don't have any problem with how the game is being officiated in that respect and the way it's being played. Like, I haven't even noticed it. And so I saw people complaining. Drake was on the post game complaining about the physicality of, these games. And I was like, all right, no, they just out there, they're getting after it.
As long as the physicality goes both ways. Not that's the number one thing. As long as it's, so-and-so can be physical against Sacramento, but Sacramento's got to play,
right?
Hands back, chest up. Like they got to, you got to play textbook Mike Brown defense or you're going to get called for a foul. It's like, hold up.
Right.
That's not what you're doing over there. But if it's even across the board, it's even across the board and it's a level playing field. I just think it's a hell of an adjustment to ask these guys to make in the middle of the year. Yeah. We'll come back. I believe James Ham is going to join us. He had a couple of things going on. Obviously, he was at practice as well. So I think James is going to join us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. And we've got that key word for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pull up ESPN1320.com right now. We've got your chance to win $500 coming up here. That's next, actually. It's the top of the 3 o'clock hour here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Well, I'm not going to co-sign some of the stuff y'all saying, but I don't disagree with some of the stuff y'all saying. I'll never know what the hell Alex was talking about. So I think that message may have been conveyed to you a little bit wrong. Not Kyle's fault, but you don't need both words. It's like two different opportunities to win. So you don't actually need both words. It's great to have both words, but I think you can enter which is one of them. ESPN1320.com. That address isn't even in my browser history. Jesus. I'm looking forward to Friday. Wasn't sure we were going to do it. Thoughts on the Cavs? They're my East Star course. Oh, good for you. I can't. Yeah, I like the Cavs a lot to start this year, but man, they've had some tough. I don't know. I can't go with them as a dark horse. Can't go with them as a dark horse. I do really like that team, though. Yeah, John Boy, I see you. I agree. Oh, John, well, Mr. Big John. Anybody going to be able to pull up on Friday? My biggest fear is always we're going to do a show in an empty Sky River.
It's always my favorite bit before.
Yeah, Jesse thinks it's funny. I'm stressing over whether anyone's going to come. And Jesse just last time looked at me like, dude, what is wrong with you? And if the Kings play, probably just hang out. Either be a post-mortem or playing party.
The Sky River shows they're 21 plus, right?
Yeah, 21 plus. Yep. Yeah, you got to be 21 to get into the Sky River. To get into the casino, excuse me. There you go, Dr. David. Man, we gotta get a show together where the kids can come through. I'm excited you'll be there. Oh, PWL signs loading. Let's go. We're not doing pocket watching before a game because Kenny just selfishly is ruining it.
We need to run it back tomorrow so we can fix the vibes.
Man. Oh, man, this might be the first event we've ever done that Warren hasn't been at. That's crazy. I wouldn't even know what to do without you. I don't think we've ever done an event you haven't been at. Yeah. All right, Kimberly, let's go, baby. That's what's up. Kimberly gonna tuck away and not speak to anybody.
In the corner somewhere, and as I'm walking, I'm like, "You were here?"
Yeah, right. Yep. I'm gonna work on. I did get him Zay. I just haven't put him on. I haven't put him on the screen, but I got to get like this Friday Sky River thing put together, so I'm gonna work on it today. I'm not gonna count on. I think tomorrow might determine that a little bit more. It's already a long day. I don't know how much longer we're gonna make it, but it could depend on what happens tomorrow. Please don't do that, Manny. Please don't do that. 209ers pulling up. Let's get you let's rework that first part down.
Oh.
Oh man. Yeah, you got it, Zay. You got it, Zay. Is that 420? That's not 420.
419.
Yeah, that's 419.
Pre-420.
I think my girl at Crystal Nugs is doing a big 420. Ramsey on the line. It's got to be the draft tonight, yeah?
That's a good guess.
The WNBA draft?
That's a really good guess.
Did something happen in baseball?
Trying to think. That's what I was trying to think if anything
I
happened.
don't think he's calling to tell us about his catfish.
Maybe he's talking about the A's.
Okay. I'm gonna go to draft.
I'm gonna go A's.
Okay, draft tonight. 916-909-1320. What's happening, Ramsey?
None of the guesses are correct.
Of course not.
I just want to give a shout out to the Masters this weekend. Scotty Scheffler getting his second green jacket in 3 years. Plus, got to give a shout out to Tiger Woods. Even though he might have struggled this weekend, he still made all 4 rounds. And what in with Tiger Woods, got to give him the shout out for the proper gesture, the handshake to the legend Vern Lundquist, who's retiring after 40 years at the Masters.
Yeah, good stuff. I
Shout
met
out
Vern.
Vern. I like Vern.
I met Vern at UT once. He was calling a Tennessee game. Very, very nice man.
Yeah, I like Vern. He's a legend.
Ramsey had his mask on. Ramsey got his call. He got his stuff off through the mask. I can't believe I forgot about the Masters. Damn it. You got us.
Yeah.
It
was right there for us.
I
It was
did,
right there for us.
I did think on Saturday when Tiger had the bad day, don't withdraw.
Yeah.
Tiger going to withdraw.
wondered if that was
Bad
happening.
knee.
Yeah, you
bad
wondered.
back. No, but he finished.
That's what I like to
He
see from
finished.
Tiger. Good job, man. Speaking of Saturday, just real quick before James gets here.
Oh, you ran into somebody else?
No, I didn't run into
Ran into Chris Webber. You can name drop that one.
That's what I was going to say. On Saturday afternoon, we talked about it a little bit. We had the honor of hosting the Fireside Chat Oak Park Speaker Series with Chris Webber and Kevin Johnson, and it was really, really good.
Yeah.
It was really, really good. Great conversation. And, just hearing Chris talk about, his journey and then his time in Sacramento. And
By the way, I just got a text. I don't think we're done working in Oak Park.
I hope not.
I just got a text. I
I
don't think
hope
we're
not.
done.
Yeah, I love what they're doing over there at the Guilds Theater and the speaker series. And I hope not for sure. But I think you talked about it before when we had to, talk and before Chris got there. Just, Chris was always the guy. He's the greatest Sacramento King of all time. And hearing him speak a little bit later, going back, watching like highlight films and things of that nature. This is literally one of the best basketball players to ever walk the earth was here in Sacramento. And I thought KJ brought up a great point too of how Chris was a part of 2 iconic teams and genres or something like that, like with the Fab Five and what they meant to pop culture and basketball and everything. And then what he was able to do with the greatest show on court. And all I kept thinking with that is, he's fortunate to experience that and be a part of that. I said, who's the common denominator and all that? It's Chris Webber. Like those things worked the way they did because of Chris Webber. And yeah, he's a hell of a Hall of Famer, but I'm just interested in the things he has to say as a man and his journey as a man.
Yeah.
When you talk about this book that he just wrote.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm doing a quick search because I was confused why people were asking. Unless I'm missing something, you can get the book right now at Underground Books today in Oak Park. It doesn't drop on Amazon till October.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it says October 16, 2024.
Wow.
Or excuse me, released October 15, 2024. So I
go down to the P.
Yeah, go to
Oak
Oak Park.
man. Go to Underground Books.
Of
Shout
course.
out Mama Rose. Not Mama Rhodes, Mama Rose.
Could have been sold.
True.
Like there was a lot of books being handed out. I think you can also go to chriswebber.com if you want to get your hands on By God's Grace. I think we're going to see a lot more of Chris Webber around Sacramento.
I hope so. Shout out Mo. Shout out K&B. They did a great job. Shout out to your publicist, your PR person that, made sure everything went smoothly.
Yes, that would be your mother.
That's your publicist.
Yes, that would be your mother. Yeah, your mother is 100% our big. Your mother was the one who orchestrated the photo. I was not in line to get a photo. I was just talking with people, including your mom. And then we got towards the bookstore, and we knew Kendra was there. And I saw Mo. Mo was like, "Hey, KMB is here." And so we went over and spoke to Kendra, and then your mom said, "D'Lo, when I wave, you need to come over here. When I'm gonna take my picture, and then when I wave, you come over here and take the picture." And it's like, okay, whatever you want.
Yeah.
So she gets her picture with Chris. She waves. We come over. We take the picture, and you're talking to Chris, and she goes, "Get in there." I was like, "No, like." I don't have nothing to say. Like, Kenny's talking to Chris. Like, no, go over there, D'Lo. No, Cheryl, like let them talk. Take a picture of them talking. They're hugging right there. I don't have anything to say to Chris. Like, go talk to them. No, Cheryl. I had to tell your mom no. And Kendra tells us the book's in the team store.
Oh, okay.
The book is available at the Kings team store.
If you're going to the game on Tuesday, man, stop by the team store.
But yeah, copy and remember, like as we said, this is he went Mankind style. He went Mick Foley style.
Yeah,
he wrote this book.
This book is thick.
It
is.
No, it is.
I'll let that one fly because I didn't get a flag thrown on me earlier.
Yeah, well,
Chatty House.
They were asking for a review.
They were. But hey, you guys got the same flags I do, okay? So I'll let that one slide. We'll keep it fair today. You guys see a legend from our soundboard retired today?
This is 500 pages.
Man, I love the way it's put together.
Yeah,
though, with
it's really
there's pictures
nice
in there too, so you can see the family and things of that nature. So
what retired today?
A legend from our soundboard retired today.
Oh yes.
Now, what did I do wrong? What did I see wrong?
Oh no, he's done.
Effective immediately.
Effective
immediately.
Yeah, John Sterling retired.
What the hell happened?
I don't know, just was announced today. Actually,
I think he's over with 35 years.
Yeah, like
can't get a year,
bro. Like the clips on the soundboard tell you what was going on.
Maybe he doesn't want to do it anymore. 35 years is a long ass time.
You can't start the season and stop midway through.
Why?
Got to finish it.
Maybe he just realized, hey, you know what? I don't want to do this anymore.
What did I do wrong?
Now, what did I do wrong? What did I see wrong?
It is gone, but caught.
Yeah,
that's my favorite one. That's why he retired.
I need more. I need more of those. Not ready to give up those sound bites.
Those are some solid sound bites right there.
And now they got Michael K, I guess. Michael K's not that good. He's not bad, but he ain't Sterling.
Well, no, I think it's tough when you gotta. I mean, that's pretty iconic. You have some iconic calls. Michael K does the radio?
I think he does TV.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that's a different relationship too.
Yeah.
Michael
K's fine. He's fine. He just, I don't know.
When they doing the K-Rod cast or whatever on ESPN for a bit with Michael K.
Oh, right. Yeah.
That was a little excessive.
Yeah. Well. Oh, this is. Did y'all see? I don't know if I never know what Alex is messaging about ever, but he mentioned Boban. Did you see Boban last night?
Awesome. That was awesome.
Boban missed a free throw so everyone could get free chicken.
Yeah.
Like he missed the first one. I think he just missed it.
Right.
And the crowd went nuts. And he's like looking around, and I think he was like, "Oh, okay, I got you." And he starts like pointing, and he goes like wide right on the free throw, and puts his hand in the air when the crowd goes nuts.
That was awesome.
That was when I saw on Twitter someone tweeted, yeah, so when Jonte Porter does it, he getting kicked out the league, but when Boban does it, we love it, huh?
Well, it's dip. Boban a man of well, if Boban has a DraftKings report of him missing free throws, then it's a little bit different. But right now, Boban was just trying to get everybody free
Probably
chicken.
Jonte's burner who put that out there.
What's up, Hammer?
Boban would just send John Wick over to take care of Adam Silver.
Oh my!
Was Boban in John Wick?
Yeah, he's in like
Boban's
number
been in
3.
movies, right? Okay, I don't know.
Yeah, I think he grabbed John Wick by the head with his giant hands.
Yeah, it was the third one. It's the opening scene, and John Wick kills him with a book.
John Wick kills Boban with a book?
Yeah.
How many John Wick movies are there?
4. Gonna be a 5th, I think.
Wow.
Yeah, he's
right.
definitely found his niche again.
He's the
Boban?
gift that keeps on giving, Clark.
Oh, Keanu.
Yeah. This is like, isn't this what
Yeah,
the third
yeah.
series he's part of?
Well, the
There's
Matrix, or what's
there
the
was
other
2
one?
speeds, right? Well, he might not have been in the second speed. Now that I think
No, Jason Patrick was in the second Speed.
yeah. Now that I think about it, he wasn't
I mean, but the Matrix and John Wick are massive money makers.
for sure.
Absolutely
Yeah.
massive money makers.
Oh, he also made 3 Bill and Teds.
That is accurate. He
Forgot
did
he was in Bill and Ted.
He did in fact make Bill and Ted movies.
That's right.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRX QHC2 Sacramento ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app, and we're live here with our insider from the Insiders, our man James Ham. Before we dive into this conversation about the Sacramento Kings practice today, the media availability, all of that good stuff, head over to ESPN1320.com. Click on the Nothing But Net giveaway and enter the keyword basket. That's a shoot. Enter the keyword basket right now over at ESPN1320.com for your chance to win a $500 gift card. We give away a gift card a day. We'll announce the winner to today's contest tomorrow. We'll have 2 opportunities for you to get keywords to enter over there at ESPN1320.com. Once with James and Kyle at 11 o'clock, and then once with D-Lo and KC here at 3 o'clock. 2 opportunities every single day for your chance to win that $500 gift card. So again, enter the word basket over at ESPN1320.com. Hammer, what was the vibe following practice today?
I think the vibe is, let's get this thing going. You know, like, we've been here before. We know this team. They know us. Let's go do this thing. There's no time to think about it too much. It's a huge game. Everyone knows that. It's a team that knows the other team really well. It's going to come down to physicality and to shots, and the Kings looked ready. They look prepared. They look like they're upbeat, and like this is a matchup that they kind of sense was coming, and they're okay with it.
Is there, in your opinion, like hearing how they talked yesterday post game, and then maybe talking to them for practice, is there, I don't know if relief is the right word, but are they rejuvenated by getting to the postseason? Obviously, they're not in the playoffs where you play series, but they're out of the regular season, and they're in this Matrix-like arena where the stats don't count, all this other stuff. But they're done with the regular season, and now it's, postseason time. Is there? It seemed like, hearing some of the quotes, there's a little bit of a spark, a little bit jolt of energy to get to that point that might be going through that locker room.
Yeah, I would say that they've had a little bit of time to process the disappointment of where they ended up. Right. And I know a lot of people out there, they're so frustrated with how this season's gone. But look, this shouldn't be like the barometer for things, but this team showed up in the last 2-minute report like 3 of the last 5 games. Or at least they did, but they should have had, calls that went against them in 3 of the last 5. That means that you're close. That means that you didn't get blown out, that you didn't just get thumped by somebody. Most of the games they had big leads in. And I just think that this team doesn't feel like they're that far away. I know that, like the big boost that they could have gotten isn't coming. Malik Monk will not play in tomorrow's game against the Golden State Warriors. We know that now. Mike Brown told us that today. But that doesn't mean that, like, you have to feel like the despair. I think these are 2 teams that know each other well, but they also have come to the realization that who the Golden State Warriors were last year and who they weren't in Game 7 and who they were the first, like, 10 games of the season and who the Kings were in all those situations, those aren't who they are today. And, the Warriors have finished the season really strong, and that's good for them. I mean, I think the second half of the season, they're on pace to win. Like, they were on a 54 win pace if it would have been that the whole season. But of course, that's not how basketball works. And the Kings, they're a team that, again, they're a much different team. They're a better defensive team. They're better in a lot of aspects than they were every single time they played this Warriors team in the past. So I think this is going to be a lot of the same, but plenty of different between these two squads.
Well, what do you think is going to be different? Because the last time these two teams played, I think it was 134 to 133. The last three games have been, each decided by a single point. But as you pointed out, the two teams are a little bit different than the last time they played back in January. The Warriors are playing at a different level. The Kings are playing at a different defensive level, certainly with a different defensive intensity. And of course, you have the absence of Malik and Kevin Huerter. So what do you think is going to be different for these two teams who know each other very, very well? It's tomorrow night at the Golden One Center.
Yeah, I think if I'm looking at it from the Kings' point of view, I would say that the Kings are just much better defensively in the backcourt than they were before. And if we look at what happened last year in the playoffs and even what happened early in this season, the Kings had to rely so heavily on Keegan Murray to defend Steph Curry that it was ridiculous. I mean, it was like if Keegan got in foul trouble, the game was over. And we saw it during the playoffs where Keegan tried to defend Steph and got cooked a couple of times, especially when he went to the basket. And then we saw early in the season, well, that's just not the case anymore. Now, instead of having to use Keegan Murray on Steph Curry all the time, you can throw De'Aaron Fox, you can throw Keon Ellis, you can throw a Davion Mitchell who's playing so incredibly well at that one specific issue. And I think that that's the thing that people are looking at. Like, the Warriors used to be able to beat you in so many different ways. And I think for the Kings, yes, you have to respect, Klay Thompson for sure. And you've got to respect, the legacy of a Draymond Green and even like the young and upcoming guy in Jonathan Kuminga. But the way that the Warriors beat the Kings is that Steph Curry just dominates you. And you want to have as many looks as possible that you can throw at a guy like that. And all of a sudden, the Kings have that. Again, no Keon Ellis in most of the games that they've played against his team. And Davion Mitchell just was a non-factor for plenty of these times. His confidence level is different. Keon's confidence level is different. And so while you're missing some players, I do believe that the Kings might be better suited to play them right now than they were earlier in the season.
Yeah, and I was thinking the same thing. You laid it out perfectly. They've got four guys, in essence, they can go to guard Steph Curry. Once again, not saying anybody's stopping them or anything else like that, but four different looks. And really what's important about that too, Ham, especially when you talk about De'Aaron Fox, is time off of Steph Curry. You know what I mean? This is since we've been starting the show. It's like, hey, they need to get De'Aaron somewhere where they can hide him a little bit, where he doesn't have to. We need you to score 35, and you got to guard Steph for 35 minutes or something like that. Like now he can kind of maneuver around. Maybe if Pods is out there, or whoever is a guy that's a non-scoring threat, he can be out there, and Keon can take the minutes to guard Steph. Davion can, Keegan can, and they just kind of built a little different. I mean, with those two other guys for sure, Keegan and Davion, that's where replacing those two from having Monk and Huerter may help you in that respect, because Monk and Huerter would have been out there as options to guard Steph. That's not really ideal. You got these guys out there now. That's going to bolster your chances to make it tough for him. I don't even know if you'll slow him down or what, but it'll make it tough for him.
Yeah, I totally agree. And not only that, but let's be honest, the Warriors in the past, what they've done is that they've allowed Davion to shoot. They've allowed, other people to shoot. and they've tried to take away Domas. They try to take away De'Aaron. I think the Kings are kind of looking at this and going, "Hey, if you want to dare Keon Ellis to beat you, Keon Ellis might beat you. Keon Ellis is a 42% 3-point shooter, and we just saw a couple of games ago where Keon Ellis went into a night where, look, it was a high pressure situation, and he went out and went 8 of 15 from 3. So for me, I think Keon is showing you something. I think Davion is showing you something. And then on the other side, I think there's going to be this weird dynamic that they have. They haven't been using Kevon Looney hardly at all for a while. And then everyone knows that this is a matchup, right? This is a matchup that everyone is worried about for the Kings. But I would tell you that the Warriors, their second half run and why they've been so good, a lot of it is Trayce Jackson-Davis and just how good he's been in the second half of his rookie season. If you can't count on him to defend Sabonis like Looney, and you've got to pull the plug on him quickly, it hurts them. They're not as dynamic without Trayce Jackson-Davis. They still have great shooters, and like Looney's been there forever. So I'm not going to say that there's not going to be like this seamless integration of Looney into their system. But Looney doesn't look like he's the same player he was last year at all. And Trayce Jackson-Davis adds this other element that the Kings really haven't had to stop when it comes to that team. And if you can get him in foul trouble early, if you can, if Sabonis can just go to work against him and come away with a bunch of early baskets, they're going to have to make quick changes and go to Looney. And what does that mean for the rest of their team? Like, you still got to worry Looney's going to dominate you on the glass. You got to still worry he's going to, get a rebound and kick it out for a spray 3. But I don't think that they are the same team with him on the court.
That was a moment in time last year. That's over. Sabonis worked Looney the 4 times they played this year. And like you said, James, Looney hasn't, and I like Looney as a ball player, but they're clearly better with Trayce in there. And like James just pointed out, though, can Trayce guard Sabonis the same way? If he can't, that's going to be that may change their game a little bit, or then maybe they got to go to Draymond a little earlier. Draymond might be in foul trouble, whatever the case may be. But yeah, the Looney monster.
But we know what Draymond's going to do, and Domas has to make him pay for it. Like, Draymond's going to sag off of him. Domas has to make him pay for that, like from the jump.
Yeah. No, I agree. And look, they're integrating their young players and their older players. We don't know how their young players are going to play in the playoffs yet. And you can think all you want, it's just another game. It's not just another game. And the fact that, most of the players that we're talking about here have been through, with the Warriors, they've been through hundreds of playoff games. And then you have these guys who have never been there, Podziemski and Trayce Jackson-Davis. They've never been there. They don't know what this is. They don't know what a one game is, a one and done. And I'd also look, I think that in a game like this, you worry about it being like a game 7, right? And where Steph is going to come out and do whatever Steph's going to do. And it's going to be, all right, can you stop him or whatever? The Kings played great defense on him multiple times in the series last year, and they played great defense overall. Right now, they're a much better defensive team than they were last year. I think that they're going to be okay. It's to me, it's just really going to come down to, does Ellis step into 3 or 4 3-pointers and make you pay? Does Davion come off the bench and give you 10 or 12 points? Does Trey Lyles show up and start bombing away? How do these things, how do the secondary pieces for the Kings react to this situation? And if they react well, I think the Kings have a very good shot.
You mentioned Trey Hammer. We were speculating earlier that you got Trey, Davion, and Alex Lynn, and Mike might not dig much further than that. You think we see a pretty tight rotation of 8, maybe 9 guys, but I can't figure out who the 9th would be. I'm stuck on 8.
Yeah. Basically, Mike said today, he said, hey, we're going 8 deep to start with contingency plans that, if we have to go 9 or 9.5 deep, we already know who those players are. Yeah, no pause. Yeah. It is what it is.
I got it a little late. No,
yeah,
I got it.
Yeah. So
what I love though is that James is the ultimate professional, and he
it was
chuckles.
you who smiled,
do
Dame.
anything.
You
I
smirked. Yeah, like Mike is willing to go like to a 9.5 man rotation. He is, but at the same time, he really hopes that he can trot out their 8 guys and that they lay it all out on the line. And you don't have, if you do win, you don't have a game for a couple of days. And I would expect, we've seen this in the last 2 weeks. Like De'Aaron Fox played 44 minutes in a back-to-back against the Celtics. He played well over 40 minutes in the back-to-back on Saturday or Friday against the Suns. Like Mike is going to rely heavily on his stars. And if Sabonis can stay out of foul trouble and Fox can stay out of foul trouble, and like, look, I think that's the other element. Like, what does foul trouble even mean at this point? Like, the officials aren't calling anything. So if we get into a playoff series and they start dinging the Kings early for foul trouble, like the uproar is going to be outlandish. You've got to call out the officials if that's the way this goes, because what you can't do is have a standard deviation from the norm in the playoffs every single year. Like once you get to the playoffs, the physicality and cranks up and the whistles go away. Well, the NBA did that 2 months ago. So what are we supposed to expect come like the opening day of the playoffs? Or is it just going to be like Draymond Green gets to throw elbows and slam people down? Does Sabonis get to run over everybody? Because as of right now, well, I mean, but as of right now, like,
And
look,
he's never going to be able to set a screen.
no. Yeah. If that's the thing, if you start calling him for moving screens, if you, I don't know. To me, this is going to be crazy. Again, I expect Mike Brown and his group to start yelling for 3 in the key like they did. What was that game? It wasn't Dallas. Was it the Pelicans game? Where the Pelicans were just leaving a man in the key and Mike and his group of coaches just kept yelling. Or maybe it's OKC. That's who it was. It was OKC. Like, is that what we're going to see from the Warriors, where they just sag a man in the key and say, go ahead and beat us from the outside? And, maybe that's what happens. But I'll tell you, if the Warriors dare the Kings to beat them from the outside and the Kings hit their shots, they can beat them from the outside. They can hit 25 threes in a game, and they could make this a lopsided game like very quickly.
It almost feels like that. We talked about it last week. Like that seems to be what they've leaned into as their key for success. Now, nobody wants to see 58 3-pointers.
The three-point shot.
Yeah. But, I think they have an understanding within that locker room that, hey, we got to hit our 3 ball because, they're going to get the open looks. That a lot of the times that may be where they get their most open looks, because the Warriors or anybody else are going to sag off Davion, going to sag off Keon, even going to sag off Harrison to give those looks. And, they're going to be I would tell them they're going to be there for you. Those looks are going to be there for you. Get ready to shoot it. Get ready to knock it down.
Yeah, what I loved that we saw from Domas was, like his just willingness to shoot against Portland. And maybe it was because it was Portland, and maybe it's because he doesn't want to go mix it up with Moses Brown, who literally, I think Moses Brown has like 8 elbows. Like everywhere you turn, Moses Brown is hitting you with something. And you're like, what is happening? I think that Sabonis, like, he started to show like, hey, here's my 16-foot jump shot. Here's my 18-foot jump shot. I can shoot it from the baseline. I can shoot from the top of the key. I'm like, where's this been all season? So I hope that Domas brings that to the game tomorrow. And I would say we asked Mike about that today, and he said that that's what he's been working with Doug like all off season and all through the season, is when and where to pull up and hit the jumper and to have confidence in it, and to make sure that you're giving yourself and your team every opportunity to win by taking the right shots that will either space the floor or that will beat the other team in a different way. And again, if they're going to leave Sabonis open from the free throw line and he hits 3 or 4 in a row, they're gonna have to change their their defense, and they're going to have to start guarding him a different way. And then that's when the Kings can really get loose. So I'm intrigued to see how this all plays out. Again, I think both teams are matchup issues for each other. Like nobody has anything to stop Steph. Nobody has for the last 15 years in the league. But also the Warriors don't have anyone that can truly defend De'Aaron Fox, and they can get dirty and gritty with Sabonis, but he should be a player too that is almost unstoppable in a short series like this.
You talk about Steph, Hammer. You mentioned Keon, how big stepping into those threes could be for this team if they fall. Is Keon getting the Steph assignment to start tomorrow night's game?
I mean, I think you're going to do a little bit of matchup to matchup. I wouldn't be totally shocked to see Mike Brown start Keegan on Steph, and then kind of play it by ear, like what you're doing at other positions. I think the Kings are perfectly fine if Kuminga is playing and Kuminga is starting, with trying to make him do his off the dribble stuff and having Fox guard him. I think, again, Clay is the other guy that you have to really keep under wraps. If Clay's the guy that when he hits shots, it like breaks your soul. And because it happens so quick and you feel like there's nothing you can do about it. I would like to see Keon get some minutes there too, where, just stick with the dude like glue. Don't let him run off screens. Don't let him get loose. Just stay with him. Again, I think Mike has all kinds of variables that he didn't have in the playoffs last year and that he didn't have, in the first 4 matchups against his team this season.
One of the things that I look at with the Warriors, well, I looked at it with the Suns, and I wonder if the same thing applies to the Warriors. Is we were talking about, I was talking to people at the game, and I said, the Kings, this is when we thought we could get 7 and 8. We're like, man, you kind of want to play the Warriors because even though they have these great ball players with KD, Book, and Bill, they shoot a lot of jump shots. And I think that is, it's feast or famine, right? Sometimes the jumper's going to be on, sometimes it's not. But they take these contested twos and, it gives you an opportunity if they're not hitting or if you can get good defense on them. I wonder if the Warriors are the same way. I know Kuminga gives them an element of being able to score in the paint a little bit more, but with Draymond and Jackson Davis and even Looney to a certain degree, there's not a big offensive presence inside. And with the Kings now being able to do a better job of defending on the perimeter, I wonder if that plays a little bit more into the Kings, their strategy with the Warriors being more of a jump shooting team in this game.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. So you're realistically looking at 2 jump shooting teams. So I mean, yeah, I get you, but I think the key for the Warriors too is to turn the Kings into a jump shooting team, and I think the Warriors are perfectly fine with the Kings going out there and shooting 58 threes or whatever, because like it's just tough to keep up if you're not hitting. I would like I would like to see the Kings rely on getting downhill, getting to the rim, while the Warriors are really, really good at keeping people away from the basket. They don't have a natural shot blocker. You got players like Fox that can rise up above people. I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued to see how this matchup's going to look and who steps up and who doesn't. And I also think that the Warriors are used to kind of feeling their way through a series. It's sort of who they've been forever. And this is just one game. It's like one game for everything. And it's not a game 7 where you sat here and gone back and forth and done a chess match with a team. It's all of a sudden you're facing one team for one night and you haven't seen them since January. And a lot of the pieces are different. And that's where I think that this game could just really hinge on who steps up and just says, I want this, and goes out there and takes it. And you have a team who, again, has played really well in the second half of the season versus another one that has been good defensively, but hasn't really particularly played that well. And it's going to come down to, 48 minutes of basketball and who puts a better effort out there.
It's a win or go home game. There's obviously a ton of pressure on everyone out there
Mm-hmm.
in both uniforms. But given last year's first round playoff series, Hammer, is there perhaps an maybe unnecessary amount of pressure on Domantas Sabonis?
Yeah, I mean, I would say there is, just because like he shut off all social media and he's not listening to anything anymore. But I think he knows. I think he knows that if he played better, that they would have won that series last year. But I also, you know what, like, for as much pressure as you want to put on Demonis to have just a huge game, like, I also think that, Harrison Barnes is waiting for his revenge and has been for years, and he had it lined up in game 4 last year and missed a wide open 3. I want to see Harrison Barnes come out and play like he has the last couple of games. Just be aggressive, just attack the rim. Just like, don't let anybody off the hook, and if we see that, I think that takes a lot of pressure off Domas as well. Like, it's got to be a team effort, and I'd say that for both of these teams. Like, Steph is great, De'Aaron's great, but at the same time, I think Steph has shown a propensity to not be the same player this year, and De'Aaron has had a season that's all over the place. Like, it's been a yo-yo season for him. So I kind of want to see, like, how everything shakes out in the end, who rises to the occasion, because I'm not going to put it on one player, and whether, and to be honest, like, Sabonis had like 3 or 4, well, he had 3 great games in their 7-game series last year. He had one game that was like pretty solid, and then he had 2 or 3 games that were not good. But you can't just act like they shut him down and he was a non-factor the whole series. He wasn't. I mean, he averaged over 16 points a game. He had a ton of rebounds, ton of assists. He just didn't look like himself. And I think that in this one, he's going to be highly motivated, just like everyone else in this series or this game.
Okay, we'll come back. Kenny will fire off whatever question was on the tip of his tongue right there before I cut him off. He's probably going to tell us that he saw Adrian Wojnarowski at the game on Saturday. That's about the only.
No, I didn't.
He actually helped Drake write his verse, James, that dropped on Saturday. Hi,
Sean said it
Drake.
to me. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I said.
That's what I heard.
That's what I'm saying. James and Shams.
Get any insight for us, Hammer?
No, we probably said like 5 words to each
I
other.
was going to say, did he speak at all?
No, he was on the phone most of the time.
Okay.
Or at least had his earbuds in listening to something else. He may have spoke, but it maybe to Amick, but not really to me.
We'll come back. We'll talk more about the Sacramento Kings. Of course, the Kings and the Warriors win or go home tomorrow night at the Golden One Center. Stilo and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Uncle Loon, welcome back, bro. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Man, I heard these play-in tickets are expensive. Like, I heard early on, like, everyone saying $350 was like a minimum to get in downstairs. I just got a fast break that said $199, but still, like, super expensive.
Yeah, they had some tweet or something. I almost did Isaiah Thomas there. Some tweet or something where, like, around the league, the other playing games was like $59 to get in, $60 to get in, $52 to get in, and Sacramento's like $212 to get in.
Tyler, I'm going to guess that no, Colby Jones is not the half that they would be thinking of. Like, the half player. I don't even know, like, I don't know if you go to, I don't think you go to Duarte. Maybe, if you had to. Maybe you go to Kessler Edwards if you have, like, Kuminga giving you problems. If Kuminga plays, that was the other thing I was doing, is looking at the injury report. Oh, he didn't play the game before, though.
No, he didn't.
And then Moody hasn't exactly played a ton either. Yeah, they have not yet submitted their injury report.
How much? Anybody know? John might know. You ain't got to say like how much your tickets are, but how much are lower bowl season tickets?
I think you can get in the door for a little over 100 a piece. So, but again, for that means that you're paying like $8,000 or $9,000 for a pair. It might be a little bit more than that, though. Around 10,000 lower pair entry. Wait, for a season? Okay, yeah. Okay, that's what I was saying. Yeah. I mean, I was at 9, so yeah. I wasn't including the 3 preseason games or whatever too. So mine are less than that. 70-ish for a decent lower level. Oh, that's not bad.
That's not bad at all.
Yeah, that's about like $6,000. Oh, the flex pricing. You have to pay flex pricing for season tickets? Oh. Yeah, I know everyone's upset about ticket prices.
I'm upset about grocery prices. So
Ain't nothing cheap nowadays.
That's facts.
No. Nothing's cheap.
Gas is
Except
over
for
$6 again.
the Fortress of Snackitude. That's cheap. That's true. I see you
Fortress
over there with your
popping.
skinny
This
pop.
one I brought from the crib, dog. I brought from the crib.
I haven't been in there to make sure that everything's stocked up. I was busy last week. Oh, somebody's
That
selling their
looks good.
plans?
What's that?
Somebody's selling their plan tickets.
Oh, Good Kid, Dad City selling them.
Yeah, make your money, though. Make your money, because I know playoff tickets are expensive. And season tickets are expensive. So if you can make your money, do that.
Yeah, I've been getting a lot of these DMs lately.
Well, the prices and some of their commentator announcers. Who are they upset with their commentator announcers?
I don't know. We're coming back, Hammer. Obviously, a big day at the Golden One Center tomorrow. Kings versus Warriors. We'll do a post-mortem on the season when it's time. Kings are still alive right now with a chance in the play-in against the Warriors tomorrow, Hammer. But some accomplishments were kind of finalized yesterday. One of them is not surprising. Maybe one of them is. De'Aaron Fox led the NBA in steals. This is, and even better than I do, what like a manifestation this is for Doug Christie and how much he believed that De'Aaron Fox could be an elite defending guard in this league. What's it say about De'Aaron to finally get to this moment where it was obviously a goal for him? I think it was to average 2 steals per game, and the just over 2 steals wound up leading the league. This should be considered a big moment for De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah, I think it is a big moment for him. Like, he was a little snarky when asked if he thought he should be considered for all defensive team. He believes he should. He also said, like, how many guards in this league do you just like intentionally get into actions all the time because you can score on them? And he's like, it's like most of the point guards in the league. And he said, they don't do that with me. So like, look, I think that the way that
He's disrespected. Like, his game is disrespected, I think, in the league. He absolutely should be snarky about it.
Specifically in this conversation, his defense.
Absolutely.
Definitely disrespected.
No, I totally agree with you. Yeah. I mean, he's a guy who, just like midway through the season, he decided that this was what he wanted to do. He wanted to get to 2 assists per game. I mean, 2 steals per game. And he almost like grinded. And then what I liked about like what we saw against Portland, he went to the basket and was fouled and yelled at the official. And the official gave him the like, hey, man, like it's final game of the season. I'm not calling it. And he goes, "Oh, okay, fine. Then I'm going to go mug every single person out here and I'm going to take the ball from them every time they touch it." And that's what he did. I mean, he had one guy pinned in the corner and he stole the ball from like 3 times. And the ball kept going back to him, but he kept taking it from him. And to me, that's what you want to see. You want to see the moment where, angry Fox on the offensive end is great. He starts attacking the rim, he starts doing his little spin move. He just like starts to put on a show. But Angry Fox on the defensive end has so much potential for greatness. And, he's long, he's athletic, he's one of the quickest dudes in the league. I mean, he's not only is he fast, right? There's one thing to sprint from one side to the court to the other and be like super fast. It's a whole other thing to have the quickness that he has, the quick bursts that he has, to be able to close space like he can. And so I think he's done a great job. It's not just the steals that he's had this season. He's also like in the top 3 in deflections. If you're honestly going to give him a fair shake and look at the metrics, Fox deserves to be like very, very closely considered for all NBA defensive team. But saying that, you start like looking around and we all know that, like Alex Caruso has this reputation. Shea's got this reputation. You got Rudy Gobert, you got Victor Wembanyama that are both going to be all defensive team. You got Kawhi Leonard, and you just keep going and going and going. And there are all these players, the Lou Dorts of the world. And you start to come up with this picture of like, okay, it's 10 guys, and it's really not very easy to make it into that elite group. I mean, Anthony Davis is probably going to be an all NBA defender. You might get even still a LeBron James that makes one of those lists. So, when we start hitting 8 to 10 guys, you start, are we going to leave out Giannis Antetokounmpo? And all of a sudden it's like, okay, well, maybe Fox won't make it. So I don't know. It's going to be tough. But I certainly think if you lead the league in steals 1 year, and then he also said today, like, this has got to be like the standard, that like 2 steals per game is something he had talked to Doug about, because Doug had done that, I think, like 4 times in his career, including, I think, one season he averaged like a 2.4 per game, which is just crazy. But either way, it's a good thing. It's a good thing to see him track it down. Oh yeah, someone mentions Drew Holiday, but not just Drew Holiday. Derek White is going to get a bunch of possibility for a all defensive team playing for Boston, and just how good their defense has been. So it's just going to be really, really tough for him to be in that. But I think he'll be close. I think he'll be mentioned. It's just whether or not he gets there. And then, Mike Brown said today, like, look, we're just unlocking him. He's just understanding how good he can be on the defensive end. And there's a whole other level he can get to. And we're waiting to see when he can get to that level. And we're just starting to see like the taste of how that will look when, if he just like decides that that's going to be his motivation to be like an all defensive player and a great defender on a nightly basis.
The thing that's frustrating about that, though, is, when they don't want to put somebody like De'Aaron Fox on, they point to certain metrics. And because I remember I had all these conversations in the middle of the season when I was like, he's one of the best, if not the best, defensive point guard in the game. And, they came with all these metrics for SGA with deflections and steals and all this other stuff. And then De'Aaron reaches all those benchmarks. And then it's like, well, you just know because Drew is Drew. Like, well, wait a minute, what? Like, what are we talking about? So when it's just, using your eyes and seeing, that's not good enough. So they bring the numbers. When you bring the numbers to go along with your eyes are seeing, then it's just reputation. It's just, I just, everything you're saying is right, Ham, about how they're already got preconceived notions for some of these guys, but it's just baffling how they get to that point sometimes.
No, I get what you're saying, but I also think that, everybody wants, like, they want their players to be recognized. And if he doesn't make an all defensive team, that doesn't mean that he's not a really, really good defender, that he's not, top 30, top 40 defender in the NBA. I mean, like, would you take him as a defender over Herb Jones? Like there are so many other players that we aren't thinking about that are such defensive specialists that's who they are and what they do. Now, I think Fox would get a little bit of a bump because of his offensive production as well. And let's be honest, somehow, lo and behold, we get to the end of the season and the Kings are 14th in the NBA in defensive rating. Like that's where they finished. And to me, that's a crazy stat too. So maybe Fox will get some consideration because they're going to look around and say, okay, how did you get to that? Because we didn't see that one coming at all. And, this is a team that was 25th in defensive rating last year. And for them to finish the season, even the post All-Star break, the Kings were 9th in the league in defensive rating at 110.9. Like they really, really figured it out. And this is what Mike's been waiting for. It's the moment where you become a defensive team and then you get to the playoffs and you're already at a certain level and all you have to do is turn it up a little bit to get to an elite level. And I think that's what everybody like around the coaching staff and stuff wants to see is like, this is kind of what we've been talking about the whole season. Like, let's get to the playoffs where the defense means everything. And let's show off what we've been working on and how good we are defensively. And then see, if we can get the shots to fall, we got a shot.
I mean, you said the Kings finished the season 14th in defensive rating. And
Yes.
they finished 2 games worse than they did last year in the win column. What's that balance out to? Because we always said, and Jill Adge coined the phrase, dude, just be average. Don't be historically bad. Just be it. We're not even asking you to be good. Just be average. They were a smidge bit above average, but finished 2 games worse. Does that say anything at all?
Well, I mean, like, look, we're going to compare them to last season's team. That's tough because number one, the league was different last year, right? I think that there is something to the fact that the league is mandated that these guys play basketball, that if they're going to make all NBA or whatever, they're going to register, like they've got to be out there playing. And so that's changed the dynamic of the season greatly. I mean, who knew that Kawhi Leonard would play like 72 games or 74 games or whatever it is? Like, and there's a bunch of players around the league that don't typically play, and all of a sudden they are. So I think that's one aspect of it. I don't know. The West is just it. It's really good, and there's a couple of teams that took monstrous leaps that you didn't think they would take these types of leaps, but when you look at players like, Ant-Man and you look at players like Chet Holmgren walking in the door and being like a defensive menace, like they changed the dynamic of the league totally this year. You look at Kyrie and Luka figure out how to play together out of nowhere. And they go from a team who doesn't make the playoffs to a playoff team. And I'm bringing all of these up because, like, look, in order to win 48 games, you're playing these teams. Like the Kings played, what was the stat against more 500? They played more 500 games against 500 teams than anyone in the league. And that's because number one, they play in the West, but it's also number two, they played, New Orleans 5 times and the same thing with the Suns. They played both those teams 5 times. And, you look at some of their competition. I think the Warriors only played New Orleans 3 times this season. And so you're getting all of these games where the Kings really did have a difficult schedule. And look, you took a step back. You did, like in certain ways, you took a step back, especially on the offensive end. I don't think, like, again, we'll talk about like the postmortem of the season once it's all over. But you had guys that, last year had career years who didn't this year. A guy like Kevin Huerter went from 15 points to 10. He had guys like Harrison Barnes who went from, again, 15 points per game to 12. And then you had other guys who took a big leap in production and productivity, and that's not always easy either. So I think at the end of the day, it's going to be like a lot of little things like we can point to as to why they didn't match last season. But I would also tell you that like just in the last 3 weeks, they easily could have won 4 additional games. And not having Malik Monk plays into that, but also if they won 2 of those, they would have matched last year's total. So there's not a lot of difference between 48 and 46. I just think that if we're talking about the mantra of maintain and improve, I feel like they maintained sort of, and then they did not improve this season. And that's where you have to readjust and address whatever the weaknesses are in the offseason.
Say they lose tomorrow, or it doesn't matter. They don't make the playoffs. How do you view this season? Is it we've talked about how Mike Brown has been trying to hammer home this has been a learning experience a lot in the last couple weeks or so. Is it a failure of a season, or you just didn't reach your goal but you learned from it? Like how would you look at this season if they don't make the playoffs?
I think this is a season that showed you the pathway forward. And I think last season, for whatever reason, there's a certain amount of smoke and mirrors that went into last year. And like, do I think they were a really good team? Yes, I do. But you guys, we got into this discussion late in the season last year, and I kept telling you guys 48 wins is not typically a number 3 seed in the West, right? It's just not. And look at this season, what 48 wins. It's close, but like the 3 seed in this year's like 54 wins, 55. Like that's typically where you're at. I don't know. I don't want to call this season. There's a clear. This is what you have to address, and whether you can address it or not is going to come down to a whole bunch of variables. Whether you can find a taker for some of these players that you're offering up, whether or not you have your first round pick or not, or whether you've got your 25, 26, 27 tied up, like that's going to be a part of this discussion. Like there's all kinds of variables, but I don't think this season in a nutshell, I would have liked to have seen them play better and to have more continuity and to figure things out quicker and all that. But I also don't think that this is like a failure season. I mean, in one season, you went from 30 to 48 wins. And I think a little bit of that at the end of the day, we're now learning like it wasn't a natural jump. And the fact that they're able to back that season up with a season that's reasonably similar, whether they make it to the postseason or not, to me, it still shows that they're on a pathway. Now you make the adjustments to get you to the next step. And it's not going to come from within. It's going to have to come from the outside. You're going to have to mix this roster up. There is no running it back a third time. That's just not going to fly.
I'm calling cap on a lot of this. We need to decide whether we're giving the Kings credit for what they did last year or not. Because we talk about, and this has been discussed a lot, 48 wins wouldn't, that wasn't going to do it. Like that's an anomaly. 48 wins in the 3rd seed is crazy. You got Phoenix finishing in the 6th spot with 49 wins. That's all fine. But it's also, we always talk about how the Kings took the last week of the season off. Where there were 3 games right there. You win 2 of those, all of a sudden you're a 50-win team. Are we talking about this team differently if they just run through the tape and win 50 or 51 games? Because I don't think Minnesota finishing with 56 wins as the 3rd seed is normal. You had 3 teams all potentially being the number 1 seed going into the last day of the season, finishing with 57 and 56 wins. New York took the 2nd seed in the Eastern Conference on the last day of the season with 50 wins. I think when you're talking 51, 52, that you can talk about in the 2 and the 3 seed. But we're either going to give the Kings credit for what they did last year or we're not. And I feel like we've walked that line with giving them credit. Oh, it's not natural. Oh, it's this, or oh, it's that. They were either a much better basketball team last year or they weren't. One or the other. And to me, they were. They did take the last week of the season off, so to speak. Like they didn't run through the tape. They had that 3rd seed locked in and they just kind of were on cruise control. Running it back didn't work. I didn't expect Oklahoma. I knew Oklahoma City was going to jump. I didn't think they were going to jump like this. Hammer, I think this is a plus. It's a plus 17. on the last year, and that's not a 30-win team. That was a 40-win team that went plus 17. You saw the growth in Minnesota, and of course the defending champions are right there. But we've got to. I don't think some of us can make up our mind on whether we believe the Sacramento Kings are a good basketball team or not.
Oh no, I think they're a good team, and I think they're a good team last year. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that like that leap that they took, like it's tough to make that leap. It's you're watching Major League Baseball, and a guy is a 15 to 18 home run guy for his career, and then one season he busts out and he hits 48 homers. Everyone around the league is number one wondering what he's
That's
on.
the steroid era, James.
Yes, but then the next season when he comes back down and he hits 35, I think everyone becomes a lot more comfortable with the fact that he adjusted, he got stronger, he did something, and he didn't hit 48 again, but he hit 35, and it shows you, okay, he's a true power hitter. And I think when it comes to the Kings, I kind of look at them the same way. Like the 48 win team is like spectacular. Like that leap is spectacular, and everything they did, I'm not questioning who they were, what they were, anything else. Their offense was spectacular. But that doesn't change the fact that like doing it a second year isn't as easy. And there are variables. And we all here in Sacramento want to like flip off the national media when they start talking about, well, the Kings didn't have injuries last year and now and that's why they were so good. That's not why they were so good, but it was a contributing factor in how many wins they had. It was like it is a contributing factor when you have your starting five for almost every game the entire season versus when you don't. And like you shouldn't take anything away from a team, but then when you get to the next season and Trey Lyles plays 54 games and Kevin Huerter sits after 64 and Malik Monk misses 10 games and you start adding all these games up that they've lost, but to a very tight rotation, to like an 8.5, 9-man rotation, that's a lot to take on. And so like, look, but we can't again say that, oh, injuries played a role in why they didn't win 50. But like injuries fully played a role in why they didn't win 50 games this season. If they were 100% healthy all season long, you don't think that between all the games that Trey Lyles missed, the games that De'Aaron Fox missed in the first week of the season, the games that and Herder and Monk missed, that this team wouldn't have picked up 4 more wins along the way? I have a tough time saying that. So at the same time, I can't just like look at last year's schedule and say, hey, you won 48 games and you had no injuries. So there is some give and take, Dame, and I'm not saying that they were a bad team last year. I think they're a really good team last year. I also think they're a good team this year. I just don't think they're quite as good. They're quite as fluid, and I also don't think that they handle expectations or growing pains very well.
Maybe it's a dog whistle, and I hear it because I'm sensitive to being here and covering the team. But didn't Steph miss a ton of time last year?
Did he was that last year when he got hurt or the year before?
I feel like Steph was
games.
Yeah, I feel like Steph was injured last year, and that's part of the reason. Because I think you and I thought Golden State would be closer to the 50 win. Yeah, so you know how many games they won last year?
44.
They won 44 games. That's 2 less than this year. That means that 44 is good for the 11th spot in the Western Conference. I don't hear Brian Windhurst bringing that up. Like we pick and choose because it's Sacramento. I get they got title pedigree and all of that, but what they did in 2021 or whatever the last year they won a title, well, they ain't got nothing to do with right now. No. If you're going to find a storyline for the league, it works for everybody in the conference. You're just choosing to focus on Sacramento. And like I said, it's probably a dog whistle, and that's why I hear it.
Yeah. Well, Steph played 56 games last year. Wiggins only played 37. You remember he disappeared due to the illness of his father for a huge stretch of the season. And again, I think part of this
came back to
season,
the playoffs though. So thanks Wiggins.
Yeah.
For that. Yeah.
Yeah. But again, look at the Warriors' health this season. 74 games for Steph, 77 for Clay. Wiggins plays 71. Pajemski plays 74 for Kuminga.
And won 2 more games.
Yeah.
All of that. And then won 2 more games.
Yeah. Tough.
One other thing I wanted to mention before we go, because we brought up Fox. leading the league in steals. Domas, again, leading the league in rebounds, James.
Not only rebounds, but double doubles and triple doubles. Like he led the league in all of these categories. And he was 6th or 7th in the league in assists per game at 8.2. Like he's probably going to be 3rd team All NBA. But he's one of the most impactful players in the league. And if you're 3rd team in All NBA, like I'm not going to like get angry at voters as long as he's All NBA, as opposed to him not making the All-Star team. But I mean, you're 3rd team All NBA. That means you're considered one of the top 15 players in the league, and that's pretty good. And I do believe he fits into that category. So yeah, what he was able to do, how I feel bad for him because like there's a stretch late in the season where everything is on the line and you lose Malik Monk, and this opportunity feels like it kind of like took a bad turn for the Kings. But I still think that like Sabonis' season shouldn't be ignored. He was absolutely tremendous from start to finish. And hey, so was Fox. Fox averaged 26.6, like highest point per game total in his career. His 3-point percentage was way higher than any point in his career outside of the one aberration year. And then he leads the league in steals. Like these guys did really, really good work. They just couldn't, they weren't as consistent as they were the year before.
Real quick, what Fox did, 25 points and lead the league in steals. I think 6 people have done it in the history of the league. And they're all Hall of Famers.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
well,
but he was also
in the Hall of Fame. You already
he was number 9 in the league in scoring at the All-Star break, and the top 19 players in scoring got in except for him. So, yeah. Tough.
Absolutely amazing. We running it back next, Jesse. Yeah, you want more Kings talk, man? That's what we'll do. We'll run it back. Kenny and I are going to head over to 102.5. Make sure we got a lot going on over there today. Make sure you're tapped in with the Insiders tomorrow beginning at 10 a.m. And make sure you're tapped in with a morning roast at 8:30. And
yeah, man.
Boy Guru at 11:30. And here we go. Here we go again.
Let's do it. Let's get it, baby.
Kings and the Warriors tomorrow night at the Golden One Center, and we'll get you ready for it here with the Insiders and D'Lo and Casey on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Happy Jackie Robinson Day.
Excellent.
Two things. Number one, I text Michael so everybody's in for tomorrow.
Okay.
Because I'm assuming everyone's in for tomorrow. I mean, I assume.
Been there.
Yeah, and then we'll play Friday by ear. I mean, if somehow there is a Friday game and somehow that game is in LA, I'm probably going to hop a plane.
Okay.
So whether that means I hop a plane at like 2 o'clock.
So wait. So you know we on, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah.
Just checking. Just making sure, because the conversation was usually off the stream.
Business. Yeah.
Yeah. Just making
Yeah,
sure.
James normally more aware we're live than I am.
Yeah. No, I'm
I
always
just say whatever in front of y'all.
yeah. No, I mean if they play the Lakers, I'll fly down on Friday. Like I don't know what's gonna happen here. You got me. So
the Lakers are gonna throw the game tomorrow.
No, that's what Greeny says. Throw the game.
I think it's like I don't think anyone's throwing a game, but if I'm the Pelicans and I'm looking at like, man, do I want to play Denver in the first round or do I want to try to beat up on the Kings? The problem that they have is that they play before the Kings and Warriors, so you can't mess with that. But if I were them, I would at least consider like being the 8 seed versus the 1.
That's crazy.
It's crazy, but I mean, you're 5-0 and drub the team almost every single time you played them.
That means you're due to lose.
Go win.
Yeah.
Go win. All right,
Yeah.
y'all. We're going to shut down.
Okay.
Appreciate y'all tapping in. We will see you guys tomorrow.
Cool.